everyone, welcome to a new game. This is Pale Cachexia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name of the game right. This is a visual novel that I got included in a charity bundle that I bought several years ago. I'm not a fan. I'm already yawning. Anyways, I'm not a fan of visual novels, but considering that, I already own it, won't hurt to give it a shot. There was a trigger warning when loading the game up about suicide, violence. There is a horror vibe going on, so viewer discretion is advised. And let's jump into it. Oh, I forgot to say, in the settings, I disabled flashing images because I'm playing this at 2 a.m. in the morning and I really don't want to risk just yelling, like screaming, because of being jump scared. So hopefully I am trying to avoid that, and hopefully, please stop yawning. So hopefully that won't happen. So, lonely. Strangely lonely. These words surfaced in her mind as she gazed up towards the towering trees, their branches extending forever in all directions. They made her feel so small and insignificant, like a frail leaf on the wind at the mercy of wherever it took her. Lonely. There was no other way to describe this place. Esther. Just a little while earlier, she'd stepped out of her hired carriage, leaving the main road to explore these woods. Esther's driver had warned her that the forest was seldom visited. If she ran out of supplies, she'd have to walk back to the road on foot and hope to flag down a stagecoach heading to the city. And that forest is haunted, girl. Dangerous for anybody, let alone someone with a pail. I wouldn't head in there if I were you, and seeing as it's almost evening, I'll take you back to town for free. But she'd refused the driver's offer. Turning away from her last hope was impossible. The decision would haunt her forever, a hanging mystery of what she might have discovered. No matter how isolated or helpless these vast woods made her feel. She promised herself she wouldn't leave without answers. A light breeze brushed past Esther's cheeks. It carried the fragile scent of spring, though a lingering wintry chill still blanketed the forest. Spring always made her symptoms worse somehow. As everything gathered its energy to bloom and flower, her lethargy, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, only seemed to become deeper and darker. The more vibrant Esther's surroundings grew, the more she felt her energy draining away. Some days she barely had the strength to even move. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to hate the season. It hardly seemed fair to be angry at the world for turning its cycles, for life continuing on around her, just like it always had. Even now, she still remembered when spring was her very favorite time of all. Esther suddenly came to a halt. She felt a strange sensation under her boot as she stepped on something just now. Bending down, she curiously patted the forest floor, searching for whatever it was. After a moment, her fingers brushed something small and cold. A key? What was a key doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Puzzled, Esther turned a tiny shimmering piece of metal over in her palm. No marks, symbols, or engravings. It could have belonged to anyone or anything. After a long moment, she rose slowly back to her feet, slipping the key into her skirt pocket. Oh, man. Perhaps it was a good omen. She'd always had a hard time with superstition or questions of fate, preferring the calm logic of cause and effect to anything unseen. But these days, as the world's reality seemed to grow ever bleaker, Esther found herself hoping for something more. It didn't really matter whether things like omens or destiny were actually real. They made life a little less unforgiving. With a small flicker of hope in her heart, Esther turned to carry on once more. She had no map, no directions, and almost no clue as to what she was searching for. Only the faintest trail of a possible cure. Man, I'm already crying from the yawns. I just yawn. That's it. I just yawn. As the hours passed by, all sense of time was devoured by a sea of unending trees. The forest's dreamy springtime varnish faded to a ghostly gloom. The cheerful birdsong replaced by rustling crickets and distant, ominous howls. So I have a theory about my yawnings. I have asthma, and I don't breathe properly. And reading out loud, talking a lot, requires oxygen that I struggle to have, and by yawning I can just get more oxygen in my lungs. See? So I think this is why I yawn so much, and I think it's just not gonna change because asthma has no cure. So anyways, Esther. A painful sting suddenly shot across Esther's arm. It yanked her out of her absent-minded wandering back into the oppressive emptiness of the forest. After a moment, she realized she'd walked too close to the brambles. Warm droplets oozed down her wrists, an uncomfortable reminder to always watch your step. As Esther gazed down at the small, welling beads of blood on her flesh, her surprise began to shift into a sense of gnawing doubt. Perhaps she really had gone too far after all. If there really was anything, or anyone, within these woods, she should have stumbled across it by now. And if the rumors were false, just another folk tale made from empty hope, spinning more empty hope in a vicious cycle. Was all of this nothing but a dead end? Had her whole journey been pointless? Would she have to tell them she had failed? Idiot. Esther muttered aloud, struck by a sudden sense of self-loathing. Those harsh thoughts could be dealt with later, but she couldn't keep stumbling through the darkness so pointlessly. Failure or not, it didn't change where she was now. She had a flint and steel in her satchel, along with a little water and rations. If she gathered some loose branches, at least she could make a fire to keep warm. It wasn't the first night Esther had spent alone in the middle of nowhere, and it surely wouldn't be the last. Slowly, cautiously, she crept through the thick underbrush. The moon's faint glow offered enough light for Esther to find a few branches long and dense enough for a campfire. But every time she crouched down to forage, her fingers searching through the cold, damp earth. It felt like someone was breathing right behind her ear. Esther shook off the ghostly sensation with a deep shudder. It was just the old rumors she had heard. They were finally getting under her skin. Foolish tales of primeval spirits guarding the forest, devouring the soul of anyone who ventured too deep. Of course, Esther never gave any credence to those stories, nor would anybody with common sense, for that matter. Ghosts simply didn't exist. Still, the sooner she had a fire, the better. At last, Esther spotted a clearing just beyond the trees. With a bundle of sharp branches cradled in her arms, she hurried out into the open, anxious to finally set up camp. But as she stepped into the glade and the shadows gave way to shapes, she froze. There, right in front of her eyes, a beautiful aged house rose amidst the darkness. It stood like an elusive mirage in the desert, too perfect and out of place to be true. Was it an illusion? Or by some miracle had she actually found the apothecary's estate? But surely the place was abandoned. It gave off an atmosphere far too lonely and desolate to be inhabited. Esther could barely discern any of its features, so thick were the shadows that shrouded the house's mountainous shape. A thick, swirling mist consumed the earth around its foundation, seeping across the ground like some poisonous cloud searching for intruders. Like its very presence was waiting to reject her. This had to be it, a place that had evaded all maps, and yet she had simply stumbled upon it. Something about that idea made a sense of deep apprehension crawl down her spine. In a trance between fear and fascination, she found herself moving across the clearing, towards the manor entrance. The pale mist seeped around Esther's boots, swallowing her footsteps one by one. It felt like entering a dream, as if she were slowly crossing the threshold into a different reality. Until she realized that her fingertips were suddenly brushing cold metal. The handles for those foreboding doors loosely grasped beneath her uncertain, trembling palms. Please. The soft, nearly inaudible word left her lips like a whispered prayer. Like, I'ma be honest, anytime there's a line of ... it's triggering me. I'm like, it's useless, it's pointless, just let's get on with it. Then again, I don't like visual novels, so take this complaint with a grain of salt. So, the soft, nearly inaudible word left her lips like a whispered prayer. Slowly, gingerly, the handles began to turn. Until, with a softly beckoning creak, the doors yawned. Oh my god, I have a lot in common with the doors. Opened to allow Esther within. Inside the house, the scent of musty, aged wood greeted her from the darkness. Just barely, Esther could make out the shape of a stairwell, illuminated by rays of moonlight. Something about it compelled her. Or perhaps it was simply less frightening than exploring past the pitch-black archway ahead. After a hesitant pause, she closed the doors behind her. The wind had started howling faintly, casting an eerie echo through the manor's foyer. Slowly, Esther crept up the stairs, wincing at the small creaks that followed her movements. The second floor held a number of rooms, their doors all ominously closed. On a nervous whim, Esther decided to reach for the second door on the right, inching it open with bated breath. The vacant room was a study? As her eyes drifted around the dark place, she could see rows of shelves stuffed with books, a cluttered desk, tapes full of dusty alchemy equipment. A study. Esther's heart leapt in her chest. Even though the apothecary was no longer here, what if they'd left some of their research behind? With the light of day, she could comb through these books and papers. Surely there had to be some things of use in them. Maybe, just maybe, she had finally found a glimmer of hope to cling on to. Allowing herself a heavy sigh of relief, Esther closed the door behind her and stepped towards a small cot nearby. Cold as it was, at least she'd have a roof over her head and a bed to spend the night on. As if on cue, she felt a wave of exhaustion blanketing her mind. Maybe it was time to take her medicine and sleep, even a few hours would be enough. Was that a creak? Esther froze, every inch of her body suddenly petrified. Creak, creak, creak. Man, see, those should be sound effects, not just subtitles. Anyways, something was right outside the door. A chilling tightness gripped Esther's chest. She couldn't breathe. Every instinct in her body told her to stay utterly silent. Don't let it sense you. Don't get caught. Don't move. Don't. Without warning, the door burst open. She had no choice but to look and see. Ah! Not a monster or a ghost, only a young girl, trembling in obvious fright. You're. Who are you? Her fright slowly fading, the girl stared wide-eyed at Esther, still shaking a little. She'd probably been expecting to see a ghost too, and they ended up scaring each other equally. I'm Esther. Esther, that's your name? Esther nodded. And you're real. This isn't a dream, is it? No, I don't think so. Dude, what happened to the music? An awkward silence followed their strange conversation. Esther found herself wondering if maybe this actually was a dream after all. Really, it almost seemed too surreal to be anything else. Oh, here's the music. Thank you. After a long few moments, the girl's expression began to soften. She took a small, hesitant step towards Esther, then another, and another. I can't believe it. Another person came here, a real girl right in front of me. This is so exciting. Baffled, Esther gazed down at the delighted, warm face beaming up at her. My name's Senna. I'm so happy to meet you, Esther. I was getting a drink from the well, and I didn't see or hear you come in. You must have thought the house was empty, right? I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, but well, Senna let out a small, nervous laugh, toying with the ribbons on her dress. You're the first person I've seen in 6 years. I've never expected to find someone else inside the house, especially not in this room. And Esther heard her right. Senna had been living alone here for 6 years. Was it possible that she was the apothecary the rumors talked about? How old is she? Is she the ghost? Senna, I mean. Oh, you haven't eaten yet, have you, Esther? You look so tired and hungry. Gasping softly, Senna reached out to clasp Esther's hands between her tiny palms. I'll light the fireplace and you can get warm while I make some supper. That sounds nice, right? Come, let's go downstairs. Alright. Taken aback by Senna's eager offer, Esther hesitantly nodded. Even though she wanted to ask what Senna knew about the cure, her stomach rumbled noisily at the thought of a warm dinner. It wouldn't hurt to wait until they had eaten, surely. Still holding Esther's hand, Senna led her back downstairs and into the parlor. As soon as she had stuffed some wood into the fireplace and set it alight, the darkness suddenly lifted, melting into a cozy warmth thanks to the fire's cheerful cracking. Before she really knew what was happening, Esther found herself wrapped up in a pile of blankets, sitting on the couch before the earth. Senna seemed like a little blur of happy energy, fussing over Esther one moment, then hurrying back to the kitchen to check on her soup. Clearly, she was delighted to have a visitor. Esther felt a little embarrassed, at a loss for how to deal with unexpected kindness. A thank you, is a good start. Here we are. Heat it while it's warm. Before long, Senna was nudging a bowl of steaming soup into Esther's hands. Filled to the brim with brightly colored vegetables and dark broth, and a delectable scent rich with herbs and spices. Thank you. There you go, Esther, see? Good job. No need to thank me. There's plenty more in the pot if you're still hungry, so don't be shy. Oh, that reminds me. I have to clean the stove before my lamp goes out. I'll be right back. She doesn't eat. She doesn't eat. She's a ghost. This is my theory. And then she was gone again, her light footsteps pattering over to the kitchen. But do ghosts have footsteps, though? As Esther gratefully ate her supper, she could see Senna's figure darting back and forth, sipping a bowl of soup with one hand while she scrubbed the stove with her other. At first, Esther found it almost impossible to believe. A small girl like Senna living by herself in the wilderness, taking care of the whole manor. But from the natural, precocious way she seemed to handle everything, it didn't take long to realize she was in her element. Most of the older girls and boys from the city wouldn't be able to last a week out here without access to any of the normal comforts they took for granted. And yet, even while she toiled to beat the dwindling lamplight in her kitchen, Senna looked as contented as a buzzing bee in a field of flowers. Whew. And like another thing about eating together with people, first of all, I think it's a courtesy that when you offer food to your guest, you also eat with them, because some people might be a bit too self-conscious about eating in front of others, or eating and the other person isn't eating. Like they might feel bad, or like being too imposing or whatever. And also, in criminal investigations, when you have someone that you consider, I mean, you as a detective, as a police officer, in that role, and you are interviewing someone who you think could be a suspect, and they don't know yet that they are a suspect, one of the tactics to build rapport between the investigator and the person they are interviewing is to have a meal with them, like in the room, and just talking about the food and having food. That is a really good tactic to kind of like have them lower their defenses and start trusting the person they have in front of them, so they open up and end up talking more. So there you go. Anyways, whew. A few minutes after Esther finished her meal, Senna wandered back into the parlor, wearing a satisfied smile. Kitchen is clean, and you've eaten. I hope the fire got you nice and warm too. It did. Thank you again for taking care of me. Oh, please don't worry about it. Really, Esther. Actually, she gave a tiny sheepish laugh, her pale cheeks turning slightly pink. I already cleaned the stove yesterday, but I was so excited and nervous from meeting you that I had to calm down a little bit. Cleaning always makes me calmer, so I'm glad I have a big house like this. It always gives me lots to do. I'm gonna send this girl my address. I'm sure the house is glad to have you too. Haha, I really hope so. Beaming brightly, Senna flopped down on the cushions beside Esther, dangling her legs over the sofa's edge. Another short, awkward pause soon followed. Senna fidgeted a little, staring at the fireplace intently, as if she were too shy to start up the conversation again. After a hesitant pause, Esther decided to finally break the silence. She had to ask the question that had burned in her mind from the moment they had met. Senna, are you the apothecary that lives in these woods? Esther's words made Senna abruptly stiffen. Is it stiffen or stiffen? I'm going with stiffen. Where did you hear about an apothecary? In one of the towns nearby. People said there was a hermit living out here. An apothecary used to live in the city. Somebody who found the cure for the pale. All of Senna's cheerful energy seemed to slowly dissipate. Her gaze drifted down to the floor, lingering there as if anchored by a heavy weight. I'm sorry, Esther. The apothecary, it's not me. It's... Senna grasped the fabric of her dress, squeezing it tightly. It was my father. It's true that he had the pail, and he managed his symptoms for a while. But he died 6 years ago. Just like that, the disappointment shattered Esther's heart. But even more acutely, she felt a sudden pang of sympathy for Senna. How he must have felt to lose her father so young, living all alone in this deep forest. I'm sorry. Senna gave her a small, sad smile, gently shaking her head as if to reassure Esther it was all right. But she offered no other reply, and stayed unusually silent, swallowing hard once or twice. I'll leave tomorrow morning then. There's no reason for me to cause you any more trouble. You could still stay here. What? She stared at Senna in surprise, taken aback by the girl's sudden interjection. I mean, stay here to look at Papa's research. He has a lot of papers and books in his study, and journals too, although he told me never to look at them. But Papa spent a lot of time working, and I know he took notes about the pail. So if you stay and read through them, you might find something about the cure, right? Her voice quivering slightly, Senna turned to gaze at Esther with a hopeful, eager smile. Thank you, but I don't want to stay here and be a burden. Oh, Esther, you'd never be a burden. You barely ate anything and you're so quiet and kind. Really, why don't you stay? I think it would be a lot more natural for Esther to be like, really? I can stay? Are you sure? Particularly when Senna was like, actually, like, the apothecary, her dad, doesn't really like his wish is to not have his daughter read through the notes, but she's willing to, well, kind of like break that sort of promise and allow ultimately a stranger to have a look at his research. But, you know, what do I know? Esther gave her a hesitant look. As much as she wanted to accept Senna's kind offer, it just didn't seem right. Why the fuck not? After all, Senna obviously worked hard to take care of this place, but Esther didn't have any way to repay her hospitality. Yeah, you do. You can clean together. You can cook for her. You can keep her company. You can teach her things. Well, if you're going to be very stubborn about it, you can help out with chores during the day and look over Papa's research after. As if she'd easily guessed the source of Esther's reluctance, Senna gave her a reassuring, cheerful nod. I have a lot of food and wood stored from winter still anyway, so it's really fine. Please don't worry about it. Esther studied Senna's expression, those shining eyes that were all but begging her to stay. At least if she helped out with the work, she'd feel better about spending a week or two here, even if it still struck her as taking advantage of Senna's loneliness. Oh my god! Alright. You're sure I won't be burdening you? Yes, I'm positively, absolutely. Halfway through her delighted cry, Senna suddenly cut herself off with a gasp. Oh, I forgot. You have it, right? What? The pail? Esther nodded, puzzled at Senna's sudden question. I won't ask you to do any chores then. That wouldn't be fair. Papa told me how awful he was always... Wait, what? Papa told me how awful he was? Oh my god. Papa told me how awful it always made him feel. He couldn't even get out of bed some days. You must be terrible being so drained all the time, no matter how much you rest. It's fine. I can work. But... To be honest, the longer I don't do anything, the worse I feel. It's hard to push myself, but it's better than when I don't. It was Senna's turn to hesitate, but Esther offered a determined smile to reassure her that it was alright. She hated when people pitied her or went easy on her. It bothered Esther even more than the symptoms themselves. If you're sure, then you know yourself better than I do. It's true. She giggled, clearly overjoyed that Esther had agreed not to leave. Then it's a deal? You'll stay and go over Papa's research and help me out with work during the day? After a brief pause, Esther dipped her head in silent agreement. We'll start tomorrow then. Ah, I'm so excited. I can show you the well, the gardens, the stream, the cemetery. We can pick flowers and have a picnic and read by the fireplace and... She trailed off, biting her lip with a dawning look of embarrassment. Sorry. I get a bit carried away sometimes. It's alright. See, I would absolutely match the vibe of this person and be like, a picnic? Hell yeah! Wait, you got a garden? Oh, that's awesome! You know, I just match their energy. Man, for a long pause and a yawn, they were both silent again. But the pause was warmer, gentler, like one between friends. The fireplace soft crackling echoed in the parlor, a comfort against the howling wind outside. Well, you're probably exhausted, aren't you? Why don't you sleep here by the fire? I can bring more blankets so you can have a good night's rest. I think I have enough blankets. Esther mumbled, still cocooning the numerous woolly sheets Senna had wrapped around her earlier. You may say that now, but you can never have too many blankets. It gets quite drafty in here at night. Huddling a little deeper into the warm covers, Esther offered Senna a small, grateful smile. I thought they would sleep together, like, in a bed. And I don't mean this in the gay sense. I mean this as just, like, young kids sharing a bed. I've done it as a kid plenty of times. Well, if you need me for anything, my room is upstairs, right next to Papa's office. I'm quite tired too, so I think I'll head off to sleep. With a lenny yawn, oh, so much in common. Senna stretched her arms over her head, then hopped up to her feet. The darkness clouding her features earlier had all but vanished, and now she beamed as radiantly as the sun. Good night, Esther. I hope you have wonderful dreams. Good night, Senna. Thank you, really. She gave Esther a long, heartfelt smile, one that seemed wise and peaceful beyond her years somehow. After that last look, Senna finally turned away, her light footfalls pattering towards the stairs. She still didn't eat. Esther watched her go, listening in something of a daze, until she heard the bedroom door softly click shut. The past hour almost felt like a dream itself, and Esther half expected to awaken by a shoddy campfire at any moment. Her hopes of finding a cure had been dashed, rekindled once more, and now she was reluctant to let her expectations run too high. She could stay here for a little while, getting through the apothecary's research in search of any clues, but there was no guarantee she'd find anything of use. Still, it was the only thing she had to go on. And if there was a chance she wouldn't return home empty-handed, then it was worth giving it a try. And Senna, what a strange, remarkable girl. She'd survived out here alone for 6 years, suffered the death of her father, and yet somehow still remained as buoyant as a feather. Esther found it hard not to be deeply curious about her, and envious of all her whirlwind energy and excitement. Will she, I don't know, spy on Senna here? Reminded her of a time not so long ago, back when she used to be like Senna. With a quick sigh, Esther reached down into her satchel. Before she slept, there was one thing she had to do, just like every night. Slowly, Esther pulled out a fine silver pocket watch, its thin hands marking the time. But when she pressed one of its buttons, the back abruptly popped open, revealing a tiny, glistening syringe. With a practical motion, she jabbed the needle straight into her arm. It stung even more than usual. As the seconds passed, Esther watched her blood slowly filter up through the syringe into the watch's mechanism. Then, after a long few moments, the flow stopped. Oh my god, please focus, my brain. And the blood reversed its course, oozing downwards back into her body. As it returned beneath Esther's flesh, a dark circle slowly spread around the pierced spot. She kept her focus on the watch's face. 2, 5, 8. The hour hand started swirling forward. Then 14, 18, 24. Click. The last drops pushed into her vein. Ugh. Wincing, Esther pulled the needle free, closing the watch with a hasty squeezer her palm. This medicine of hers, a marvel of technology, they called it. But Esther hated the needle far more than drinking the normal tonic. If only it was easier to bring ingredients with her everywhere. Right now, she didn't have much choice beyond the watch, which injected a potent version of the remedy into her veins once a day. And yet, despite her reliance on the watch, or maybe because of it, Esther longed to be able to cast a twisted thing into a fire like the one before her now. Dropping the watch back into her satchel, she curled up tightly beneath her blankets. The parlor felt colder and less cozy now that she was alone again. But as she closed her eyes, all of Esther's exhaustion caught up with her at once, weighing down on her body like a heavy sheet. Before long, the crackle of the fireplace lured her to sleep, sheltered from the cold night outside. Until, what the hell, and all her restless thoughts gave way to deep darkness. Alright, I think I'm gonna end the first episode here. Okay guys, guess what? I'm continuing the episode. So, another day of rain. Not a strong storm, but a steady one, quietly smothering the house in a downpour that had seemingly lasted for weeks. Dark, heavy drops sluggishly coursed down the window pane, forming jagged patterns that soon dissolved into nothingness. His gaze followed their ambling paths, watching them aimlessly and without pleasure. But there was nothing else to look at. No impulse to pull him out of this empty staring and into something, anything, that would serve more of a purpose. Huh? How long had he been standing there? Here. Bizarrely, he couldn't remember. Had it been minutes? Hours? Was it morning? Evening? How was it possible to tell when the clouds blurred all sense of light and time? It was only her occasional visits that separated the days for him. That soft, timid, infuriatingly insistent knocking. A reminder that she had left a tray of food outside his locked bedroom door. Always followed by an uncertain voice calling out for him, then a long pause before finally her soft footsteps padded away down the stairs. No. If you call someone and they are in a locked room and they don't reply, you call the police, you call the firemen, you just go Hulk. I mean the Green Hulk, not the racist Hulk, by the way. The Green Hulk, and you smash the goddamn door down. Anyways. Little wretch. What the fuck? He whispered flatly to his reflection, which only stared back at him with gray irises. He had holed himself in here to be away from both them and her. Away from her constant smiling, her laughter, that boundless energy that seemed to be mocking him for his pathetic state. That twisted and grateful creature. He should have believed his instincts about her from the very beginning. Okay, here's an idea. Break up? With an immense painful effort, he pulled himself away from the window. Leaning on his splintered cane, the man staggered towards the bed, where he collapsed onto the sheets like a puppet with severed strings. As he curled into a fetal huddle and hugged his arms around his body, he ran his fingers across the sickly protrusion of ribs pressing against his skin, sharp bones contained by only a thin layer of flesh. If he held himself like this, he could feel the hard, slow, rhythmic beating of his heart. The tightness in his chest made it difficult to breathe deeply, and so his inhales were shallow and jagged. Was it anxiety, his health, or worrying about his health that made his ribcage feel like it was always being crushed? I don't know. Maybe just eat? That could be a start. He rolled over onto his right side, closing his eyes, trying desperately to ignore the uneven pounding in his chest. I just don't vibe with this guy, knowing that he has someone like bringing food and not giving up on him. Anyways, trying to breathe deeply to calm himself down, to reassure himself that he still deserved to live. Like, yeah, he's in a depression, but he didn't need to fucking... Oh. Just, have that attitude towards her. Pale Cachexia. Again, apologies if I'm mispronouncing the name of the game. A lovely smell, like herbs and flowers, sweet, delicate, and earthy. As Esther slowly forced her eyelids open, here we go, we're yawning. See, in the day, and I already slept, so yeah, it's just a personality trait at this point. My yawning. So, as Esther slowly forced her eyelids open, that pleasant scent greeted her with the morning sun. She blinked around in confusion. This unfamiliar place. Was she dreaming? What kind of place had she awoken in? But as her mind dispelled its haze of sleep, the previous night's events came drifting back to her. The forest, the manor, Senna. All of it was real. Esther dragged herself up into a sitting position, rubbing at her eyes with one end. Then her gaze drifted down to the floor, where a small mug sat by her feet. Oh my god, what a sweetheart! Curious, she bent down to pick it up and realized she'd been smelling the fragrant tea inside. After one sip of the warm drink, she felt instantly refreshed. It was like filling her lungs with cool, crisp morning air, a restorative that washed through and cleansed her system. Is it really alright to ask her that? I don't want to push her. She just looks so tired. I don't know. A soft muttering caught Esther's attention. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Senna sweeping the floor with a thoughtful expression, lost in whatever she was contemplating. If only you didn't hate visitors, Papa. I really could have used your advice. Senna shook her head, sighing wistfully. Oh, you're awake. Suddenly, noticing Esther's gaze, she let out a soft gasp and hurried over to the couch, her features quickly brightening into a smile. With both her hands, Senna clutched a broom that had to be twice her size, although she didn't look encumbered by it at all. Hello, Senna. Thank you for the tea. Oh, it's nothing. I hope it hasn't gotten too cold. I can make a fresh pot if you'd like. It's fine. You don't have to do that. Ah, you don't like other people doing things for you, do you, Esther? I'm sorry. I'll try to be better about it. Esther averted her gaze, somewhat embarrassed by Senna's keen observation and apology. Oh my god. Esther is pissing me the fuck off. Have you been cleaning since you got up? I didn't hear you at all. Clearing her throat, she swiftly changed the subject. Yes, I have. There's a lot to clean in this big, lovely house, so I need to do a little every morning and evening. You must clean very well. It's like there's a maid living here. Oh, really? A happy flush rose to Susanna's cheeks and she bounced on her toes a little. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. She lives alone. She is in the middle of nowhere. There's no electricity, from what I can tell, for all the candles. And now she mentioned that, oh, I gotta take advantage of the light we still have. She has to entertain herself, and from what she said, cleaning is sort of therapeutic for her, so yeah. Happy flushed rose to Senna's cheeks, what the hell, and she bounced on her toes a little. Well, it's not a chore or anything. I love cleaning, actually. Papa worked really hard to repair the house and make it pretty. It was a lot easier to clean when he was here, though. How is that so? Some of the rooms are a little run down and I don't use them, so I don't dust those as much, but I try my best to take care of the others, even if it's not perfect. Her smile wilted slightly, as if she were disappointed in herself for not keeping the entire house pristine. It's still amazing. Even if I loved cleaning, I couldn't care for this whole place alone. Of course you could, Esther. Senna responded without missing a beat, giving a determined nod and tapping her broom on the floor. Anyone can do anything. Anything they really want to, that is. They just have to figure out what is best for them. The other girl's confidence caught Esther off guard. She didn't seem to have a single cynical bone in her whole body. But anyway, I do hope you slept well. I'm sure you must have been very tired. I could see it in your eyes. They were so shadowed. A hint of concern crept into Senna's voice as she studied Esther's face closely. You do look a little better today, though. Not as gloomy. After you finish your tea, shall we go take care of the grounds together? If you're feeling up to it, I mean. I am, yes. And it's the least I could do to repay you. Esther. Senna seemed like she was about to remind her there was no need to repay anything, and Esther was taking this all far too seriously. Esther was quite used to hearing that response, despite the fact that nobody ever seemed to really mean it. Whatever makes you the most happy. That's what a good hostess would say, I think. Just don't overwork yourself, alright? I feel like you're stubborn enough to keep going until you faint. Alright. After beaming at Esther encouragingly, Senna hoisted her broom up and cleared her throat. Alright, I'll go finish sweeping the kitchen while you drink your tea, then we'll go out. Oh, it's such a lovely day. I can't wait to show you around. I'm so excited. With a delighted sigh, she rushed over towards her kitchen. Oh my god, I can't read. Towards the kitchen, her broom swirling across the floor in a flurry of motion. What a peculiar girl she was. Maybe it was to be expected, considering she had lived all alone for so long, forcing her to try and fit in with normal society. For that reason, Esther couldn't really get a grasp on her behavior or her personality, and that made her all the more curious about the story behind Senna's unusual situation. After she finished her tea, Esther made her way to the manor's entrance. Senna, who was already eagerly waiting for her, led the way out into the fresh morning air. As Esther's gaze drifted up to the radiant blue sky, it almost felt like she had been transported to a different forest. The dark, oppressive atmosphere of the previous night had vanished, transforming once more into a fairy tale shimmer. And with Senna's company, the woods didn't seem quite so vast and daunting, or as lonely, for that matter. Alright, we're off to the well first. Reaching down beside the front door, Senna picked up 2 buckets from beneath a protective cloth. Although both were decently sized, one was smaller and looked less professionally made. as if an amateur had crafted it. After a brief pause, Senna held a larger bucket out to Esther. In that moment of hesitation, her gaze misted over with a distant look. "Shall we?" She reached out to take Esther's free hand with her own, holding it gently. It seemed like a subconscious movement, as if Senna hadn't even realized she had done it. The sudden warmth of those lightly calloused fingers caught Esther off guard. Normally, she always disliked being touched, but curiously enough, Senna's delicate grasp didn't give her the same sense of discomfort. Man, my throat. I'm sorry. "Yes, let's go." Senna gave her a soft, contented smile, although it seemed more melancholy than usual. An unexpected sadness briefly tugged at Esther's chest, and she had the odd sense she had glimpsed something she shouldn't have. Hand in hand, they wandered across the manor grounds, heading for the well out by the garden. Neither of them spoke, only the sound of bird song and their light footsteps in the leaves filled the air. See? There's no ... for either of them. Like, this is what I prefer. Sorry, taking a sip of my coffee. It seemed strange for Senna to be so quiet, but Esther was a little relieved too. She didn't feel any pressure to speak. Briefly, she wondered if Senna had completely lost herself in thought, perhaps even forgetting Esther's presence. But, as if she could somehow read Esther's mind, Senna glanced over towards her. The smile on her face had grown contented once more, most traces of sadness drying up beneath the warm sunlight. As they stepped up to the well, Senna came to a halt. "I'll let you go first if you like." She turned to look at Esther expectantly, tilting her head to one side. "Like a dog." Nodding, Esther turned towards the well, scanning over it hastily. It had to be quite simple, surely. All she needed was to tie the rope to the bucket. That was it, right? Surely she could just lower it down afterwards? She wasn't very good at tying knots, though. What if it couldn't hold the water's weight, and she lost Senna's bucket down the well? Esther realized the other girl was watching her closely, eyes widening in realization. "Have you ever drawn water from a well, Esther?" Stricken with a sudden sense of self-consciousness, Esther shook her head. It seemed like such a basic thing to do, and yet she had never really had the chance. "Really? But how do you get water?" "We have a water pump. The servants are normally the ones who use it." As Esther spoke, she started feeling more and more sheepish. Talking about servants made her sound so privileged and haughty. She hoped Senna wouldn't think less of her for it. "Ah! So the water comes right to you, and you have servants to fetch it so you don't even have to do any work? That sounds amazing. You must be something like a princess or a noble." She studied Senna for a moment, trying to tell if she was being teased. But the other girl just peered up at her with wondering curiosity, her gaze sparkling excitedly. "I'm not a princess. A lot of people in my city have servants. We only keep a few, but some families have dozens." "Dozens? Huh." As if trying to imagine such a thing, Senna closed her eyes, letting out an envious sigh. "There must be so much more to the city than what Papa told me. It's like another world or something, isn't it?" For some reason, that thought made Esther feel a little crestfallen. "Well, even if you were a princess, I don't think it would matter." Her focus returning to Esther, Senna put on a bright, confident smile, like she had suddenly come to realization about something. "As long as I know where you come from, and you know where I come from, we should be able to understand each other easily, right?" I don't think that's how people understand each other, but sure. "And it makes me really happy to hear about your home, even if I know I'll never fit in there." It's more of a empathy thing than that knowing where the other person comes from. It's just empathy. And decency and common sense, who actually is not so common. And yeah. Anyways, the warmth of Senna's smile was contagious. Even if she doubted the other girl's words, they put Esther slightly more at ease. Senna didn't even seem... What the heck am I doing? Senna didn't seem like she'd ever judge her for not knowing something. "I don't think you'd like the city, since it's not a very nice place, but it's all I've ever known." "Oh, I'm sure it can't be that bad. Both you and Papa come from cities after all, so there have to be some good people there." She punctuated her words with a confident nod, unfazed by Esther's hesitance. "Anyway, shall we fetch some water? I'll go first so I can show you the best way to tie the knot. Here, just like this." Oh my god, there's sound effects! Esther watched as Senna secured the rope to her bucket, lowering down with the winch until it splashed into the water. Afterwards, when she mimicked Senna's knot with her own, larger bucket, Esther felt a wave of relief when it managed to make the return journey. Her smaller companion seemed thrilled too. Even if it wasn't a remarkable feat, perhaps she was just excited to impart her knowledge. Buckets in hand, they set off towards their gardens, water cheerfully splashing with each step. Despite Senna's small frame, she carried her full bucket with little effort. Years of solitary labor must have given her strength that bellied her size. Esther felt her arms already getting slightly sore from the heavy weight, but she made a determined effort not to show any trace of discomfort in front of Senna. Here we are, Esther. My garden, what do you think? As they came to a stop among the rows of neatly planted crops, Senna swiveled around to look up at Esther eagerly. What the fuck? I can't believe you do all of this alone. It's so pretty and well kept. Oh my god, stop with the fucking ... I don't know what those are called in English. You really think so? Esther nodded, her gaze drifting across the diverse, meticulously cared for vegetables and leafy greens with admiration. Oh my goodness! Imagine this is a drinking game, and you have to drink every time the ... shows up. You will die. Well, actually, Papa was the one who made the first garden patch here. He wanted to live off what he could grow and forage for himself because he hated relying on other people. I only saw him visit the city a few times a year. He taught me how to do everything by myself, too. Well, not everything, but he did write an almanac and a foraging book, and he made them really easy to understand, just for me. So as long as the earth is still alive, I know I'll be alright. Drink a shot. Humming contentedly to herself, Senna led the way over to a large watering can that sat near a row of peas. Once she had emptied her bucket into the can, she traded the empty vessel with Esther. A convenient way to hold plucked weeds. Luckily for Esther, weeding wasn't a task that needed much instruction. It didn't take long for them to settle into a comfortable pace together, with Senna watering and fussing over her crops while Esther pulled out unwanted sprouts. Although gardening had never really appealed to her before, it surprised Esther how relaxing it was to work with her hands like this. Working side by side helped diminish the awkwardness that still lingered between them as well, and before long, Esther felt comfortable enough to break the silence with a question. Do you ever get nervous when it grows colder? In case there isn't enough food to last you until spring, I mean. Oh no, not really. Some plants grow all the way through the winter, and things like potatoes will last for a while in my pantry. You can dry out berries and mushrooms, and nuts are always good, too. There are a lot of growing around here, so I never run out of those. Motioning towards some shrubs at the edge of the clearing, Senna hefted her watering can with a light grunt before she continued. Actually, I think it's quite fun when a new season comes along. It means I can plant new foods and make new recipes. I'd really miss winter if it never came, even if the house does get icy cold. Icy cold? Isn't it cozy by the fireplace as long as you're covered in blankets? It's a little bit drafty still, but with some hot tea, it's perfect. Oh, that reminds me, I have to show you my winter recipe book sometime. I'm making a new spring one, since I've been trying a lot of different things, and there are really so many amazing combinations you can have with just... What the hell? Oh, okay, they're continuing. With a small smile warming her face, Esther listened as Senna began recounting tales of her recent cooking and foraging adventures. It felt so calm and comfortable, somehow. Perhaps Senna had noticed how little Esther liked to speak, so instead of asking too many questions, she lightly chattered away about lettuce and peas, her voice filling the silence like the bubbling of a stream. After they'd finished weeding and watering, they brought their empty pails and a few small trowels to venture outside the clearing. Eager to share her knowledge, Senna guided Esther to the best foraging spots she had found, pointing out which berries, nuts, and wild greens were best to gather. The more that Esther learned, the less harsh was daunting the forest appeared. Surviving in the wild always struck her as a daunting task, but Senna's simple, cheerful explanations made it seem like something anyone could accomplish, as long as they put in enough effort. None of this seemed like work for Senna either. It was almost like they were just playing together instead. Esther couldn't help but envy her energy and enthusiasm, the way she managed to take so much joy from everything. And yet, at certain moments, there was something unusually determined and purposeful about their effervescent happiness, as if it were another method of survival, just like her guarding or foraging were. Ah, the sun's so bright today. Oh look, it's already a bit past midday. Time's been flying much faster than it normally does. All this work made me really hungry. Oh my god. Are you hungry, yes sir? A little bit. She forced her words to sound nonchalant, but in reality, Esther was just as famished. Normally, she had to force herself to eat or simply forgot about it all day. Or forgot about it at all, but not today. I suffer from the same thing. I sometimes forget to eat. And it's troublesome because, well, first of all, we all need to eat, but it's particularly troublesome because it triggers my anxiety when I don't eat. And so sometimes, first of all, I am medicated, but for anxiety, I mean, not for forgetting to eat food. But sometimes I just don't eat food for hours, and I start getting anxious, and while I'm thinking of, okay, what is possibly triggering me, and then I'm like, wait, I haven't eaten since, I don't know, imagine waking up, let's say 8 a.m., and it's like 11 p.m. and no food in me. So yeah. Anyways, is that your stomach growling? No, it was probably just the wind. Oh, alright then. Well, if you wait for me on the little log near the garden, I'll bring back some food for us. It'll just be a few minutes, I promise. Meet you there. Twirling around, she bounded off in the direction of the manor, her hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Her constant energy never failed to amaze Esther. Already she could feel a familiar deep fatigue weighing on her own shoulders, as much as Anna's presence helped distract her from it. But she was determined not to succumb to the feeling today. There was too much left for her to do. Following Senna's footsteps back towards the clearing, Esther made her way towards the fallen log near the garden patch. Before long, Senna's small figure trotted back into view, a little splash of white and pink flitting across the grass. After stopping briefly at the well, she approached Esther's chosen picnic spot with careful steps, balancing 2 bowls on one arm while carrying a bucket of fresh water in the other. Here we are! I just made something small and quick, but it should give us enough energy to finish today's chores. Beaming proudly, she offered Esther one of the bowls. It held a hearty salad, with lentils. Topped with lentils and various seeds, a red berry glaze glistening on the leaves. Tucked into each bowl was generous slice of warm bread, lightly toasted from the stove. Thank you. It looks delicious. It's really nothing. But my baby lettuces will be so happy to hear that. They always like a bit of encouragement. You talk to your lettuces? Uh-huh. I usually chatted with all my plants. They were the only friends I really had before you came here. With that slightly quieter, more subdued statement, Senna settled down beside her on the log. At first, Esther felt slightly awkward, caught in the wake of Senna's earnest words with no idea how to reply. But once the smaller girl took a bite of a salad and started to munch away, Esther followed suit, her mood instantly lifting from the sweet berry flavor that filled her mouth. Okay, I no longer think she's a ghost because she ate. They took turns using a ladle to sip the water Senna brought, its crisp coolness as refreshing as the morning breeze. Although they didn't exchange any words while eating, the atmosphere between them gradually settled into something calm and comfortable. Now and then, Senna would glance over at Esther, offering a little smile as soon as they made eye contact. She seemed happy just to be able to share a meal together. In a way, Esther could understand why. Normally, she preferred to eat alone. Other people made her feel self-conscious about her shyness or the way she ate her food. But somehow, Senna's quiet company didn't bother her. Not that they were a little more familiar with each other, perhaps the other girl didn't feel like she needed to constantly fill the silence all the time. Once they had finished eating, the two girls made a brief return to the manor. Despite Senna's protests, Esther stubbornly insisted on washing up their dishes. Her pride refused to let the younger girl handle everything, even if Senna was probably far more capable at it. Here you are, Esther. When they reunited outside, Senna handed her a large, sturdy broom, even bigger than the one she had been using earlier. Just like with the bucket, she held a second broom that was smaller and more suited to her size. The broom was far heavier than Esther expected. The broom... oh my god, what the hell? It had the slightly dusty, preserved look of something that had sat unused for years, but hadn't been forgotten. Ah. I know I've already done a lot today, so if you need to rest, just tell me, please. Thank you. But I'm fine. I can keep working. Alright, but you can always stop whenever you need to. Through Senna's gentle smile, Esther thought she could detect a hint of worry. It was more than a little unexpected, considering they had only just met each other yesterday. The place we're heading is a few minutes' walk from the manor. Let's go, shall we? Motioning for Esther to follow, Senna set off eagerly into the woods. Her excitement must have hastened her steps, for Esther suddenly had trouble keeping up with her lively pace. They hurried along a slender, winding path, and the manor's statuesque presence soon disappeared among the branches. Once it did, Esther found herself swiftly losing all sense of direction among the sea of vibrant leaves. She was thoroughly glad she had Senna to guide her. Otherwise, it seemed unlikely she'd ever find her way back. Man. There's more coffee, sorry. Here we are. A short while later, they emerged into a less densely wooded area. At first, Esther thought she was imagining things. When she looked more closely, she realized she was seeing exactly what she thought. How many graves? A serene, beautiful graveyard, captured in the golden sunlight like a forgotten relic lost to time. Rows upon rows of headstones stood between the trees, each one with a different shape and size. But despite their obvious age, and the fact that they were nestled in the woods instead of a proper clearing, every grave looked incredibly clean. It gave the cemetery a strange, ethereal atmosphere, with the same awe and reverence that surrounded mythical artifacts in a museum. Not far in the distance, a large mausoleum rose upon the shore of the graveyard's pond, casting a somber reflection across the water. It caught Esther's eye, and for a moment she found herself mesmerized by its towering presence. Are you looking at the mausoleum? It's locked, I'm afraid. I've looked all over the manor and the grounds, but I don't think I'll ever find the key. Papa must have lost it. Senna offered a small, wistful smile, shaking her head. Esther pulled her focus back to the other girl, blinking. It felt like something strange had come over her briefly, but she had no idea what it was. Why do you tend to this place so closely? Is anyone you know buried here? No, I don't know any of them. To her surprise, Senna shook her head. It seemed far too insensitive to ask where Senna's father was buried if he wasn't in the graveyard. So Esther bit her lip and let the other girl continue. Actually, I don't really know who's buried here. Papa never gave me much of an answer. But since this manor belonged to his family, the cemetery is probably for old relatives. All of the graves seem like they've been here for a very long time. As her gaze drifted across the headstone, Senna's expression grew a little more distant again. I think that if her dad is in the manor, the smell would be unbearable. So, I don't know why, but I've always been drawn here ever since I was a little girl. It feels so peaceful, lonely, but peaceful, and comforting in a strange way. Like a place that will always be here, always the same, as long as I take care of it. I mean, how else would a cemetery move? Like, that doesn't make sense. Anyways, her words trailed off slowly, ending in little more than a whisper that faded into the breeze. But only a few lingering seconds passed before Senna seemed to catch herself, blinking and restoring a brighter smile to her face. Well, let me show you what I usually do here. It's an easy chore and very calming. I think you'll like it. It was impossible to just ignore the brief moments that came over Senna, where it seemed like she wasn't aware of Esther's presence at all. Then again, after being alone for so long, it was only natural that she'd fall back into her own thoughts now and then. I'm ready. With these brooms, sweeping is involved somehow, I assume? It is! What a clever guess. Come, come, I always start over here in the northwest patch. Gently taking Esther's hand, Senna led her over to the first row of graves. She demonstrated how she cleared each headstone of stray leaves and surrounding weeds, and once or twice a week picked little bunches of flowers to rest beside the markers. Like Senna had said before, the task was easy and calming. Despite her initial hesitance, Esther soon found herself enjoying how peaceful the cemetery felt. Honoring the dead certainly seemed like a worthwhile effort. Yet, despite the soothing lull in thoughts it afforded her, and the secluded beauty that surrounded them, Esther couldn't shake a sense of uneasiness that tingled at the nape of her neck. A sense that they were not alone in the cemetery. It was completely irrational, and she couldn't explain it no matter how hard she tried. But even in the daytime, with the sun's gentle afternoon rays filtering through the trees, something about the graveyard's shadow struck her as peculiarly haunting. As evening began to slowly settle over the forest, the two girls made their way back to the manor. Despite their tiredness, Esther's heart leapt at the prospect of finally beginning a research once they arrived. And true to her promise, Senna took Esther straight up to her father's study. By the time they arrived, however, the towering bookshelves blocked out most of the remaining sunlight, so they had to fetch a few candles to alleviate the gloom. According to Senna, she used such light sources sparingly, as non-wood fuel was difficult to stockpile. Luckily, there were a few types of shrubs and trees in the forest that she could extract wax from, as well as seeds and nuts that could be crushed for oil. But since Esther was a special guest, Senna reassured her that she could light as many candles as she needed during her stay. Ah! It feels like so long since I've seen any candlelight in this room. Well, it has been quite long, I suppose. Last time was when Papa was still around. I know I read that wrong, sorry. Setting a newly lit candle down on the desk, Senna let out a quiet sigh. Senna, your father. I've been meaning to ask, what was his name? Oh, his name was Isaiah. It's so strange to say it out loud since I've never called him that. I only heard someone use his name once, back when I was very small. She filled with the hem of her dress, her gaze drifting away from Esther. Ah, I'm sorry about the mess in here. All these loose papers will probably make it hard for you to find what you're looking for. Papa never liked to throw things away, especially not his letters. Not even his little scribbles or notes. You can read any of them if you like, but Well, Papa always told me not to peep at his writing, so even now, I try to leave them as they were. You probably think I'm very silly for it, I'm sure. I can help you with anything else, though. Would you like me to sort out the books, maybe? No, it's alright. You've been very kind to me already. I don't want to push you any further. Her words were quiet and gentle, but firm. She didn't want to take advantage of Senna's generosity. And although she'd never mentioned it directly, Esther also needed some time alone. Ah. Alright then. I'll leave you to it. If you need me, I'll be in the kitchen fixing up dinner. You can come down whenever you're ready. Beaming at Esther encouragingly, she turned towards the door, lifting her hand in a little wave. Good luck. Thank you. As Senna's presence faded away, the study's atmosphere steadily began to shift. A dark rain cloud of memories seemed to hang over the room, specters of unending nights and restless sleep. Although Esther couldn't pinpoint exactly why, she had a distinct sense that this chamber belonged to a deeply troubled mind. Clutching a candle in one hand, she started to scan through the shelves, her eyes flicking across the numerous titles. Senna was right. Her father really had collected a staggering assortment of books. But as she glanced over the various titles before her, Esther noticed something unusual. Despite Isaiah's obvious focus on alchemy, there seemed to be almost as many books on ghosts and spirits and the number of treatises on the supernatural. Were they related to his search for a cure at all, or was there some other reason for his apparent obsession? Esther couldn't understand how ghosts might be related to the Pale, so maybe he had simply found them interesting to research. Still, the anomaly stuck out in her mind, leaving her with a nagging set of questions. As she opened up a large book on biology, suddenly a loose leaf of parchment fluttered out. Esther bent down to pick it up, turning the aged paper over in her hands. It looked like a journal entry, but there was no date to be found. Curiously, squinting at the messy script, Esther brought it over to the nearest lamp and began to read. "7 days have passed since Amaranth left me. 3 days since Jeremiah told me he saw her with another man. Her previous husband now miraculously returned from his absence. I cannot eat, I cannot sleep. My heart bounds with manic energy between rage and this crushing sense of abandonment. The depths of my darkest moods, I look back on the long months of her pregnancy, months that I spent on carpentry, furnishing, cleaning, planting, or making this dusty tomb of an estate into a family manor. All for her. All because she could never stand life in the dreadful city. And where is she now? Back in his chambers, no doubt, embracing him in the darkness so that she might hide the shameful stretch marks of her maternity. Whoa. I'm sorry, who the fuck wrote this? The guy, right? Shameful? Stretch marks? Okay. Stretch marks occur, and this might shock people, but because your skin stretches. That's why they're called stretch marks. You may get those when you gain fat, whether that is for pregnancy, whether that is from puberty, whether that's just you growing larger. And there's nothing shameful about that. You know what is shameful? This man. This fucking guy. Wait. Is he the same guy we saw before? Where he was just calling a bunch of names to the girl or to the woman. I don't know. Damn her, that sycophantic wretch. Damn her and her lecherous, adulterous bastard of a husband. Oh, how I used to wonder what such a beautiful soul as her might have seen in a waste of flesh like him, and now with the veil lifted from my eyes, I finally understand. They are alike, two souls perfectly matched in their shallowness and fickle attentions. You want to talk about shallowness when you just mention how shameful stretch marks are? What a ridiculous fool I was, ever believing that she might come to truly care for a penniless researcher, one with nothing to offer her but himself. And now, what am I left with? A small child, and no mother to raise it. Do you know how many parents are alone in raising their children? How many married single mothers exist? I'll tell you, too damn many. An old family home, and no family to fill its many chambers. A retirement from my life in medicine without anything worthy left to retire for. No, I refuse. I refuse to let her triumph over me. I will remain here, away from that toxic conurbation, isolated among the fruits of my sweat and labor. So, let me get this straight. Fine, she leaves you, and the only reason why you came to this isolated place was because she wanted. Okay, so now she's not a factor. You can just go back to the city that you liked so much. But no, he's oh my god. With these foundations I've laid in the land, I know I can survive solely by myself without recourse to the city's indulgent pleasures. Here, amidst my tomes and papers, I will press onward with my research towards the last and most important focus of my life, a cure for this disease. And as for the little girl, we look nothing alike, she and I. Indeed, now that I am privy to her mother's treachery, I suspect her father may be another man entirely. It doesn't matter, it's not the girl's fault. The little hairs on her head are purely golden, and everything from her eyes to her lips is nothing but a bitter replica of that woman's features. She even has the self-same twinkling, uncaring laugh, as if the world could never touch her, nor dare to make her cry. The very thought irritates me to no end. I cannot bear the sight of her, an unending reminder of the future that was stolen from me. Can someone please call CPS? That is, Child Protective Services. Thus I am resolved. I will take the girl to the city and leave her in the hands of the orphanage there. A less cruel fate, no doubt, than to remain forever imprisoned with an unloving father. Okay, there it is. A little bit of redemption for you. In the end, I know I could never truly amount to anything more for her. As Esther's eyes drifted across the page's last words, she felt a strange and uncomfortable sense of guilt in her chest. You know what? It's good for the kid, Senna, to not have read that. The girl was talking about, he had to have meant Senna. Did he really feel so bitterly towards her? Obviously, Isaiah hadn't taken his daughter to an orphanage, but his resentment of her sounded deep-rooted. He felt invasive and overly intimate to be reading his private thoughts, but did she really have much choice if there was any chance Isaiah's writings hinted at a cure? She had to go through everything, including his journals, in case he mentioned any important research. Otherwise, there was a very good chance she'd missed something. Tucking the journal page away, she hastily pushed the book back into its shelf. Now she was even more glad that she had decided to search alone. Some parts of the past were better off remaining buried, it seemed. Attempting to banish the journal page from her mind, Esther combed through a few stacks of papers and books lying around the study, scanning through them in an attempt to glean any useful information. But her exhaustion from the day's work, along with the esoteric, erudite nature of Isaiah's research, made it incredibly difficult to concentrate. Perhaps she were better off returning the next day, when presumably she'd have more energy to scan over things. Leaving the study with a faint sense of disappointment, Esther made her way down to the kitchen where she could hear Senna working happily away. She had prepared a rich, hearty vegetable stew for their supper and a delicious pot of tea to accompany it. As night fell, they shared their meal at the little kitchen table, warmed by the nearby cozy earth. Unlike their quiet lunch, Senna kept up a lively, mostly one-sided conversation all the while, as if she suddenly thought of 100 more things to say in Esther's absence. Still, it felt so comfortable somehow. The normal pressures of acting sociable didn't seem to apply around Senna, who seemed content just to share Esther's presence, even if the older girl rarely spoke. A peace Esther had only felt before when she was alone. Man, I can't read, I'm sorry. How unfamiliar it all was. Esther, are you alright? After they had finished washing the dishes and wandered back into the parlor, Senna gave Esther a curious, slightly worried look. I think you could use some rest. You look really, really tired. You did work very hard today. She couldn't deny Senna's observation. It was becoming steadily more of a struggle keeping her eyes open, and her muscles ached from so much unexpected use. Yeah, your body goes into shock the first time you go to a gym, by the way. It literally happens. Your body will go into a shock. You're right. I should sleep, so I'll have the energy to go through the study more properly tomorrow. You should rest too, Senna. Yes, of course. We should be able to go through the chores more quickly tomorrow, too, since you're an expert now. Well, I'll see you in the morning then, Esther. Sleep well. After pausing for a short moment, she gave a playful little curtsy with a smile, to which Esther nodded in response. But as she started to turn towards the stairs, Senna hesitated again, glancing back at Esther somewhat shyly. Esther, you probably aren't very comfortable, right? I mean, wearing your normal day clothes to sleep. The thought had barely crossed her mind, but Senna was right. Her traveling outfit wasn't exactly the most pleasant thing to rest in. I think you're too big for any of my clothes, but if you'd like, I could give you one of Papa's old shirts to wear at night. He was really tall, so it would be like a nightgown for you. Only if it's no trouble. No, not at all. If you're going to be staying here for a little while, it makes sense, doesn't it? You can't be wearing the same thing all the time. Anyway, I'll be right back. Stay there just a moment. Alright guys, sorry about that. Taking off in what was almost a sprint, she bounded over to the stairs, vanishing up them the next moment. Esther barely had to wait a minute before she heard returning footsteps, and spotted Senna floating through the foyer, I don't remember how to read this, like a white rabbit. And here we are. She unfurled a huge black shirt from beneath her arm, flourishing it like a grand cape. Esther tentatively reached out for the shirt. Even though it was probably silly of her, she couldn't shake a sense of guilt, agreeing to wear something that belonged to a person so recently. You mean recently as in 6 years? What? Senna's father, no less. Well, you can go change in the kitchen if you like. I'll wait here. The same feeling didn't seem to bother Senna, who gave Esther an eager, nearly impatient smile. Alright. After a brief pause, she relented, moving to retreat into the kitchen. It was quite chilly away from the fire, so Esther undressed quickly, goosebumps raising on her arms as soon as she unbuttoned her blouse. Once her clothes were hastily folded up beside her, she pulled the shirt over her head, immediately thankful for the loose warmth it provided. How does it look? She wandered back into the living room, hesitantly shifting her gaze over to Senna. I mean, her regular clothes were still a shirt, so I don't know. The soft, loose fabric hung over Esther's frame like an oversized dress, her arms lost in the flowing sleeves. It smelled remarkably clean. Senna must have kept washing her father's clothes all these years. Ah, wow! It really suits you, Esther, just like a cozy nightgown. Senna gasped with delight, clasping her hands together and beaming brightly. I think it would make more sense to just give her Papa's pajamas rather than an actual shirt, but okay. You weren't lying about it being big. She raised one arm to study her dangling sleeve, feeling somewhat embarrassed about how ridiculous she must have looked. Still, she had to admit it was much cozier than her blouse and skirt. It also made Esther feel a little more at home instead of a wanderer simply staying overnight. Thank you, Senna. I promise I'll take good care of it. Aw, you don't need to be so formal, Esther. It's only just a shirt. But I'm happy you like it. Papa was always very practical, so I think he'd be glad to know his clothes were being put to good use again. A gentle smile crossed Senna's features, carrying a trace of both sadness and warm affection. Well, now that you've got something nicer to sleep in, I suppose it's bedtime. Good night, Esther. Sleep well. Good night, Senna. Thank you again. When they parted ways in Senna's bedroom door as softly clicked shut upstairs, Esther lowered herself into the couch once more. It was her second night here, but already it was starting to feel like something of a pleasant routine. Pleasant, if not for what always had to preface her sleep. Reaching down for where her satchel still rested on the floor, Esther pulled out the small silver watch from before. Reluctantly but methodically, she flicked the switch and pushed the needle into her arm, siphoning out her blood before forcing the altered compound back into her vein. Around and around the hands spun until they marked a full day's worth of hours. The syringe slipped free from her skin, leaving only a few beads of deep red behind. It was difficult to describe the strange sickly discomfort she felt during and after the process. At first there was a modicum of relief, a pleasant buzz that distracted her from the injection. But within a few moments it swiftly turned to a nauseating weight in the pit of her stomach. A feeling like something alien and unwanted had begun circling in her bloodstream. She had to keep doing it for now. One day she'd no longer be dependent on the loathsome thing. But she could only dream of when that day would finally come. Curling her legs up on the sofa, Esther huddled beneath her blankets. She felt far more comfortable in Isaiah's shirt, at least, though it hardly mattered, considering how deeply tired she was. Before long, the warmth of a well-deserved sleep began to drown out all her thoughts. The weight on her mind sadly cleared, fading into a muddy haze, until at last she was pulled into the timeless world of dreams. How are there so many of these accursed things? Wiping the sweat from his brow with the forearm, the man sighed heavily. He was only halfway through planting his potatoes, one of the staple crops he had planted. They were taking him much longer than expected, and it was far from an enjoyable process. With all the work I put into this patch, I expect some damn fine produce to come out of it. He announced sharply to the freshly tilled earth around him, which currently only offered a few sparse seedlings. Still, despite all his annoyance and grumbling, Isaiah couldn't deny the satisfaction he felt from surveying his work. Between the garden and a newly renovated manor, his old family grounds were becoming a beautiful, independent refuge in the forest. At last he would be free from the will of others, free from all the rules, structures, and arbitrary games of society. So, it seems that it wasn't his wife, girlfriend, whatever, desired. He also wanted to be out of the city. So, why is he writing as if the reason why he moved was solely on her? Was the wealth worth the price of being completely alone? Heh heh heh. Well, not entirely alone. Isaiah's gaze flicked towards the small figure sitting in the grass nearby, toying with flowers and giggling with wonder at the sky. The scene was one he'd longed for so many times. Only in his dreams. She was here too, laughing and holding their child, the sunlight glittering on their matching hair. Without her, it seemed like nothing more than a sad joke, the caricature of a clueless father, played for a fool by his beloved. And what a fool I am, he muttered bitterly to himself, tossing his shovel aside and rubbing a hand across his brow. Stuck with a child I have no clue how to care for. How to your guarding and laboring when I'm nothing but a witless academic who inadvertently slew all of his houseplants by forgetting to water them. I've gotten myself into quite the mess this time, haven't I? His chest heaved with a long, tired sigh. As much as he tried to convince himself this was the right choice, that he'd be happier out here than in the city, a sense of doubt always came creeping back to him. And like it had for so many years, the pale's icy grip still held him in his clutches. Earlier in the year, when he was cleaning and refurbishing the manor for his new family, Isaiah had barely felt the symptoms. A wealth of energy flowed through him, and all of his lethargy was washed away by tides of excitement. But now, he couldn't rouse himself from bed half the time, and the disease attacked him savagely when he least expected it. His last true hope for living, the only thing giving him the will to fight the pill's onslaught, was his search for a cure. Though he could feel that hope beginning to wane too. Papa! The man jerked his head towards the source of the tiny voice. He kept forgetting she was even there, playing among the flowers, but when he looked down at the child, he saw her tiny hand outstretched towards him. A little white blossom lay in the center of her palm, offered up to him alongside a sunny, guileless smile. Reluctantly, the man lowered down to a knee. With uncertain fingers, he reached out to take her offering, holding it in his much larger palm. Eh hey! Papa! Papa! The girl delightedly clapped her hands, breaking into a happy fit of giggles. Isaiah watched her for several long moments, his face comforting slightly, as if he wasn't fully sure what expression to make. What a silly girl. Like a damn babbling brook you are. Silence is a virtue, especially for children. I really dislike this man. Grumbling quietly, he shoved the white flower into his pocket, then reached out to pick up his shovel once more. There was still a great deal of planting to be done. He had to take advantage of days like today when he had the strength to work properly. No time to be playing around with flowers, certainly. With that, he set about digging again, driving his shovel into the soft earth with vehement strikes. What a strange life he had created for himself. Strange, solitary, most likely a very difficult one indeed. There was much he had to learn, and not simply for academic curiosity, but for their survival. It was a heavy pressure, unforgiving and merciless as nature itself. Nor was he a young, fit man full of vigorous energy any longer able to finish 100 tasks in one day, but somehow he couldn't imagine going back to how life was before. Even if he never became a skilled farmer, or a decent carpenter, or an adept tailor, at least he was forging his path with his own two hands. As long as he retained that endless freedom, cherished it, grew bolder in it, and one day, perhaps even passed it on to her, he could surely carry any weight on his shoulders along the way. A distant rumble stirred Esther from her sleep. Her hazy, half-open eyes drifted towards the window, where a dull sky greeted her with a little morning light. Dark, heavy drops sluggishly coursed down the glass, forming jagged patterns that soon dissolved into nothingness. The grayness brought back her memories of the city. Dim, cold dawns filtering through her bedroom window, minutes spent staring out past the smoking chimneys into the industrial fog that always clouded her view. Mornings where it felt Mornings where it felt like an immense struggle to will herself upward, to muster the strength for starting a new day. She could hear her parents down below, their muffled voices greeting each other cheerfully over tea and breakfast. But as much as she dearly wanted to join them, the longer she lay there, listening to their light chatter, the more she felt removed from them altogether. A sense of loneliness so deep that it grew complacent, resigned to the fact that she would never again rejoin the unafflicted world. And the more she dwelled on that sullen thought, the less Esther felt like she wanted to rejoin such a world at all. Until finally, a restless sleep slowly would come to cover her in darkness once more. Esther, are you awake? Her eyelids fluttered open again. When she jerked her head upward, she saw Senna standing beside the sofa, looking down at her rather timidly. Oh, I'm so sorry if I woke you up. I just thought I'd make some tea, so I was checking if I should put on a bigger pot for the two of us. Spider's light smile, something in Senna's tone seemed to carry a hint of worry. Almost automatically, Esther slowly pushed herself into a sitting position. She barely realized it until her bare feet brushed the floor, sending a faint shiver up her spine. It's fine. I was already awake. Liar. Thank you for checking up on me. Again, I read that wrong. Oh, of course. Senna looked relieved, nodding contently to Esther's words. Tea for two, then. I'll go put on the kettle. Oh, and I thought we could stay inside today. I normally do on rainy days. Well, we could go over Papa's books and research together, maybe, if I wouldn't bother you. What about the notes, Esther? I'll be grateful for your help, Senna. There are so many books and papers, I barely know where to start. Yes, of course, I'll be happy to help. Ah! So excited! Oh, but first things first. The tea? I'll go fix a pot that's perfect for a day like this. If you don't mind, could you start the fire and light a few candles, Esther? There's a tinderbox in the desk by the window. With that, she turned to hurry off into the kitchen, the soft pattering of her footsteps buried beneath the drone of heavy rain. Again, in an unconscious movement, Esther found herself rising from her nest of blankets with little effort. Caught her off guard. Normally, her illness left her all but catatonic on overcast days. Perhaps her self-consciousness around Senna was an even stronger force than her deep lethargy. Either way, it seemed best not to question it. Man, I suck at reading so badly. After changing into her day clothes and fishing out the tinderbox Senna mentioned, Esther knelt down to kindle the fireplace. So there's this thing called showers. Hygiene. Why are you wearing the same clothes every day? You guys probably smell a lot. As soon as it flickered to life, filling the room with a warm light and steady crackling, she felt like a spark of energy lit inside her too. So strange how only a small fire could make such a difference. When Senna returned, she probably held a fine silver tray in her hands. Along with tea, she brought 2 bowls of the granola she had freshly made, a deliciously comforting breakfast alongside their warm drinks. They sat down on the sofa to munch together, watching the rain torrent down in the sheets past the window pane. It was one of those heavy blanketing storms that made a person grateful to have shelter, nurturing some deep instinct to curl up inside and wait for the rain to pass. Sitting together for an unhurried meal, reassured by the warm fire and pattering raindrops that all was safe. It was a simple pleasure, but the more she dwelled on it, the more Esther found a calm, reassuring satisfaction in the moment. Hey. At one point, Senna giggled faintly, to which Esther gave her a puzzled glance. You were making a really cute, charming face just now. Like a little cat after just finished a saucer of cream. Esther hastily raised her mug and took a long sip of tea, taking refuge behind the painted ceramic. Oh, I'm not teasing you. I know I make funny faces too. It just makes me happy to see you like that since when you first arrived. You looked so hollow. Hollow? Senna nodded, lowering her gaze to where she's grasped her warm mug in both hands. Yeah, hollow. Like you didn't have anything left, I suppose. From her certainly reluctant, almost wary reply, it almost seemed as if she was familiar with such look. She could have been imagining things, but Esther all thought she saw Senna shudder faintly, drawing closer to the fireplace. Well, since we're both finished, I think I'll go wash up. She hopped up on her feet, stacking their bowls together atop the tray. Alright, I'll go upstairs and look for some books to bring down. Oh, yes, you can light the candles up there if you want, since it's so dark. I'll meet you back here in a bit then. With that, Senna swiveled to make her way towards the kitchen, her tray rattling softly. Her retreat seemed a little hastier than normal. Esther had the sense that she was still bothered by something, perhaps the comment she had made earlier about looking hollow. Despite her warm friendliness, Senna had a certain guarded side to her, a private shield and degree of separation that Esther hadn't expected. It might fade eventually, if they grew to know each other better. Esther felt like Senna was almost keeping her at arm's length in a strange way. After summoning the strength required to leave the warm, cozy fire, Esther forced herself out in the hallway and head up the creaky stairs. But when she stepped into the study, just like before, Esther felt an oppressive, bleak atmosphere pressing down around her. In her haste to light the candle, she nearly tripped over her own 2 feet. Their glow didn't wholly alleviate the grim darkness, but it was enough to bring Esther a little relief. Why did this room bother her so much? By all accounts, it simply looked like a normal study, albeit a messy one. There was nothing that should have set her on edge. Exhaling a long sigh, she inwardly mocked herself for her cowardice. She was here to find a cure, not to get caught up in her silly fear of shadows. But the more she glanced around the small library, with its overflowing shelves and piles of scattered books and papers, the more daunting her task felt. The only real trail of research that Isaiah left were his scattered writings. Uncovering his studies would have been far easier if they were bound together, not written on individual scraps of parchment. However, if Isaiah went through phases of studying different subjects, perhaps the journal pages stuffed into similar books would be from roughly the same period in his life. With that hope in mind, Esther returned to the spot she had found the previous journal entry, scouring intensely over the row of dusty tomes. It didn't take long for her to spot another piece of parchment, this one tucked inside a small leather book. Eagerly pulling it from the shelf, she let the tome fall open in her palms, revealing a short page scribbled in Isaiah's hand. She baffles me, that little girl. Always laughing, always cheerful, always smiling and patient with me, even after I raise my voice at her. I've only seen her cry once. It happened when I brought her outside this morning, preparing to bring her to the city's orphanage. As if somehow she knew our destination, the girl instantly began to bawl and scream, a dreadful sound that I should hope never to hear again. So dreadful, in fact, that I could not stomach the thought of hearing it for hours, so I was forced to cancel my trip. I suppose I will keep her here, for now. When she gets older, she may be useful at cleaning and tending the land with me at least. With any luck, she will have inherited my work ethic instead of her mother's. What? A motherfucking piece of shit. And granted that we don't know her mother's side of the story. Why didn't she take the kid? Why didn't he, Isaiah, ask her to take the kid? It just sucks for the kid. Isaiah had mentioned taking Senna to an orphanage in the last journal she had read. The two entries must have been written very close together. Her hunch was right. The discovery made her heart leap with excitement, even though it was only a small revelation. If she could piece together Isaiah's past of study chronologically, as well as his inner thoughts, she might have a chance to figure out his approach to a cure. A small note suddenly fluttered out from the back of the book, startling Esther. But she bent down to grab it, her eyes drifting over the scribbled writing. Reminder, finish reading and annotating the latest tome on spirits. Any relation to the Palaces seems unlikely, but if all my alchemical and biological studies have been fruitless, what have I to lose? She turned the book over to glance at its cover and spine, but there was no name to be seen. However, when she opened the first page, a large title stretched across the parchment in sharp letters. Salvamath, a treatise on spirits of shadow. Spirits of shadow? For some reason, as she murmured part of the title out to herself, Esther felt a faint chill crawling up her spine. It was only a book on superstition and unfounded claims, surely. But if Isaiah had singled it out, maybe it was still worth scanning, though. Or through. What was written? Man, I can't read for shit. Wasting not a minute further, she scooped up some of the surrounding books and loose papers on a shelf, cradling them carefully in her arms. But before she left, she had to quickly blow out all the candles, and once the gloomy darkness returned, it seemed even deeper than before. When she had descended the stairs and returned to the warmly lit parlor, Esther exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Senna was already waiting on the sofa, huddled up beneath a large, fluffy red blanket. "Hello, Esther. Welcome back." "Ah, look at all those books here. I'll help you." She sprang off the cushions eagerly, as if Esther's return was a welcome relief for her, too. Together, they stacked up the books and papers at one end of the sofa, forming a rather intimidating pile. Senna, however, didn't seem fazed in the slightest by the tower of text, and bent down to examine the titles curiously. Natural science, astronomy, alchemy. I don't think I've ever seen any of these before. Ah, wait, this book. I remember this one. Senna reached for the same book Esther had picked up first, the book on spirits. Yes, Papa was always reading this book and scribbling notes. I asked him about it again and again, but he never told me why he was so obsessed with it. I guess he thought it would frighten me too much. With a soft sigh, she sank back down into the sofa, still holding the book with a certain reverence. When Esther settled in beside her, Senna reached out to drape the blanket around the other girl's shoulders. Thank you. It's cozy. Isn't it? Reading is a lot better when you're wrapped in a blanket. Well then, let's see what Papa was fussing over so much. Are you ready? You know what I like about this picture? Is that Esther has her hand on Senna's shoulder. Holding up the book up so that Esther could see the images, Senna began to read aloud, focusing on the pages her father had scribbled on the most. Before long, both of them were equally transfixed. In a strange blend of psychology, philosophy, and the supernatural, the author described how different spirits affected one's body and mind in different ways. The term spirits didn't refer solely to departed souls, but rather certain essences of the universe that manifested in concentrated forms. Some could be channeled for purposes like healing, luck, or creative inspiration that most couldn't be controlled by humans. Some could be channeled for purposes like healing. What the hell, man? They would simply pass through the body of their own accord, or as dictated by their factors in the environment. However, as fascinating as it was to consider, Esther listened with a skeptical detachment. With no proof beyond his own research and anecdotal evidence, the author's claims could hardly rival any scientific study. And, more importantly, Esther couldn't see any real relation to the Pale, at least not in a way that would help her find a cure. Just as she was about to suggest they try a different book, Senna turned to a new chapter. It only lasted a single page, and the page after it was completely blank. A short warning on the study of the Arafel. When her eyes roamed across the title, a small shiver ran through her body, just like it had earlier. Ah, such a short chapter. That's interesting, don't you think? This author likes using far too many words, so he really must have run out of ideas for this one. After a small giggle to herself, Senna cleared her throat for starting to read once more. Though the realm of spirits is infinitely diverse, all those noted thus far have one thing in common. Their energy is ephemeral, and they will rarely affect the body for extended periods. However, there is one type of spirit that will not only invade, but overtake a human soul whenever they are given the chance. They are known as the Arafel, shades that lie completely beyond the realm of mortal understanding. I shall not write in detail of them here, for it is said that dwelling on the Arafel will often draw them to one's presence, and thus few have dared to document them. Once their attention is garnered, they will lure in their unsuspecting target without remorse, or more precisely, the target will be drawn to them inescapably, without realizing or understanding their own actions. So, you first say, oh, I will not talk about them, but here I am talking about them. My sole warning then is to avoid any study or investigation of these spirits. Do not trifle with the darker workings of nature, no matter how alluring their call may be. Some aspects of the unseen world are meant to remain untouched. After she finished reading, the parlor grew chillingly silent. For a moment, it felt as if the fire's warmth had vanished, and the only thing shaving off the cold air was Senna's small form huddling against Esther. Neither of them immediately spoke. Both of their gazes were still drawn to the single page lying open beside its empty bone-wild twin. Unlike most of the other chapters where Isaiah had lined up the margins with scribbled comments, this chapter was completely devoid of any such notes. The only mark he had left was a dark, bold outline beneath the first mention, Arafel. The thick ink block beside it suggested his pen has lingered there for a while. Either he had been deliberating about writing it more, or else he had simply gotten lost in thought. The Arafel. It's a pretty name, but the way it describes them, it's really eerie. Senna finally broke the silence, her hesitant voice barely above a whisper. What do you suppose he means, Esther? Could they have something to do with the Pale? She offered no reply for a long moment. A murky, uncertain feeling shifted briefly at the back of her mind, before she pushed it away, annoyed at her own bothersome insecurities. I don't believe in whatever he's talking about. Even if spirits like that existed, there's no reason why they would be related to the pale. If it's a disease of the body, you ease the symptoms with a tonic, not with a priest warning of spirits. The more she voiced her thoughts aloud, the more firmly Esther believed them. The lure of superstition had only tempted her in a moment of weakness, in her impatience to find a cure. But I'll still keep looking for Isaiah's notes on them. His research on spirits might have led him somewhere else important. Ah, you're right. Maybe Papa found another lead. Saying more, sturdy. It was easy to see the doubt on her face. Did Senna really believe in such things? She was younger, of course, but still far more intelligent and mature than most girls Esther knew. It wasn't simply a case of naive child being afraid of ghosts. Why then would she give any credence to such far-fetched writings? Why then would she give me any credence? Oh my god. I hate this. I hate when to continue the text or to move on with the line, it doesn't give a brand new one, it just continues it. And then I think it's a new one from the beginning and it's not. Esther just couldn't understand it. Let's look through something else. Ah, yes, let's. The brief moment of awkwardness that followed, Senna cleared her throat a little nervously, before pausing with a shy, slightly embarrassed smile. Ah, could I ask you a favor, Esther? I'd really like to read one of Papa's journal pages, but... Well, like I said yesterday, he always told me not to. She twirled a few strands of hair around one finger, letting out a rueful laugh. There were lots of things he was ashamed he had written, he said, but he didn't want to throw them away. He needed to remember that what he had written and thought about so that he would never make the same mistakes again. I don't know which journals are ones you wouldn't want me reading, but maybe you could look one over quickly and see? Of course. After briefly hesitating, Esther nodded. She was happy to do anything to repay Senna's many kindnesses, but after reading Isaiah's past journal entries, they seemed like they might be more painful for Senna than anything. Picking up a few bound pieces of parchment from the pile, Esther quickly scanned over the pages, searching for any mention of Senna that might upset the other girl if she read it. Fortunately, though, the entry she had picked up seemed unrelated to family matters. It looked more like a hastily, angrily scribbled rant, the penmanship even messier than Isaiah's normal writings. This one, shall I read it for us? Oh, yes, please. Resting her chin on Esther's shoulder, she peered curiously at the frenzied scribbling, trying to visualize like how she would do that sitting, but okay. With a deep inhale, Esther slowly began to read Isaiah's words aloud. Earlier today, I was reflecting upon my departure from the Academy's medical circle. At the time, it was such a difficult decision, such an agonizing farewell. Now, however, I look back upon those times with awe, wondering how on earth I ever survived in such a place. I was constantly delegating research and experiments to different departments, and yet nearly every completed task would always return to me with some issue. The use of faulty tools or sloppy documentation, contaminated materials, careless omission of important details. It exasperated me to no end. Even the purported finest of researchers with the most spotless of records always seemed to deliver a perfunctory performance. Then, however, I would bring my unsatisfying results before the head. He acted as if he didn't care the slightest. On the occasion, he had echoed my complaints with a sympathetic tutting and a shake of his head, but in the end, I gathered he simply had no investment in the results. Much of the time, the head went so far as to defend their mistakes, only stopping at the edge of calling me an outright fool for caring as much as I did. Any problems I encountered were mine to resolve. Every issue would be solely mine to bear. Frustration brought me to the edge of breaking down over and over again, and only my damned refusal to concede would pull me back from the brink. And certainly, perhaps I'm far too cynical and needlessly worried over fine details. Despite my vanity, I realize I can be hopelessly stubborn at times, but it is such a crime to strive for the best performance one can achieve, to care so passionately for beautiful results, a delicate procedure, a loving attention to detail. Can I rightly be called mad for my longing to make my envisioned perfection into a reality? Or, if not perfection, then it's a very close sibling, a masterpiece of planning. No, I see now with lucid eyes, leaving that hive of mediocrity was truly a blessing in disguise. Whatever I can accomplish alone will no doubt be smaller in scale than anything I could have done at the academy. This I realize. But in the end, to be truly pleased with one's work, it must be solely a product of one's own design. And somehow, it brings me an odd and unexpected comfort in these long days of solitary research and study, knowing I shall have no one to blame but myself when I am dissatisfied. Ha ha ha! To Esther's surprise, as soon as she finished reading, Senna broke out into a warm, delighted laughter. It just sounds so much like Papa, the little rants he would always go on about over dinner. He always took himself and his work really, impossibly seriously. Never any slacking, always beating himself over his mistakes. He brings back so many memories. Slowly, the bright, affectionate smile on her face began to wane. She seemed to be struggling to keep herself cheery in the face of whatever she had remembered, but it appeared to be a losing battle. Senna, your father, hesitating, Esther bit her lip. You don't have to answer, but could I ask what happened to him? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. No, it's fine. Senna reached out, placing her small hand on Esther's arm reassuringly. In a way, the faint smile she wore seemed almost grateful, as if it was something she'd wanted to talk about but hadn't been able to bring up. At first, I didn't realize he was gone. That morning, I woke up and started the day like usual, making a meal for both of us. I put Papa's little tray and brought it upstairs, planning to leave. Oh my god, I'm sorry. How do I go back? I don't know how to go back. The good news is, this is being recorded, so you will be able to pause and read it. And I'm really sorry for skipping it. I didn't mean to. I really did not mean to. But an involuntary shudder went through her, briefly interrupting her halting, quiet words. Then I reached the study. I saw the door was open. For a moment, I was so happy I thought he was finally recovering, and he could come play with me and work outside again. Kenway. You okay? But he wasn't in the study, or anywhere in the manor, or outside in the garden. Kenway. O que foi? Sorry, this is Portuguese. Bebê? O que foi, bebê? Tá bem? It was like he had just vanished into thin air. When I realized Papa had disappeared, I was so scared. For 3 days, all I did was search for him, everywhere I could. I didn't return to the manor at all. I only ate some berries and roots, drank from the stream, and slept on leaf beds. But I never found anything, not a single trace. As she spoke in an ever fainter, trembling voice, her fingers curled tightly in the fabric of Esther's sleeve. It was evident, from her slightly choked words, that she was holding back tears as much as possible. Finally, I came back home. I didn't know what to do. It seemed like the end of everything. I thought I would die of starvation or sickness or from being all alone for the rest of my life. I didn't even have any tears left to cry. I just stared at Papa's door for hours and hours, wondering if I'd wake up from a bad dream. The only time I moved was when I heard a rustle from outside, hoping and praying it was him, but it never was. When night came, I couldn't sleep. I hid under my blankets and listened to the floorboards creaking over and over. Kenway. Alright, sorry about that. I had to take care of my bird. So, I hid under my blankets and listened to the floorboards creaking over and over. She swallowed. For a long few moments, Senna went silent, but it was clear she wasn't finished, so Esther remained quiet. Then one night, I was so exhausted I couldn't stay awake anymore. I fell asleep, a deep sleep, the kind where it feels like you only just blinked your eyes. And when I woke up, the sun was shining so brightly through my window. I can't explain it, but I felt like he was telling me to keep living. To keep Papa's memory alive by protecting all his hard work, the manor, the gardens, the cemetery, did so much to make us happy here. And on his desk, when I was cleaning it, I found everything he had left for me. Special almanacs, maps, and guidelines, and some gold coins in case of an emergency. It really made me believe he wanted me to go on without him. He didn't want me to give up. So I didn't. She finished with a numb, almost featureless expression. It stood in contrast to the optimistic nature of her words, as if she still didn't fully believe them. So, her father didn't die. He just left. Maybe I'm getting it wrong because I just skipped over a text, a message. Yeah, sorry. At first, Esther couldn't think of any possible reply. So she just gingerly curled her arm around Senna, giving her a small, comforting hug against her side. In response, the blonde girl rested her head on Esther's shoulder. She took a few shuddering breaths, squeezing her eyes shut for several moments, then reopening them with a long exhale. Senna. Her voice melted with a steady crackling of the fire, as low as gentle as possible, the question on the tip of her tongue. She didn't want to distress Senna further, but the story seemed so incomplete. She couldn't help it. She had no choice but to ask. Are you certain that your father has really passed on? Couldn't it be that he just went back to the city? Senna stared with heavily lidded eyes at the grey window pane, where the distant stormy sky still showed no signs of clearing. A long silence passed between them, just as Esther began to wonder if Senna had heard her question. Before he disappeared, Papa was sick. I don't think he wanted to be alive anymore, even if he was afraid of death. I don't know how, but I just knew. I knew he was gone, so I stopped looking for him anymore. When I accepted it, I grieved for him for a long, long time, until I could finally move on. The thing with grief, and this is documented, like this is scientific. Humans only process grief when there's a body. And grief doesn't start until we see a body. Even if people know that, even if people know what happened, how it happened, when it happened, in the cases where there's no body, the grief doesn't start. And so these people that unfortunately go through this process of losing a loved one and there's no body, they never really move on the way that the brain processes grief, because it's just like a limbo. Like, you know, but you don't know. And so yeah, she says she knows, but in reality it's not biological, neurological possible for her to be past grieving, because she didn't even start the grief. Alright. With Senna's cheek on her shoulder, Esther could feel the warmth of small droplets falling against her blouse. Silently, she held the smaller girl close, listening to her breathing as it slowly grew less uneven. She couldn't see anything that would truly express the sorrow she felt for Senna. No platitudes or even words of comfort would do it any justice. There were some things that could only be shown through the warmth of a lasting hug. A reminder that someone else was there, understanding how much it hurt, even if they couldn't fully comprehend the way it felt. But in the end, it still never seemed like enough. Finally, after what felt like a very long while, Senna slowly straightened up. I'm sorry, Esther. We were supposed to be going through Papa's books and notes, weren't we? She gave a small, sheepish laugh, brushing some of her hair behind one ear. But thank you for listening. I mean, it really helps. You don't have to thank me. When Esther shook her head somberly, Senna's smile actually brightened a little. Sadness in her eyes was still apparent, but also seemed slightly less heavy than before, in a way. Well, I'm going to thank you anyway. I suppose a better thanks would be going over more research together, wouldn't it? There's still a lot left in the piles. Only if you feel well enough to... I do. Let's go through these first, shall we? Picking up another stack of parchment, Senna laid the pages out on her lap, shuffling some of them over to Esther. At first, it felt a little awkward to start up working again after their talk, but the rustling of papers and rhythm of their murmured reading helped restore a comforting atmosphere. To their disappointment, however, they soon realized that none of the other papers were Isaiah's journals. Instead, they seemed to be esoteric, incomprehensible notes taken from various books, scientific theories mixed in with long ramblings on the supernatural. At one point, the fire's warmth combined with the coziness of their slow-paced, quiet reading started lulling both girls to sleep. Without even realizing it, they ended up slumping at opposite ends of the sofa, dozing off peacefully. When they awoke an hour or so later, they were equally hungry. Lunch had been forgotten in the midst of their engrossed work. But Esther was more than happy to help Senna in the kitchen, and together, they cooked up a well-deserved meal of savory porridge with roasted vegetables. The two girls ate together, mostly in contemplative silence, their thoughts preoccupied by Isaiah's books and writings. I just realized that there's no fish or meat in this manner. And as a vegetarian, I could live like that. The two girls ate together, mostly in contemplative silence, their thoughts preoccupied by Isaiah's books and writings. Delving into his journals had left a heavy, uncertain weight in the air, alongside the guilt of morbid fascination of uncovering Dad's secrets. Esther had no idea if Isaiah would have wanted his writings to be examined by a stranger, one who was mainly searching in her own self-interests at that. You know that if you cure your own disease, if you find a cure for your disease, you can also be applied to other people. So I don't it's fine being selfish, dude. And if anyone who was sick, if there was a lead that they could follow in attempts for a cure or treatment, hell yeah. Why wouldn't you just chase it? But Senna surely knew him better than anyone else, and she seemed oh my lord, and she seemed just as eager as Esther to explore what her father left behind. He'd appeased a little bit of Esther's guilt, although she still had the sense of treading somewhere private, intruding on intimate thoughts that were only written down in an attempt to lighten their burden. After their meal, they returned to comb through more of Isaiah's research. But again, they met with little success. There was one thing of interest, however. In some of the books and scattered notes on spirits, Esther noticed an unsettling trend. Torn papers and large blacked outlines. It almost seemed like Isaiah had hunted down specific passages and attempted to erase them, but in an erratic, frenzied manner that went beyond even his normal messiness. In an eerie coincidence, she couldn't find any other mention of the Arafel. Perhaps it just happened to be missing from the books she had brought down, though an ominous sense in her guts made her wonder if that was really the case. Something strange had happened here, and the more Esther pondered it, the more she burned with a desire to explore Isaiah's unraveled mind. I'm sorry, Esther, but I don't think I can read another word tonight. Surrendering to a long, exhausted yawn, Senna stretched her arms out over her head. I don't think I can either. It's not exactly light reading. Could say that again. My brain feels like it's just jumbled up from all that fancy writing. They really use 100 times more words than they have to, don't they? You know what? I'm not even gonna say it, because this is a visual novel, and this is to be expected. Maybe it just makes them feel smart. Well, makes me feel bored. They really need to think about their audience more. Again, it's just the problem is me. I am not a fan of visual novels. So, if the people that make visual novels start making novels thinking about people like me, no, that's the wrong strategy. I am not your target audience. Keep focusing on your target audience. She put on a playful pout, dangling her legs over the side of the couch. The soft thud, her foot absentmindedly hit the side of Esther's satchel, which was still resting on the floor. Ah, sorry, I knocked it over. Here, let me pick this up. You don't have to, it's fine, really. But Senna was already on her knees, scooping up the small trinkets and notes that had fallen from the pack. Is this your watch, Esther? It's very pretty. Picking up the silver timepiece from the ground, Senna turned it over in her hand, studying it with curiously shining eyes. All of a sudden, Esther found herself deeply uncomfortable. It's not a normal watch. It holds my medicine. The watch part is only for tracking the time between doses. Doses? What do you... Reaching down, Esther picked up the silver timepiece from Senna's outstretched palm. Then, with her thumb atop one of the buttons, she pushed until the metal relented with a short, sharp click. Senna's eyes widened when the watch's back popped open, revealing the cruelly glittering needle hidden inside. The sight of it seemed to both repel and fascinate her, but most of all concern welled in her gaze as she glanced up to Esther. You inject yourself with that? Yes, every night. Ah, and what happens if you don't? My muscles will slowly grow numb, then give out altogether. At that point, I'll still be conscious, but it's only a matter of time before I will be comatose. It's possible to survive the paralysis for a short time, but if I don't quickly get another dose, my heart will stop. All the injection does is hold the threat at bay. It will always be there, no matter what. The fatigue of the pale is not really tiredness, it's a growing catatonia kept frozen in its earliest stage, before you lose the ability to move. She could hear her own calm, detached voice echoing in her ears, describing the effects the same clinical way she had so many times before. So, it's a terminal disease, is what I'm getting at. That's so terrible. I'm so sorry, Esther. After a moment, Esther gave her a small shrug. To her, it was largely just another part of existence, a bodily need that she had to deal with, like eating or sleeping. Of course, she longed to be rid of it, but after dealing with the pill for so long, she could barely remember what life felt like without its weight. We're going to find it. A cure for the pale, a way to set you free. I promise I'll help you, Esther. I'll do anything I can. I mean it. We'll find a cure, some way or another. Oh my god, sorry for skipping, I didn't mean to. As grateful as she was to hear Senna's firm, determined words, her inner doubts refused to lift. It was too easy to believe in empty reassurances. Oftentimes, they only made a later disappointment far worse than before. But she would never voice such thoughts to Senna. Thank you. Judging from how the smaller girl's features grew slightly crestfallen, Esther hadn't hidden her lack of faith as well as she had thought. After a long moment, though, Senna composed herself again. Well, we've done quite a lot today for being stuck inside, haven't we? Even though we napped, I'm still so tired. You should sleep then. I'm tired, too. You're probably right. I don't think I'd be of any more use regarding... what the hell? I don't think I'd be of any more use reading these books tonight. At least the rain stopped. It should be a lovely fresh day tomorrow. I hope so anyway. Senna combed her fingers through her messy hair, letting out a sigh. Briefly, her gaze shifted over towards the watch still in Esther's hand. A flicker of worry and something almost like frustration reflected in her eyes. I hope you can rest well, Esther. I'll see you in the morning, alright? Esther nodded. Her fingers folded over the cold metal in her palm, masking it somewhat self-consciously. Thank you for the help again. Good night. No need to thank me. It was fun reading together, really. Well then, good night. With a gentle wave, she turned to make her way back upstairs like always. When she was gone, Esther pulled out her nightshirt and began to change, savoring the loose and cozy warmth her new makeshift pajamas offered. She already settled into a comfortable bedtime routine, and part of her enjoyed pulling out her heavy blankets each night, making a pleasant nest for herself. But somehow, when she finally sat back down and clicked open her watch, it seemed all the more difficult to bring its syringe to her arm. It wasn't as if she had a choice. The needle sank in, just like always, bringing a moment of relief before a wave of nausea crashed down onto her and washed away any sense of comfort. Pulling it back with a shudder, she closed the watch as quickly as possible. Then, all but diving beneath her blankets, Esther called herself tightly into a ball. We'll find a cure, some way or another. I know we will. If only it were easier to believe those strong, heartfelt words. If only she truly believed a cure existed at all. Guys, I think I'm gonna take a break. Hey guys, I've been playing this for 30 minutes, and the footage got corrupted. Fortunately, I had more saves, so yeah, hopefully this time won't happen. With an irritated click of his tongue, he threw his fine red quill onto the desk. Why am I wasting my time with such foolery? It's impossible. The root must lie in an imbalance of the humerus, of the body's chemistry. How can this fanciful nonsense possibly be of any use to me? Desperation truly does drive every man to the metaphysical. Oh, I forgot to say this again. Cachexia is a word that I actually checked the meaning of since my break. It's basically the inability of the body to absorb nutrients from food. Nutrients that the body uses to build muscle, body fat, and bone in case like a fracture or a child growing. Obviously their bones grow or regenerate. And people that have cachexia, and again, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this word right, are no longer capable of doing so. And it's basically a very common symptom of fatal diseases when they reach their later stages. So, cancer, for example. So, both Isaiah and Esther are chronically and fatally ill. Muttering to himself in his desperation, Isaiah rubbed a hand over his bleary eyes. It felt as if he was constantly throwing himself at an impossible task, wasting his time on a labor that would never bear any fruit. A disease that was better off simply managed instead of ever truly cured. That was what all the literature pointed to, and he was nearly at the point of believing it. But somehow, a little spark of hope always remained within him. As Isaiah leaned back in his chair, his eyes drifted over to the open window. He could see Senna's small shape in the distant flower patch, running to and fro as she entertained herself with their usual games of make-believe. She was growing so fast, a little bean sprout, determined to reach the sky. You'd have to tailor some new clothes for her before winter, just as well, since he had improved his sewing skills a great deal. It pleased him to sit and watch her at play. Such leisure was well-deserved, since she had performed excellently in her lessons today. Her intelligence at such a young age was certainly remarkable, though not wholly unexpected, since he had fathered her after all. So, fun facts. Scientifically, it's proven that intelligence is actually a trait that is inherited from mothers. Go figure. Still, he found it difficult not to feel begrudgingly proud of the girl. She was already a voracious reader of the academic books he supplied her with, and although he had technically forbidden her from reading any of his grittier tomes of fiction, he pretended not to notice when they occasionally went missing. To his own surprise, Senna's cleverness had motivated him to take up writing again. In less than a year, he had compiled a highly detailed almanac for her, penned in a straighter style than his normal academic ramblings. Perhaps he would make several more, since he was still learning the way of a forester's life himself. It was very important to him that she learn to flourish alone, without relying on any urban comforts that would surely weaken her will. He wanted to impart as much of this knowledge to her as possible, in the hopes that absorbing it at an early age would help her always remain independent. As difficult as it would be for him to leave this world, knowing so much of his work was still unfinished. As long as Senna knew how to survive without him, when that fateful day arrived, he'd finally be able to let go. I think it's very important that knowing that his illness is fatal, to leave as many tools and resources available for Senna. A tightening, squeezing sensation in his chest jerked Isaiah back from his thoughts. Pushing back his chair, he rose swiftly to his feet. Ugh! Slumping against his chest, Isaiah barely managed to catch himself in time. The muscles and tendons in his legs felt as if they had atrophied, or else were impossibly strained beyond the point of exhaustion. Ah, where is it? He reached out with a trembling hand, grasping around for the presence of a small, cold bottle. Soon, his fingers brushed against it, yanking the flask towards him. His medicine. The last dose hadn't been strong enough. Placing the uncorked bottle to his lips, he threw back the foul-tasting liquid. It stung the back of his throat, the sharpness of alcohol burning a path down to his stomach. But soon, as the tonic filtered through his system, he felt a modicum of strength returning to his lower body. Despite the powerful ache, at least he could move. For now. Picking up the roughly hewn cane that leaned against his desk, Isaiah slowly crossed his study. But before he reached his distastefully familiar bed, he paused, casting a sudden, swift glance towards the window. She was still there, dancing, gathering flowers, waiting for him to finally step out and join her. Disappointed, no doubt, when another bedridden day came and went. Playing alone as best she could, never complaining, never crying, not once. As if she were immune to every crippling pang of sadness. Lowering himself onto his bed, he exhaled a long, weary sigh. This bitter frustration felt impossible to cling to for much longer. This bitter frustration felt... Oh my god, see? Why? Why are you not... Oh my god. Why are you putting a line? Sorry. Why are you filling up a line when you could just... I don't know, load everything at once, man? With each passing year, the strength of his will seemed to weaken further and further. Every burst of indignation and determined pride was always matched by the depressive slump of the aftermath. No, he wouldn't give up. He couldn't give up. Not yet. But how much longer was the cycle sustainable? See? Another example. How much longer before his body and mind gave out altogether? There had to be an end, and yet all he could do was attempt to stave it off for as long as possible. Senna, poor unlucky child. Mumbling to himself in the days of exhaustion, he pressed his cheek against the pillow, staring into the wall with half-lidded eyes. A problem to which there was no solution, no exit other than to wait for sleep to come and relieve the burden for the rest of the day. Perhaps he would awaken with a little more energy, a little more inspiration, a little more hope. Or else it would all remain the same until the cycle started over once more. Cool, crisp droplets coursed down Esther's cheeks. What the hell? So maybe that's what happened that corrupted my my footage. Anyway, sorry about that. Cool, crisp droplets coursed down Esther's cheeks. There we go. The light breeze gently brushed past her face, turning the streaks of water into refreshingly cold trails that made her skin tingle. She shivered constantly, swaying her feet in the water. Such a lovely morning. She couldn't remember ever seeing one like this in the city or anywhere else in her long travels. The stream's light bubbling, the bright sound of birds, the sunlight delicately reaching through the trees. It was hard not to feel like everything was right in the world. Ah! I found it! I found it, Esther, look! Turning her head, Esther spotted a small figure running up alongside the stream. In one triumphantly raised hand, she clutched a long ribbon that fluttered in the air behind her. Phew, I can't believe we got so far down the stream. Senna finally came to a stop beside Esther, still holding up the ribbon as she panted slightly. You look like a fisherwoman, showing off her prized catch. Haha, do I? Ooh, Esther, look, it's alive. I think it's trying to hop back into the stream. As the wind made a ribbon flutter and ripple, Senna gasped, holding on with both hands like it was about to pull her into the water. Oh no, here, I'll help you. She rose to her feet, stepping over to grasp part of the ribbon. As if in response, the wind grew even livelier, making the thin strip of cloth... Shit, sorry, I didn't mean to skip. Careful, this one is really strong. Don't let go, Esther. I'm counting on you. I won't, don't worry. I've been training all my life for this. The next moment, they both broke into a quiet fit of giggling, unable to stay serious any longer. Sorry, just checking on my bird. It had been a few weeks now since Esther had first arrived at the manor. The days seemed to fly by so quickly that she could barely keep track. Between working and playing together with Senna, every hour always felt well spent, without a single gap for boredom to seep into. Since she had gotten so caught up in their new routine, however, Esther hadn't spent nearly as much time researching as she needed to. In fact, the only thing she had done was skim over a few shelves, and the incomprehensible writing she found often left her disheartened. And after finishing her daily chores with Senna, she usually felt too tired to spend much time researching, but it was a pleasant tiredness, not the fatigue of those long, bed-ridden days she had often had before. Earlier that morning, after they had their morning tea together, Senna had told her of the day's plans. First, they would wash their clothes, then gather some flowers and herbs outside the manor grounds, before heading off to the cemetery. It felt strange at first to wear her nightgown into the forest, but Esther soon forgot about it. She was looking forward to having fresh, clean clothes again, and the stream's clear waters easily carried away all the dirt. Of course, they carried away one of Senna's ribbons too, but luckily it now lay clasped between their fingers again. After they had changed back into their dry clothes, the two girls set off towards the flower patch with their baskets. Slowly but surely, Esther had started growing more at ease in the deep forest. She no longer felt haunted by the anxious, wary feeling from when she had first journeyed here, and the woods had seemed so daunting and unknowable. Of course, she didn't understand them half as well as Senna, and a part of her doubted that she ever would, but at least the towering trees no longer felt quite as lonely in their vastness. Soon they reached the flower patch, its many blooms glimmering beneath the sun's radiance. It felt so warm and pleasant that Esther felt a strong desire to simply bask in it all. Unable to resist the urge, she lowered herself down, sprawling out amidst the flowers like a contented cat. Haha. Good idea. Senna lay down beside her, mimicking Esther's relaxed stretch. The gentle breeze lightly brushed over them, ruffling their freshly cleaned clothes and hair. It felt as divinely peaceful as any place could possibly hope to be, as I mentioned they lay beyond all earthly worries and duties. For a long euphoric moment, it seemed like every ounce of weight had lifted from Esther's body, and she was nothing more than a fragment of sunlight in the sky. Esther? Huh? After a few minutes, or perhaps many, Senna's voice drifted out of the unhurried silence. I was wondering, could you tell me more about the city? What your life is like there, I mean. The question caught Esther off guard. It pulled her back from her airy, dreamlike thoughts, tethering her to reality again. Since she had started living with Senna, most of their conversations had been light and topical, and if anything, Senna had actually avoided asking about the city. But once her initial surprise had faded, she found the reply rising to her mind with unusual ease. Perhaps...
Self-voicing enabled.
What?
But once her initial surprise had self-voicing disabled.
What the hell? My god. Perhaps a part of her wanted to share more of her life with Senna. The city is static, efficient and industrial, but always the same, which I really don't think it is, but fine. Academics and engineers say they're making advances every year, but in the end, life never really seems to change, which again, I really don't believe that. It felt so strange to look back on her home now. Here, deep within the forest, those cold steel towers seemed like a distant fantasy, not something that even existed in the same world. There are people from different classes, the wealthy, the poor, and the in-between. They have very different lives and different senses of what's normal. But no matter how much money they have or don't have, everyone still suffers in their own ways. I bet some people suffer more than others, though. Getting a new device to keep track of time, or warm the house, changes things on the surface. But in the end, it never really helps people's pain. Which I really think it's a tone-deaf thing to say. Because heating is one of the most basic things that increases life quality, by the way. It's kind of like saying that people that don't have water or electricity in their homes have the same quality of life than those people who do. Like, this is an absolute dumb fuck statement. It only gives it a new name and a different form. Fuck you, Esther. Fuck you. Anyways. When Esther described a city like this to someone who had never seen it, it sounded so bleak and hollow, a place no one would surely want to live in if they could help it. Well, was that how she truly felt too? No matter how much technology we have, none of it can help with finding a cure for the pale. You don't know that. You don't fucking know that. We're as helpless against it as we were from the beginning. The only thing we can do is try and abate the symptoms. Esther's voice gradually trailed off into a subdued murmur. The breeze drifted over them again, carrying away the last traces of her words, but not the waves of futile hope they left behind. Something about the beautiful clear sky brought a deep melancholy to her heart, a carefree purity above all sickness and despair, all the more lovely for how untouchable it was. The pale. I'm sorry. I don't really understand it very well. After a long pause, Senna finally spoke up again, sounding unusually shy and hesitant. Papa told me it affects everyone differently. Some people don't show many signs at all, but others are always very sick. What is it like for you, Esther? I mean, only if it's alright to ask. Although Senna hastily reassured her, Esther realized she didn't want to stay silent like she normally did when asked such a question. She never truly explained the feeling before, but now the desire to share it with somebody almost overwhelmed her in its intensity. The pale came to me around 4 years ago. A few months after I lost a tournament, one that was very important to me. At first, when I started spending days in bed from exhaustion, I thought I just caught a common illness. But after the days of tiredness kept stretching on, and no doctor could find anything wrong with my body, I realized what it really was. For me, the pale it's like a parasite. I can feel it inside me, draining my energy, stealing my mind away from things I want to do or focus on. There are good days and bad ones, but sometimes even speaking feels like it's impossible. The medicine helps, but it feels like it's gotten less and less effective since I started taking it. My fingers drifted to the small puncture spot beneath her sleeve, where the flesh had grown slightly discolored or permanently tender. Since she had started injecting herself, Esther always wore long sleeves to hide the mark, even when it grew warm outside. Back when I was studying at the academy, I struggled with the pale for my last 3 years. The teachers who had mentored me, the ones who had always doted on me, I saw them pull away when they realized I couldn't accomplish anything more. Even my friends were there started separating from me, thinking I was somebody who would only drag them down. My results slipped more and more, and by the time I finished, I'd lost any chance of becoming the researcher I dreamed of being. I didn't want to go back and study more or start an apprenticeship for another trade that I would only fail at. My parents kept telling me that I should settle for simple work or find someone who would support me, but I hated both of those ideas. I wanted to make my own life. I promised them I'd find a cure for myself within a year, or at least something that would help my symptoms more than a medicine did. But even though I searched far and wide and met many different people, and saw many kinds of advanced medicine, nothing worked for me. As she spoke, her mind flitted back to her many travels. The odd jobs she had worked, the fascinating books she had found in old libraries, the doctors and shamans who came from such varied walks of life. And how restless she felt now, looking back on those times. Every time I thought I found something and I started latching on to hope for a cure, it always ended up as another empty promise. And now, the year I've given myself is almost over. I could keep searching, but I don't have the will to continue after so much failure, finished the thought in her head. This is exactly how I feel about dating, but I don't see it as something depressing or something sad. I'm perfectly happy being single and not... I really have no interest in dating anymore. I wasn't always like this. It's just a mindset that just been here since I've gotten over my engagement, and I don't miss going on dates. I don't miss meeting people and talking to people in that interested sense. I'm okay with making friends, but I cherish my time alone so much. And I really don't think that having someone would improve my life. In fact, I really think it would make my time worse. And I think it's a very personal thing. Because I know a lot of people whose life goals is finding someone, and I used to be like that as well. It's just that the way that my romantic life happened, with a broken engagement due to ghosting, my mind just shifted, and I'm like, you know what? It took a while, but I can be happy alone too, and it's certainly a lot easier. So I'm gonna take the easy way out, basically, but still a happy way out. So I understand this mindset of her, except that I don't have it towards an illness or a cure, and she's having it, and I think that's where the fucked up part is at. Something she couldn't bring herself to say aloud. I need to go back home. I don't want to abandon my parents, and I can't keep wandering forever. I had my chance, and if I failed, then I have to move on. Esther did her very best to make her voice sound firm and resolute, but she couldn't keep a note of sorrow from sinking in at the end. No matter how hard she tried to tell herself otherwise, the prospect of returning home filled her with dread. So the rumor about Papa's research, that was your last hope? Yes. When Senna finally questioned her after a long pause, Esther bit her lower lip briefly. I don't want to go back to my parents empty-handed. I don't want to tell them I lost. A somber, heavy silence weighed over them, out of place among the beautiful skies and singing birds. Esther felt guilty for sharing such dark thoughts with her friend, but at the same time, it lessened her burden a little when she voiced them, no matter how hopeless the situation was. She could tell Senna was truly listening to what she said, and her quiet sympathy brought Esther more relief than she expected. Esther, whether or not you find something in Papa's research, you haven't lost at all. Rising up into a sitting position, Senna hugged her knees to her chest, gazing intently down at Esther. You fought so hard and traveled so much and never stopped searching, even when it seemed hopeless. Most people would just give up with symptoms like yours. If the doctors can't discover a cure, how could anyone else ever hope to find one? Yet here you are, still looking everywhere you can, doing everything you possibly can do. Because you want to love your life, don't you? You'll never be happy just sitting around, struggling on for no reason. After her firm, gently chiding words, a smile started to soften Senna's features. She studied Esther with eyes that seemed far more perceptive than most people Esther had met, in the city or elsewhere. When I look at you, I just get this feeling that, more than anything else, you hate giving up. And even if there is no cure, and all you've done really did end up being in vain, you can still prove everyone who doubted you was wrong. You can research, you can explore, you can work. Really, you can do anything you want, even if they try to tell you otherwise. It's just that you need a reason for it. One you can truly believe in. Don't you think so, Esther? Reaching out, she took Esther's hands in her own smaller ones, giving them a reassuring squeeze. Then, with a faint huff of exertion, Senna rose to her feet, pulling Esther up alongside her. You're a strong girl, Esther. Why, someone would have to be blind if they couldn't see that. That's why I know the Pale won't win against you in the end. Really, how could it? You're very stubborn about things. I mean, stubborn in a good way. So, that's why I think you have a better chance of curing yourself than anybody. You'll find something. I know you will. But like I told you before, I'll help you in any way I can, no matter what. I promise. See, I don't know the ending of the game. Okay, I'm playing this blindly, except this little bit because I had previously recorded, except that it got corrupted, like I said. But I don't think Esther will find the cure, at least not in Isaiah's research, because Isaiah's research is 100% incomplete, because he left. He never got the cure for himself. He just left. So, yeah. Maybe it was a light, cheerfully confident way Senna reassured her, or perhaps Esther had just always wished she could hear those words. Whatever the reason, it felt like she was speaking the truth. And like the empty optimism that so many people passed around, Senna always seemed to generally believe in what she was saying. It made it that much easier for Esther to believe her, too, at least in part, if not yet fully. You're too kind to me, Senna. Oh, that's a silly thing to say. How could anyone ever be too kind? Very easily. I don't think I believe you. Besides, not kindness, I'm just telling the truth, that's all. Alf exasperated, Alf overcome with affection. She picked up the smaller girl in a tight hug. She was light enough that Esther could swing her around a little, ruffling the flowers around them. Ah! Senna squealed in delight, wiggling her feet as she flung her arms around Esther's neck. They'd grown comfortable enough over the past weeks to play and poke fun of each other, always in a good-spirited fashion, and it brought no small amount of joy to Esther's heart when she made her friend laugh. By the time she set Senna down again, Esther's grim mood had mostly lifted. There were still a few tasks left to finish too, which helped distract her from the unpleasant, ever-looming prospect of returning home. After they'd each picked a large basket full of flowers, she followed Senna to the cemetery, where they set about adorning all the graves. It was a solemn and yet unexpectedly pleasant task, one that always put her into a reflective mood. Perhaps it was more for the sake of the living than the dead, but it still felt as if they were doing something important. As Esther passed by the mausoleum, however, an unexpected shiver ran down her spine. She didn't know why, but something about that place. It seemed to be beckoning to her. Why exactly an eerie mausoleum would be beckoning to her, she had no idea. It was just her persistent curiosity, most likely, since the doors were shut and locked tight. Perhaps someday she'd get to wander inside, although the interior would probably be far more disappointing in reality. It was still late afternoon when the two girls finally returned to the manor. Since they had finished their chores earlier than normal, Esther found herself with an unexpected amount of energy left over. She decided to visit the study and comb through more of Isaiah's difficult writings, which required quite a bit of effort to focus on. After wishing Esther's luck, After wishing Esther luck, Senna went off to clean the manor's lower level, suggesting she come down for dinner once it grew dark. Despite the relatively short time she spent in the study over the past few weeks, its unusual atmosphere bothered her less than before. The lonely, dusty feeling hanging over the room was almost comforting in a way. Though, now that she knew about Isaiah's disappearance, something about it still set her on edge. After going through the dusty tomes for a while, Esther managed to roughly work out the next era of Isaiah's writings. Chronologically, they had moved next to another shelf full of writings on spirits and metaphysical research. He had collected an impressive amount of very old books, fragile to the point that Esther feared they might crumble in her hands. After shuffling through a few uninteresting entries, she stumbled upon another one that mentioned Senna. Lifting it up to the light, she curiously began to read. Despite the constant efforts of my research, I feel as if my faith in a cure is waning. The same medicine that abates most symptoms, a tincture of blood, alcohol, and essence of nepenthes, also creates a dangerous dependency. I have no idea how you read that. I doubt if suppressing a fast could ever lead to permanent satisfactory results. Attempting to study the pulse symptoms, either on myself or records of past victims, is a bitter struggle. Even within one person, they are painfully elusive and volatile. While some sufferers live relatively normal lives, others are so crippled by fatigue that they can barely function. Many individuals, if not most, seem to move between these two states with surprising regularity, I think it was. Then, even more bafflingly, there are cases where the sickness miraculously disappears. Their normal iris color returns, and the patient's lethargy vanishes. Of course, this rarely occurs overnight. In most occurrences, it takes years for such a change to happen, and often coincides with strange, unique events in the individual's life. All of this apparent randomness frustrates me to no end, and no prior researcher has ever been able to trace the common thread between those who are cured. Foolish as it is, I cannot help but question whether something beyond a mere biological affliction lies at the heart of this disease. I find myself returning again and again to the metaphysical, and in particular, the numerous incarnations of those noble entities, the Sevatavate. A particular strain of them, known as the Arafel by most, appear in my literature with various fearful mentions. Such superstition strikes me as beyond foolish, but I must admit, their mystique inflames my ever-insatiable curiosity. I know this line of research will inevitably end in further disappointment, but for now, at least it preoccupies my mind in place of other burdens. Like the matter of this troublesome child, of course. She was to have her mother's name originally, but I'm not so cruel as to let that curse remain with her. Thus, I have given the girl a new name, Senna. Something about the sound of it matches the blinding sparkle of her oppressively endless energy. Children are such baffling creatures, truly. I had forgotten just how innocently every life begins its journey, even those who one day become the most irredeemable of corrupted souls. Tracing her fingers lightly along the parchment's edge, Esther mulled over the meaning of what she had read. Had Isaiah really given up on a scientific cure? He seemed to share his skepticism of the supernatural, but his aspiration must have driven him to it as last resort. It disappointed her, though. She could understand where he was coming from. When something had no apparent explanation, it was natural to start wondering if a god or otherworldly force hadn't played a hand, attempting to send a signal or a message through indirect means. But to attribute an entire disease to such forces? She gave a firm shake of her head. Hopefully, Isaiah had eventually left this line of research for something more practical. Otherwise, all of her searching here would only lead to another dead end. For now, though, she needed to follow his train of thought, scanning through everything in case of a stray lead popped up anywhere. Carrying a stack of books and papers over to the window desk, Esther did her best to pore over them thoroughly. Beyond Isaiah's occasional dry remarks on Senna's growth and education, however, the only things he had written about were his metaphysical studies and continuously failing experiments. In a way, she could empathize with his ever-increasing despair and frustration all too well. When it finally grew too dark to read, and her focus began waning alongside the sunlight, Esther remembered Senna's suggestion. It was a good thing the other girl was around to remind her to eat, as she often forgot about meals during the day. This is where the recording crashed before, guys. So from now on, we're back in blind territory again. Putting away her books, she hurried downstairs where Senna had just finished cleaning the parlor. Over a meal of delicious quinoa curry, Esther shared her findings with her friend, who listened intently to every word. After a thoughtful pause, Senna agreed with Esther's belief that her father's supernatural studies likely never led him anywhere. And yet, despite her words, she seemed more hesitant than usual. Perhaps she knew something Esther didn't. If it was anything concrete, though, surely she would have shared it instead of keeping quiet. Though naturally, there was nothing concrete about the supernatural to begin with. We've been really productive today, haven't we? Laundry, gardening, tending the graves, cleaning, researching. Isn't it nice? I always feel so lovely after a good day of work. It does feel nice. I didn't have many of these days back when I lived in the city. Oh, that makes sense. If you barely have the energy to move, of course you can't do much that day, and I'm sure being stuck in bed only makes you feel worse. And she had one servant. She seemed to understand Esther easily and more quickly than expected, no doubt because she had seen her father in the same state before. I hadn't had to worry about it since I came here. Maybe it's the fresh air. She offered a casual shrug, but deep down she felt thoroughly grateful for the reprieve. I'm sorry, I couldn't read. Over the course of a few weeks in the city, she would have had long periods of nearly catatonic fatigue, stretching up to 3 or 4 days at a time. However, since she arrived at the manor, Esther hadn't experienced a single one of those debilitating days. See? What the fuck? Why can't you just load everything? It almost seemed too good to be true. Well, whatever it is, I'm so happy that you felt better here. You looked a lot worse when you first arrived, but since then, you really seem different, somehow. It's hard to describe. Brighter maybe? More engaged? Less boring to be around, you mean? Oh, what the fuck, dude? That is definitely not what I meant. I wouldn't be offended if you just said it. Huh, you were never boring, so I'm not going to say it. You are a real jester now, though, apparently. Does that make you the queen? Yes, the queen of flowers, potatoes, and lentils, probably. Do most queens eat their subjects? What? Listen, they're quite happy to serve, and to be served, I hope. As much as Esther tried to keep a straight face, she couldn't keep from snickering at Senna's retort. Okay, so I get it. The queen of the vegetables that she eats. Okay. The smaller girl beamed brightly in response, evidently quite pleased that she had been able to break Esther's deadpan expression. Well, I think this jester could use some rest. My legs are very sore. Agreed. We both deserve a good long sleep, don't we? Yawning contentedly, Senna gave Esther a small side hug for stepping back, her eyes sparkling with satisfied drowsiness. Good night. I'll see you in the morning, like always. Good night, Senna. A faint smile crossed her features as she watched the smaller girl trot towards the stairs. It brought her comfort to know they had a routine together, the first real routine she had since she left home. Except, of course, for her one nightly ritual. After putting her blankets on the couch and changing clothes, Esther sat down with a silver timepiece clutched in her palm. Blood, alcohol, and essence of Nephthys. Isaiah had mentioned them in his journal. Her watch held the latter, too, inside its case, but by injecting the tonic directly into her veins, allowed a small amount of ingredients to last a very long time. She'd had it refilled at the last city she visited, but it would last her at least a few more weeks. A few more weeks. No matter what, she would have to return home by then. Whether or not she found a cure, she couldn't stay here. That much was for certain. Why not? You can just go to the city and return. Like, Senna wouldn't mind. But someday, perhaps she could still come back. With that bittersweet thought lingering in her mind, Esther took her injection in a daze, clicking the watch shut in her palm once it was finished. Going to sleep, however, proved more difficult than she thought. Despite her tiredness, she kept tossing and turning on the sofa, unable to get particularly comfortable. An image kept drifting through her mind, but whenever she tried to focus and put a name to it, the thought disappeared. As she struggled to cling to that elusive vision, exhaustion finally won out, pulling her down into a deep slumber. The last thing she could remember was a sudden strange question that surfaced from her subconscious. What if everything is not as it seems? Okay. Lady. He was an idiot, a complete and utter fool, a true laughingstock of a man. What kind of insecure weakling would start questioning himself over something like this? It meant nothing. It didn't matter. It didn't really, truly care. But as a pair of familiar footsteps rushed up the stairs, approaching his office with pure excitement, he felt more sickeningly nervous than before any presentation he had ever given at the academy. Papa! I'm here, Papa. May I come in? Yes, you may. Next moment, his door flung open. A tiny figure came running up to where he was seated by the window, bouncing on her toes and clapping her hands together lightly. I want to see it, Papa. Oh, please, please, I want to see the gift you promised. Very well. Sit here quietly for a moment and cover your eyes. I will. I won't peek, I promise. Lifting her up onto his lap, he watched Senna sternly as she buried her face in her hands. Her fingers were tightly squeezed together, and she seemed to be holding true to her word. With a long, quiet exhale, Isaiah slowly began to reach for the window curtain. There was a small lump hidden behind the fabric, and after pausing hesitantly, he pulled it out in the open. He had been staring at this thing so much, it barely looked like anything to him now. The project first started months ago. He had read several books, drawn up numerous diagrams, and of course, had gone through many failed attempts. His first iterations looked like the type of monstrosities to come shambling through one's nightmares. Later ones began to improve, but he still wasn't satisfied. Like with tailoring, his perfectionism forced him to work and work until his skills were, at the very least, consistently average instead of laughingly amateur. And now, here was the peak of his unimpressive results, staring back at him with its beady eyes. His hand began to shake slightly. She might hate it. He'd have to watch her as her face fell in disappointment, before she tried to put on a smile to make him happy. That wouldn't hide how ugly she thought he was. Papa, can I open my eyes yet? Yes. Wait, no, not yet. Hold on a moment. Keep your eyes very, very tightly closed, but take your hands off your face. Like this? Yes, now hold out your hands. Okay, here they are. Is it a teddy bear? A teddy cat. Biting his lip, he slowly pushed the small fuzzy white present into Senna's outstretched hands. Her fingers instinctively curled in to grasp it, holding the creature aloft in the air. Can I open them now, Papa? Yes. As Senna's eyes finally flickered open, Isaiah watched her intently for a reaction. A look of pure, speechless shock spread across her features. She didn't even blink. She just stared, wide-eyed, her mouth falling open. He was right. She hated it. She couldn't even hide how terrible she thought he was. He was a fool to attempt such a silly thing. It would have been better to make her new clothes, or get her a new book, or craft some more tools for the kitchen. Heh. Ha ha ha. A kitty, my own kitty. And she's so pretty and so soft. I love her, Papa. I love her so much. Tears overflowed onto her cheeks. She giggled delightedly in between little sobs, as if the emotion was too strong for her mind to work out how she felt. Haha, well, there's no need to cry, not if you're happy with it, I mean. But you made her, didn't you, Papa? You made her just for me? I put it together in a bit of spare time, yes. That's why I'm crying, silly. Because you made it just like her, for me. And now I'll always have both of you. Huh? I'm completely lost. I completely drifted, like my attention span completely drifted away as I read this. Anyways, turning his head Turning his head away slightly, Isaiah swallowed down the irksome lump forming in the back of his throat. He certainly didn't see the need to make such a fuss over it. Still, it relieved him that she recognized what the toy was supposed to be, at least. Recently, they had spotted a few small forest cats around the manor, although the little creatures never dared to come very close. Senna always gazed at them longingly, her eyes sparkling at the sight of their fluffy fur and tails. But whenever Isaiah offered to bring back a pet from the city, she always refused. It's too cruel. Animals should always be free. Okay. He tried to explain that it would still be quite free and probably live a better life than as a city stray, but Senna didn't seem to be having any of it. It frustrated him, especially since it was so thoroughly obvious that she longed to hold one of those forest cats. So he had done his best to replicate her favorite of them all, the tiny white creature that peered at them from behind the trees while they worked in the garden. Cradling the cat in her arms, Senna curled up against his chest, still sniffing. Stifling? I don't know what I read. She almost never cried, which was why Isaiah felt completely at a loss for how to respond. He gave her head a few hesitant gentle pats before letting his palm rest atop her mane of wavy hair. The tears would stop by themselves, eventually, probably. Happy birthday, Senna. Shall we go make your favorite breakfast? Yes, please. Wiping her eyes with one sleeve, she tilted her head up to nod at him with another sniffle, I don't know what it was. Very well then. And do your best not to get berry juice on the cat. A stain like that won't come out for centuries. No, I won't get any on her. I'll keep her safe. You'll see. I know you will. Isaiah rose to his feet, holding his small daughter in one arm without much effort. She kept the cat snuggled against her chest as he carried both of them towards the door, marching purposefully towards the kitchen. So he hadn't disappointed her after all. For some reason, that made him feel the happiest he had been in a long, long time. How funny that he should be so contented over something so trivial and mundane, so insignificant compared to his research discoveries. What a strange, soft old man he was becoming these days. But it couldn't be helped. The fire danced in front of her like always, casting a warm, flickering light across the floor. Esther sipped her tea, gazing into the flames contemplatively. How long had she been here now exactly? It felt like years somehow. Perhaps it was because Senna had welcomed her so warmly without any judgment or expectations. Senna understood her better than anyone else, even though they had known each other only a short time, and she never needed anything from Esther, only her company and support. What is up with the music? Senna, where was she? She had gone upstairs a little while ago to fetch something, but it seemed strange that she was taking this long. Lost in her own thoughts, Esther hadn't noticed how much time had passed. Fidgeting in her seat, she shot a glance towards the stairwell. It was foolish to get so worried like this. Senna had just gotten distracted by something upstairs. But it couldn't hurt to go check on her, could it? Once she had made sure that Senna was perfectly fine, Esther could slink back down to wait again. That was all she needed to do. Managing to convince herself it was the right decision, Esther crept upstairs. A strange feeling of guilt came over her, as if she were doing something terrible by downing her friend, even though it didn't make any rational sense. But that guilt only grew more intense as she approached Senna's bedroom, drawn to the flicker of light from beneath the door. I really can't stand this anymore. I wish you were here, Papa. You could handle things a lot better than I can. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Senna heaved a huge sigh, her gaze wistfully trained up towards the ceiling. Confused, Esther stepped closer, peering through the cracked door at her. She's just so difficult all the time. She doesn't know how to cook or clean. And I'm running out of stored food with all these meals for two. And she never speaks. How can I deal with someone who's so boring? Nah, this is bullshit. Nah, this is a nightmare or something. She froze. Senna's frustrated, distraught words echoed hollowly in her ears, sinking into her chest like a knife. I really wish she would leave. I'd rather just have you, Papa. I was so much happier the way things were before. What should I do? I don't even want to go back downstairs to her. She sighed again, kicking her feet lightly in the air before leaning back on the bed with a soft groan. Esther stared at her for a moment longer, completely stunned. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, and yet, in a way, she had always wondered if Senna's true feelings were like this. It wasn't like she could blame her. She never deserved Senna's kindness and hospitality to begin with. And if Senna would be happier without her, it would be best to just get out of the way. She barely felt the chilling night air as it enveloped her body. Instead, a numbness spread through her, dulling even the sensation of the ground beneath her feet. It took a moment to even realize that she had started moving, her legs carrying her somewhere on their own accord. It didn't really matter as long as she was leaving that place forever, a place she never should have entered to begin with. Aimless and without any focused thought, Esther wandered across the dark clearing. On the surface, she seemed to be in a hypnotic trance, but the truth was slightly different. Letting go of any responsibility, any sense of self-preservation or fear, she allowed her body to stumble wherever it wished. She was rewarded with a pleasant, weightless feeling, freed from all her thoughts and anxiety. A ghostly trance, devoid of any purpose, only following the invisible current that carried her along. In that moment, Esther realized that she had become truly, completely, hopelessly powerless, and she welcomed the relief of her burden with a grateful sigh. After several minutes or hours, perhaps, a small sea of grey headstones greeted Esther from the dark. As she drifted past them, she felt none of the uneasiness that had gripped her before. Instead, it almost seemed like she was returning home, to somewhere she belonged, back into the embrace of familiar friends. They beckoned her forward, drawing her in closer and closer, leading her towards the sole structure that rose among the trees. And then, two stone doors were gazing back at her. At first, a dark confusion gripped Esther. Why? What was she doing here? Hadn't there been something dangerous about this place? But as those thoughts welled in her mind, suddenly a beautiful longing warmth reached out for her. Something that wanted her, wanted to protect her, arms that she could fall back into. All she had to do was follow them. Sorry, just checking on my bird. The doors drifted open for her, revealing a dark passage into the mausoleum. And yet, with that golden light still calling out so sweetly, her first tingle of fear quickly dissipated into nothingness. Once she was inside, Esther heard the door gently close behind her again. But instead of unnerving her, the thought only brought her more comfort. Now, there would be no temptation to return, no going back to such a wrong place. Like, this background thing, it reminds me so much of Dark Souls. She followed the angelic, but I also can think of a few Witcher 3 areas with the same shape for the doors as well. She followed the angelic summons deeper, heading down through a maze of peacefully sleeping bodies. The further she went, the more sense of impeding relief swelled before her, promising deliverance from the pain she hadn't even recognized before. She was so helpless now, and only complete surrender could wash all of her suffering away. So close to releasing her grasp on everything. So close to the golden light that awaited her right around the corner, waiting to relieve her of that last bitter hope that anchored her in grief. She would be free. So she would just kill herself in the mausoleum? She would be free. Esther! 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 Please wake up! Esther! See? It was a fucking nightmare. She jerked upright, drawing in a choked gasp. Sweat pooled in her shirt and dripped from her forehead onto her cheeks. Esther! To her surprise, Senna threw herself forward in a sudden hug, not seeming to mind that Esther was all but drenched. Those small arms clung tightly above her neck, and she could feel Senna giving her a reassuring squeeze. What happened? You must have been having a horrible nightmare. I heard you crying out from upstairs, and I came down to see you shuddering here. After she drew back, Senna gazed at Esther with obvious worry, biting her lower lip. You'd thrown off all the blankets, but you were soaked in sweat. I thought you had a fever. As the shock of her dream faded, a sense of sheepishness overtook her relief from waking up. I'm sorry I made you worry. It was only a bad dream. I'm not sick. For whatever reason, she found herself hesitating as she reassured Senna. The medicine, since she had started taking it, her sleep was rarely peaceful, although she had never awoken in such a state before. Esther, do you want to sleep upstairs with me? What? The bed I use is really big, so there's plenty of room, but you might feel less scared if you had someone else nearby. Maybe you're afraid when you fall asleep all alone in this dark room. A deep concern shone in Senna's eyes, but something else seemed present in her anxious words. Something that almost sounded like guilt, though Esther had no idea why she would possibly feel guilty. Only if having me around wouldn't bother you. I think I probably toss and turn in my sleep all the time. Ah, my poor Esther, you have a lot of nightmares? Esther slowly nodded. Well, you don't need to worry about me. I'm a really heavy sleeper. I only heard you because I woke up to drink some water. You know what? This is how you fucking lie about it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Senna. Hell yeah. Come, let's go upstairs. I'll get you another Papa's shirts. You shouldn't stay in that one. It's so damp. I'm honestly surprised it took weeks for them to sleep together in the bed. Taking Esther's hand, Senna led her out to the living room, starting up her usual stream of airy chatter. In the wake of her unnerving dream, it was soothing to hear Senna's bubbling words. They helped block out the lingering echo of that cold, harsh rejection still resonating in Esther's mind, even if they couldn't completely erase it. Will you please just load all of it? The words, I mean. After they reached the bedroom, Senna gave her another of Isaiah's black shirts and left to go fold the sofa's blankets while Esther's changed. A few minutes later, the two girls were sleepily crawling onto the soft bed, eager to escape from the cold night air. Unlike the sofa, there was plenty of room to be had, and Esther gracefully stretched out beneath the sheets. Good night, Esther. If you have another bad dream, I'll be here. Just wake me up, alright? Alright. Sleep well, Senna. You too. With that, they both fell silent. Senna shifted a few times, then let out a contented exhale before growing still. It wasn't long before Esther heard her breathing settle into a slow, steady rhythm, signaling that she had already fallen asleep. Rolling over onto her back, Esther exhaled a grim, quiet sigh. Certainly, this bed was far cozier than the couch, thanks to both the comfortable mattress and Senna's reassuring presence nearby. But despite Esther's deep tiredness, her mind refused to let her sleep again so easily. She lay awake in silence, staring into space with her eyes half open, repeating the vivid events of her dream. Senna. Memory of her words haunted Esther. As foolish as it was, she couldn't help but wonder if her nightmare mirrored reality. Perhaps there was some semblance of truth, even if the real Senna would never be so blunt about her feelings. She might resent Esther, but not admit it to herself consciously. Maybe she secretly hoped Esther would leave, and was just too embarrassed to tell her directly. Because of how kind Senna was, it was impossible to know if she was just masking her unhappiness for Esther's sake. What confused her most, though, was the mausoleum. Why had she been drawn to it like that? In the real world, the place unnerved her, and she didn't even want to get close to it. But in the dream, it had called out to her so beautifully, promising freedom from a pain she didn't even realize she had. Something else puzzled her, too. Senna said she had cried out in her sleep, but Esther couldn't remember any sharp fear in her dream. There had been nothing that frightened her or attacked her, which made it odd that she had woken in a cold sweat. If anything, the last part of her dream was almost pleasant. Perhaps she really had suffered a brief fever, an unknown side effect of the medicine. Or else her subconscious was hiding something from her waking self. As she emerged from her brooding thoughts, Esther suddenly noticed a way on her arm. Like, when I was a kid, one night, my dad came to my room and woke me up and asked me what was wrong. And I was like, what? What's wrong? I'm like, what do you mean what's wrong? Like, you were screaming. I was screaming? Yeah, you were screaming for me. What's wrong? I'm like, I don't know, I was asleep. You don't remember why you were screaming? No, I was asleep. Like, well, okay then. So, whatever nightmare I had that made me absolutely scream for my dad, I couldn't remember after being woken up, so Yeah, could be the same thing for Esther here. Except that she sort of remembers the dream. Anyways, as she emerged from her brooding thoughts, Esther suddenly noticed a weight on her arm. Startled, she glanced onward, her eyes swiftly widening at what she saw. Of course. Senna had curled up against her, clutching Esther like an oversized stuffed animal. She seemed fast asleep. Her movements must have been unconscious. A warm sensation bloomed in her chest. Senna looked so small, so innocent, so calm compared to her normal self. As strong as she was, she seemed as defenseless as a small kitten in the arms of sleep. She trusted Esther enough to let all of her guard fall to the wayside, utterly at peace while next to her friend. It stirred in Esther longing to protect the smaller girl, no matter the cost. Closing her eyes, she felt her body finally begin to relax, lulled back to sleep by Senna's comforting presence. Her arm was bent at a slightly uncomfortable angle, but she didn't dare move, not while Senna was sleeping so soundly. Soon she hardly noticed at all, her thoughts fading away into pleasant nothingness. It's all fun and games until your arm goes numb. Until an untroubled sleep finally drifted over her. That was sweet. As much as I love it, I wish the sun wasn't so bright today. When she heard Senna murmuring softly to herself, Esther turned to face the other girl. They were out gathering flowers on a warm afternoon, with most of the chores already behind them. Since that morning, though, Senna had been acting a little less energetic than usual. Are you alright, Senna? You're not ill, are you? Ill? Oh no, I'm not ill. It's only just a headache. I get them sometimes, but I don't know why. Senna glanced downward as she mumbled a reply, as if confessing her pain made her feel embarrassed. You should go lie down then. I can take care of the cemetery. No, I really don't need to. I can keep working. You shouldn't have to do it alone. It's fine, Senna. There's not much left. Rest, and the headache will go away sooner. She groaned softly in protest, but pursing her lips together for a moment. Alright, I will, but only because you're so stubborn about it, Esther. I'll see you inside soon, alright? Please don't work too hard. That's slightly critical advice coming from you, isn't it? Esther, did I punch you in your sleep or something? You're ruthless today. I have to be ruthless to make you take care of yourself. Well, that's not something I ever expected to hear. Pursing his lips in a pout, Senna prodded her finger playfully against Esther's side, and the two of them broke into light giggling. When the other girl turned and left for the manor, Esther felt relieved in a way. Recently, Senna had been looking after her so much, it almost made her uncomfortable. She jumped at any opportunity she had to even slightly repay the favor, though it never seemed like enough. Anything to keep that dream from becoming a reality, she thought grimly. Clutching a basket of flowers in one hand and her broom in the other, Esther made her way along the path Senna had shown her. Despite her poor sleep, she felt curiously energized today. Speaking was less challenging, and her body responded to her wishes more willingly than normal, like a weight was temporarily lifted from her shoulders. She had truly come to enjoy working outside, especially on days like these, days when the forest felt like it accepted her somehow. But despite her newfound comfort, there was still one place that sent an uncontrollable shiver down her spine as soon as she entered it. The cemetery. No matter how many times she visited this place with Senna, she could never shake the odd and unsettling sensation it gave her. It was all in her head, most likely. After all, Senna didn't seem to feel the same atmosphere, if her easy smiles were anything to go by. But even more strangely, Esther felt an indescribable pull towards this place. It's almost, almost as if something was waiting for her. Something she didn't know, something she didn't want to know, but was being slowly led to uncover. A secret deeply buried, one that was surely better off that way. As she finished tending to the last of the graves, Esther's gaze finally drifted towards a single, lonesome spot she had avoided. The grim shape of the mausoleum is sort of tightly shut like a stone maw. There was no reason to bother with it. It's locked, Senna had said. I don't think I'll ever find the key. Despite her attempts at rationalizing with herself, a powerful urge swept over Esther. She cautiously approached the stone structure, half expecting a repeat of her dream somehow. Unlike before, though, the door seemed tightly shut, and when she tugged at one of the handles to no avail, it confirmed her suspicions. In between the ornate slabs of stone, Esther noticed a small, almost imperceptible slot. The keyhole, no doubt, and the key of matching size would be incredibly difficult to find if it truly was lost somewhere. Right as that thought crossed her mind, Esther froze. Impossible. There was simply no chance. The likelihood of such a coincidence was practically zero. Even though she fully understood it, she still couldn't control the sudden, intense desire to try. Slowly, hesitantly, her hand drifted downward, feeling for her skirt pocket. Sure enough, a small bump still rested there. The key would fit perfectly. She knew before she even tried it. She could feel a pull between them somehow. And sure enough, as soon as she slid into the lock, the door echoed with a low, ominous click. Ugh! As if she'd burned, Esther jerked her hand back. It took her a moment to realize that she was trembling uncontrollably. Strangely enough, she didn't understand why. Oh my god! It was like an irresistible lure pulled her towards the mausoleum, and at the same time, every fiber of her body screamed at her to run away. For now, the latter instinct won out. Hastily locking the doors again, she pushed the key back into her skirt. She could investigate the interior some other time, and preferably while not alone. But deep down, Ezra had an overpowering feeling that sooner or later, something would bring her back here. Leaving the cemetery behind, she finished up the remaining chores in a distant, murky haze of thought. Her dream, the mausoleum, the key in particular, disturbed her greatly. It almost certainly belonged to Isaiah, which meant it had likely fallen out of his pocket in the woods. But why? Why would he be carrying something so specific with him, especially such a distance away from a manor? Had he been out on a walk, or was he running away? Everything about it seemed so strange, including the remarkable coincidence that she had stumbled upon such a tiny thing. It was almost as if she had been meant to find the key, or as if it wanted to be found. Esther returned to the manor as the afternoon began steadily waning into the evening. Her unsettling discovery made her want to head straight for the study, in the hope that she could find something about the mausoleum in Isaiah's writings. But as she started to pass by the slightly open bedroom door, a strange hesitation suddenly forced her to stop. Her dream, those words of loathing that Senna spoke, the idea of hearing them again made Esther uncontrollably shudder. It took all of her willpower to force herself closer to the door, to lean forward and peek inside. Senna's small form was curled up peacefully atop the bedsheets, fast asleep. She looked as innocent as any human could possibly be, her gentle expression completely different from that cold look Esther had witnessed in her nightmare. Of course she did. She was only a dream. Just a lingering dream. Sighing quietly, Esther pulled back from the door. She had never been so paranoid about something before. It wasn't a welcome change, that much she could say for certain. Inside the study, the sun's warm rays leaked in sleepily through the window, though they were already beginning to recede. It was still bright enough to read without a candle, so Esther hurried over to an untouched shelf, beginning to quickly leaf through various newspapers. She scanned each page for a mention of the mausoleum before setting it aside, trying to keep herself more focused on her topic of interest. However, almost everything she saw was related to the study of magic, charms, hexes, talismans, and many other clearly non-scientific things. Before long, the sun had fully receded into darkness, and she had little choice but to light the candles in order to keep reading. Then, as her eyes flicked across another unrelated journal entry, something about it caught her attention. It was unmistakably Isaiah's handwriting, but it seemed even shakier and more chaotic than before. As usual, she couldn't contain her curiosity. Raising it up to the light, she peered at the erratic words, trying to parse his unstable penmanship. So, Senna is still sleeping? Holy shit. Once corrupted by the evils of society, there is no redemption for a faltering spirit. Simple pleasures turn to bitter cynicism, childlike wonder shifts into suspicion, and the love for life becomes a need for relief, an outlet to escape the dread of facing another day. With my daughter's unending joy, I have rediscovered a meaning for my own existence, a redemption from all of these poisonous thoughts and feelings. My sole wish is that her smile never darkens and remains forever unbroken by worldly sorrows and disillusionment. She will be fully independent, completely removed from the mundane evils of society. No one shall find her here, and she shall not go to them. Alas, I know that it is only a matter of time before someone ventures into these woods, despite their ill reputation. For that reason, I have redoubled my efforts to protect this place, as I know my days are swiftly running out. Though my recent research of the arcana has yielded a little, I have stumbled upon an ancient charm of warding that should serve me well. In order for a living human to find the house, they must either share my blood, or be carrying one of my possessions. Any common thing will do, as long as it is attached to a memory of mine. If I had remained in contact with Jeremiah and ever asked him to visit, I would have only needed to send him a letter with a trinket attached. But now, any passers-by will subconsciously keep their distance from the ward's border, so subtly that they surely will never notice it, even if they are actively seeking the manor. In this way, I will keep the two of us safe in our isolation. Even when I am gone, there is no risk of Senna ever being found and lured away by an intruder. This security brings me some comfort in my last remaining days of lucid thought. Are you sure you were lucid? I love her so very, very dearly, my Senna. I am distinctly, painfully aware that I do not deserve her. I have become little more than a bitter shell, something that once harbored a relentless investment in the world around him, but no longer. What? No matter how much I attempt to change my ways, I feel as if I'm made of stone, unable to alter or improve myself without crumbling into useless pieces. That is why I would do anything, everything, to keep her from becoming what I am. If she never tastes the scorn of a life beyond nature's boundaries, then she will be spared from the spiritual death it harbors. She will always retain her innocence, her childlike love for all she sees, and no one may ever shatter the fragile beauty her world yet retains. If she comes to despise me for keeping her here, then so be it. It pains me to know that she does not see truth behind my warnings, but one day, I hope she will come to understand how I only acted out of love, selfish though it may be. Man, fuck this guy, honestly. I really don't fucking like him. He should go fuck a cactus. Her gaze finally lifted from the rambling words. It took her a moment to fully process what she had read, connecting it to the very same coincidence she had been dwelling on earlier. The key. Murmuring aloud in astonishment, she unconsciously reached down for the small lump in her pocket. Did this warding charm actually work? Was that why, despite the rumors of someone living in the forest, nobody had ever discovered the manor before? And if she had never stumbled upon Isaiah's key, would she have passed right by this place, avoiding it without ever noticing? But Isaiah had never wanted anyone else to come here. If he had known Esther was living with his daughter, he would have been furious at both of them. A sharp pang of guilt cut through her, despite the fact that she didn't agree with his outlook. Surely it wasn't fair for him to keep Senna isolated, and yet, the idea of shattering Isaiah's dying wishes filled her with deep sadness. Man, fuck Isaiah! In a way, she almost felt like she knew him. Through all his intimate writings and Senna's descriptions, she had come to understand at least a part of him, enough to feel his bitterness and sorrow. To think that he would have hated Esther if he saw her now, taking over his place at the manor, sharing her life and experiences with Senna. He would have sought to tear them apart. Holy fucking crap! My guy! I fucking... I got scared! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Oh, you scared the fuck out of me! Holy shit! At that moment, a horrible dizziness crashed into Esther, sending the world into a blurry spiral. She could hear her ears ringing. For a moment, it felt like she was about to lose consciousness completely. That scared the fuck out of me, man! Holy shit! Stumbling out into the hallway, she made her way unsteadily towards the bedroom, leaning against the wall for support. Senna was gone. It didn't surprise her, but seeing an empty room made a strange panic flutter in her chest. Part of her wanted to call out, but no, she was fine. This had only to be a short, easy spell. Did she fall asleep again? It wasn't time to take your medicine yet, still too early. And yet she felt so weak, as if either she or the world would come crumbling down at any moment. If she lay down for a few minutes, maybe the awful sensation would leave her. She just wanted it to leave. Esther? Esther! Senna's voice suddenly permeated the ringing in her ears. Turning around, she saw the smaller girl watching her with obvious worry and confusion in her eyes. Esther? Are you alright? Do you have a fever? She quickly reached up to put her palm on Esther's forehead, trying to feel her temperature. No, I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. Oddly enough, right as she spoke those words, the sensation abruptly vanished. She still felt slightly off balance, but the ringing had stopped completely. Dizzy? Oh dear. You haven't eaten since this morning, have you? I wonder if that's it. You really don't eat nearly enough, Esther. Sighing affectionately, Senna reached out to take her hand, pulling her gently back towards the hallway. Why don't we go start on dinner? A meal and some hot tea would make you feel better, I'm sure of it. Alright. I'm sorry for making you worry. Why would you be sorry? It's not like it's your fault. It's hard looking after oneself. Believe me, I should know. That's why it's so nice to have someone else around. As happy as he made Esther to hear Senna's reaffirmation, a flicker of guilt bit into her stomach again. It refused to fade so easily this time, following her as they descended the stairs to the kitchen. Even when they sat down for their meal, she felt distracted, unable to enjoy their relaxing time together as much as usual. After a while, Senna's presence helped diminish the unpleasant thoughts that haunted Hester. She felt a little more reassured whenever a friend fussed over her, if only because it was a reminder that Senna truly cared. Making the other girl laugh and smile eased their worries too, especially since it seemed like the opposite of what Isaiah had feared would happen. But as they returned to the parlor, warming themselves by the fire like always, a nagging thought found its way to the forefront of Esther's mind. She had to tell Senna about the mausoleum. It didn't feel right to keep the key a secret. Besides, maybe Senna knew something else useful about it, like a clue as to why Isaiah had been carrying the key with him. Could I ask you something, Senna? Of course, you don't need to ask if you can ask. Senna giggled lightly. When she saw Esther's solemn expression, however, the smile soon faded from her features. About the mausoleum. Have you ever been inside it? The mausoleum? No, I haven't. She shook her head somberly, looking slightly unnerved. I think I told you before, but I don't have the key. I found it. I have the mausoleum key. Gasping audibly, Senna stared at her in shock. You found it? But how? Where? I've searched all over the manor and all through the grounds, even in the woods outside. Did Papa hide it somewhere? Pulling out the key to offer it to Senna, she started to explain what had happened, how she had found it far away in the woods, her sudden realization it was for the mausoleum, after the discovery of Isaiah's protective ward around the manor. She was too embarrassed to mention her dream, which in truth was the only reason why she had tried the key in the first place. Otherwise, it likely would have slipped her mind completely. Once Esther had finished speaking, Senna sat in a thoughtful silence for a moment. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out to take the tiny key, curling her fingers around it so lightly that she seemed to be afraid it would burn her. I'd forgotten about it until now, but I remember Papa mentioning something about a ward. That wasn't long before she trailed off, holding the key tightly against her chest. Esther put a gentle hand on her shoulder. In response, Senna smiled at her gratefully, still a little visibly shaken, but she seemed to recover herself quickly. Papa did warn me to never go into the mausoleum, especially not with him. He probably carried the key around so I couldn't find it. But he always refused to tell me why I couldn't go inside. It was so frustrating. Again, her mind unwillingly flashed back to her dream. A sense of foreboding crawled over her, but she did her best to force it away and ignore it. Maybe we could take a look together sometime? If it seems safe, I mean. I wouldn't want to go too deep inside it if it's falling apart, of course. I'd like to see it. I don't know why, but it feels important somehow. Well, then maybe it is important. It's worth believing in your instincts. They know a lot more than we do, I think. Her smile slowly began to brighten again, and she reached up to poke the tip of Esther's nose teasingly. Ow! Ow! What do you mean, ow? I barely even touched your nose. You don't know your own strength. My whole face went numb. Esther. Unable to contain herself at Senna's pouting, Esther broke into a stifled laughter. Senna joined in, and before long they fell into a comfortable, easy chatter while curling up on the couch. At her friend's behest, Esther shared some stories about her time at the academy and of the days back before she contracted the Pale. Though her thoughts still occasionally drifted back to the mausoleum, sharing her findings with Senna had lifted a huge burden from her shoulders in much needed relief. Senna's interest in everything she had said helped distract her too. She had never met anyone who held such an interest in what she had to say. In fact, it fascinated her how the most mundane things, laws, customs, crimes, politics, enraptured the other girls so much. The only views she had acquired of the world had come from Isaiah, and the various books of fiction and non-fiction he had given her to read. It was very limited, carefully curated selection of knowledge, focused mostly on the natural world, and even her fictional stories were so fantastical that they barely touched on any aspects of modern society. Ezra found it interesting too, how explaining her own culture aloud made it sound so odd and contrived. There were countless vestigial laws and customs that had no place anymore, and yet most people still treated them as indispensable. In a way, Esther could understand Isaiah's scorn for civilized society, falling into patterns of traditional thought, never questioning them, leading one into a cycle of misery without ever fully understanding it. It really was frustrating. And Senna, spared as she was from such thoughts, seemed so blissfully beyond all of it. Perhaps that explained why Esther's guilt refused to be rationalized away. Like Isaiah, she only wanted what was best for her friend. The idea that she was somehow contaminating Senna's mind with outside influences made her feel deeply uncertain, even if the other girl seemed so eager to learn about the world outside her own. Oh, my God. Isaiah is a fucking creep. Finally, as the fire began to die down, the pair returned upstairs to their room. As Senna put on her nightgown, Esther quickly injected herself their nightly medicine, grating her teeth to finish it as quickly as possible. Luckily, it seemed easier than normal today, maybe because another presence was nearby. After both of them had changed into their more comfortable nightwear, they crawled under the covers before the chill could seep into their bones. This time, Senna was still awake when she snuggled up to Esther, draping an arm across her waist. Aww. Ah, so sleepy. Good night, Esther. Sleep well, Senna. A peaceful, warm silence draped over them after they exchanged words, replaced by the calm rhythm of their breathing. Before long, Esther found her consciousness easily ebbing away. It was the greatest sleep she had ever fallen into. Oh, man. In her last moments of coherent thought, she found herself deeply, contently grateful for it. Why won't the fucking text load all at once? And then, lulled off by the warmth of Senna's arms and the coziness of her soft pillow, she sank into a comfortable darkness. Sorry, just coffee. Oh, what the hell, I forgot to read. As he bent down to pick it up, Isaiah felt a strange sharp pang in his chest, and his throat tightened uncomfortably. She hadn't dropped it. She had thrown it tearfully to the ground, turning away as if she couldn't bear the sight of it. You're so unfair. Why can't I go there? Why can't I have a friend? You don't love me at all. You only care about yourself. Foolish girl, shouting at him so rashly, then running off to the middle of the night. What was she thinking? She wasn't careful. She could get hurt. She might trip and fall, or run into a wild animal, or get lost out in the woods. He thought he had raised her to be smarter than that. Isaiah is a psychopath. Holding the white cat under one arm, Isaiah began to swiftly stride after her, his jaw tightly clenched. She turned off in the direction of the graveyard, little wonder, considering how it seemed to be her favorite place. But he had always disliked it. No matter how many times he visited the cemetery, he could never shake the unpleasant feeling of being watched by someone. Senna! Stop this ridiculous behavior. Don't act like a spoiled, petulant child. Although he called out to darkness in a loud, stern tone, his voice briefly cracked. This was a waste of time for both of them. And if she scraped her knee or twisted an ankle running blindly through the trees, it would even be more of an inconvenience, wouldn't it? She'd never acted so impulsively before. Perhaps she inherited her mother's carelessness after all, and was finally beginning to rear its ugly head in her behavior. You know, because Isaiah is so perfect that any, how do you say, any flaw in Senna has to come from her mother, for 100%. Because Isaiah's so perfect. Man, fuck this guy. As he entered the cemetery grounds, his gaze quickly scanned across the sea of graves. There was no sign of Senna, but in the distance he glimpsed something that made his blood run cold. The mausoleum doors. They were open. Had she fled inside there? His strong claustrophobia had kept him from ever venturing into that place. But from old writings on the manor grounds, he knew that it was deep, labyrinthine set of catacombs, untouched for many, many years. Running around in its depths without any light was beyond foolish. What on earth had gotten into that girl? For hell's sake, damn it all, everything. Although his first instinct was to charge in after her before she could get too far, he forced himself to stop. If he went in blind, then they would both end up lost. He had to go back and fetch a lamp first. He had to follow his mind before his instincts. After a long moment of hesitation, he turned sharply on his heel and dashed towards the manor. Once he had grabbed the first lamp he found inside, Isaiah ran back to the graveyard as fast as he could, panicked adrenaline flooding through his veins. In one hand, he still clutched a small, stuffed toy, squeezing it so tightly that his sharp knuckles seemed on the verge of rupturing through his skin. Senna. He couldn't let any harm come to her. Foolish, foolish girl. He had taught her not to act rashly, warned her over and over again. Of course she didn't listen to him. She was her mother's daughter, an uncontrollable flame intent on burning itself out. Why wouldn't she just listen to him, realize he was protecting her, giving everything just to keep her safe, the ungrateful little... Clenching his teeth, he forced himself through the mausoleum doors. His footsteps echoed off the walls, a sharp but hollow sound, and loud, far too loud. The lit lamp in his hand only illuminated a few feet in front of him, the remaining darkness blocking him tightly on every side. Down the cracked stairs, dust clogging his lungs, his heart racing at a sickening speed. His mind struck by the image of Senna's terrified face, alone in the dark, wherever she was now. Soon, he emerged into the decrepit corridor. There was still no sign of Senna, only the long, ominous shapes of caskets buried in the walls and standing along the hallway, like silent sentinels resting in the dark. Though the ceilings were higher than he expected, he still felt his chest suddenly tighten, forcing his breath to grow shallow. Senna! Her name emerged from Isaiah's lips as little more than a weak, fearful whisper. As the sound of his own voice sank into his head, a bitter bile swiftly rose to the back of his throat. What a pathetic coward he was, unable to call out for his own daughter, petrified by his baseless phobia. Senna! Senna, can you hear me? When he forced himself to shout, however, instead of carrying any farther, his voice seemed to die out within a moment. It was as if something had smothered it, something beyond the underground walls that surrounded him. Even if he were to scream, the sound would surely be suffocated before he could echo any further. He's not dead, is he? He's just trapped. But wait, he's been trapped for 6 years? The natural acoustics were only a product of his fear. More importantly, if Senna was here, he had to find her. Quickly now, before she wandered any deeper into the labyrinth. With the lamp in one outstretched hand and Senna's stuffed animal tucked beneath his arm, Isaiah began to wind his way through the corridors. In one of his pockets, he had the withered remnants of several flowers Senna had given him not long ago. Silly as he was, he preferred to keep them on his person instead of putting them in a vase. Now, however, it was necessary to use them for another purpose. Whenever he was about to round another corner, he dropped a small, colored petal at the edge. It would be enough to help him find his way back, most likely. Senna! Senna, I'm not cross with you. Come out, and we'll act as if none of this has ever happened. As he called out for her again, forcing himself to sound calm and dryly patient, his eyes fell on a statue across the hall. It already passed an unsettling amount of them, but their tall, shrouded figures never ceased to disturb him. I'll make a pot of your favorite tea, and we'll read together by the fire. That's your favorite way to spend the cold night, isn't it? Far better than huddling in the dark in the cold. The smile that weakly threaded across his lips felt wrong, like a coffin opened from the inside. Something that never should have happened, something that could have been avoided. No, he hadn't done anything wrong. Senna, please! Another corner, another long empty corridor. Something, I'm sorry. Was she even here? Should he turn back? But what if he left, not knowing she was just around the next corner? No, the door was open, she had to be in here. He knew she was, he knew it. Don't treat your father like this. If you want me to apologize, I will, I promise, but don't run away from me. The strength in his voice slowly crumbled, returning to the same trembling whisper as before. Bitter and self-pitying, yet still pleading, clinging to the arrogant faith that he deserved to get his daughter back. But he did, didn't he? Hadn't he done everything for her, given everything for her? How could she just disappear? Leave him, her father, alone and lost, searching in vain, panicking and hopeless. Then he glimpsed it. A disturbance in the dust, the shadow of a footprint. His heart leapt. It had to be hers. Another and another, leading down the corridor, around another corner, he had to follow. He ran. The pounding in his chest threatened to stop his heart together, so intense that it overwhelmed him with dizziness and fresh nausea. But if she was here, and she was here, he had to find her. They had to escape. But he wasn't safe. Something about it was wrong. He could feel it eating away at his head, into his head. Waiting, watching, staring, lurching, moving, following, hunting, closing in, closer, closer, closer. Running in circles, following his own footsteps, faster, closer, finally found. There, around the next corner. They were there. Their faces, oh, their faces. He knew it, he knew it, he knew it. He had to run. It wasn't her. It never was her. It was always them. Run. He had to run. Run. But no matter how much he ran, they were always right there. And when he stared at them, their voices entered his head. Peel off your skin. Drill inside your skull. Drag out your intestines. A pure, terrified hatred and rejection of everything, of himself. He couldn't leave. There was no exit. There were never any pedals, never any footprints. Too late. They were crawling in his ears, eating into his head, grinding it all up. Living inside him, pulling him down into a casket, shutting the lid. Down, 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 down. Rot. Decay. You ended it, Isaiah. Okay. A loud choked gasp tore from her throat. She jerked upright, panting and coughing as sweat dripped off her forehead and into her eyes. A dream? No, another nightmare. But she couldn't remember it. What on earth had she seen? It was horrible, so horrible. And yet it had completely vanished from her mind, leaving behind no trace except her frantically racing heartbeat. To her surprise, the spot beside her on the bed was empty. It was still dark, so why had Senna left? Mausoleum. Then, as she stared numbly at the white sheets, she realized she could hear something. The soft pattering of rain. She hadn't awoken in the middle of the night. It was just a dark, gloomy morning. Pulling herself to the side of the bed, Esther shifted to stand on her feet. Ugh! When her legs suddenly started to give way, she managed to grab the bedpost to steady herself just in time. A dull numbing sensation spread along her spine, slowly draining the energy from her surrounding muscles as it traveled further downward. It was painfully familiar. The same reaction she felt so many times before, on dark days where she tried to drag herself upright after awakening. But since she had been staying at the manor, she hadn't experienced it again fully. Until today. Esther drew in a deep, unsteady breath. She could do it, even while acutely aware of her own weakness. The feeling of being a severed puppet, she could still force herself to move. Gingerly? Anyways, trying to suppress her fear of falling at any moment. Moving around the bed's perimeter, holding onto the edge with one hand, Esther slowly staggered over to her folded clothes. The crippling numbness gradually became less noticeable as she dressed herself, her subconscious mind adjusting to the nearly dead weight of each limb. Part of her was begging to lie back down, to try and sleep off the debilitation, but she wanted to stay awake, to go and greet Senna, to face the day, to make progress with Isaiah's research. Anything, no matter how small, was better than surrendering completely. After steadying herself for a few minutes, Esther made her way down the stairs, adjusting to the weight a little more with every step. She could see Senna's small figure seated in the chair before the fire, holding a mug of tea in her hands. Ah! When she noticed Esther. Senna blinked, her eyes drifting away rather suddenly. She took a long sip of her tea, before lowering the cup with a faint smile on her lips. It seemed different somehow, thin, uncertain. Hello, Esther. I woke up early today and I couldn't get back to sleep. I've already been doing things around the house for a little bit. Since it's raining, I'm going to clean the parlor and the rooms at the back of the manor. I don't use much. But you can go ahead and spend the day in Papa's research if you like. I already had breakfast, but I left some for you in the kitchen. There was something unusually strained about Senna's voice, as if the casual brightness of her words were forced, an attempted show instead of her normal easy warmth. Well then, I'm going to start with one of the old storage rooms, I think. I'll see you later, huh? Finishing the rest of her tea in a gulp, she set her empty cup on the hand table, swiftly rising to her feet. Yes, thank you for the meal. It's alright. If you want anything else before dinner, there's plenty in the pantry. Good luck with the research. After a brief pause, she turned to hurry off towards the stairs, her swift footfalls echoing through the foyer. Her absence left Esther with a twisted knot in her gut, a sudden, almost nauseated fear that she had done something horribly wrong. But how? Senna had been acting perfectly fine the previous night, even curling up tightly against her for comfort. She didn't seem sick, and hadn't mentioned a headache, so it seemed unlikely for pain to be the cause of it. This is why people communicate. Perhaps she was just in a bad mood. Not everybody could be happy and warm for every moment of their waking lives. There was no use in overthinking it now, especially since it was probably nothing. It only unnerved her because of the resemblance to her previous dream. That was all. That was all. After forcing her tightened stomach to eat some of the food Senna had prepared for her, Esther returned to Isaiah's study. But as she reached for the door, she noticed it was fully shut. Had she left it that way yesterday? She couldn't remember much, not beyond the dizzy spell that had overtaken her. Once she slipped inside the study, Esther lit a few candles to relieve the grey gloom, shivering a little from the cold. The study didn't feel particularly unsettling or eerie to her anymore. Instead, it brought her a strange sense of comfort, as a place she could connect with somehow. Picking up the remaining books and papers from the shelf she had started yesterday, Esther sat down at Isaiah's desk and pulled over a candle. Despite the heavy lethargy weighing down on her body, she was still determined to get through at least a little bit of reading today.
Self-voicing and
Shut up!
Self-voicing disabled.
Sorry. Even if her efforts were ultimately fruitless, it was better than doing nothing. As she picked up one of the books, a long rolled-up piece of paper stuck beneath it suddenly fluttered onto her lap. Once she had smoothed it out across the desk, Esther saw the familiar scribble of Isaiah's handwriting, though this piece seemed a little neater, more formal. He'd even titled it, albeit haphazardly, at the top of the page. Preliminary Findings on God Spirits. Propping her chin up on one hand, she leaned forward in her chair and began to read. Note to Jeremiah. Kindly read over these pages and tell me quite honestly if I sound like a madman. I certainly feel like one. Oh my god! Hand! Stop! I penned it half in jest, thinking I might turn it into an abstract for an academy publication. For remembering that I had told the head he was sniveling a little bureaucrat with the mental facilities of a mosquito. Still, old habits remain difficult to shake. Perhaps you might publish it under your name, if you think any of it may hold water. At the very least, you might make some of the rusty old codgers' hearts give out from the mention of anything remotely metaphysical. Preliminary Findings on God Spirits. A treatise on the Narafel and the pale Cachexia. Over the course of several years of research, I have discovered a remarkable amount of literature on the universal presence of God's spirits. entities lesser known as the Arafel. In essence, they are a formless energy, one that can travel from a human's surroundings into their physical body. What attracts them the most is the power of strong emotion. The waves of energy released by feelings such as despair, frustration, anger, and of course, love. However, when they enter a host, they will begin to consume all of their energy, numbing their bodily strength as well as the intensity of their emotions. Still, as tempting as it remains to simplify and generalize them, the Arafel do not appear to be creatures of evil. It seems more accurate to describe them as forces of nature, following a primeval impulse to survive at any cost. They feed off the energy of consciousness itself, leeching from both the impulses of the nervous system and the soul's connection to the universe. The informal title of God spirits comes from the fact that they are simply too overpowering for the current human mind. To coexist with them, it would require a divine level of inexhaustible strength. As for their existence in the world, for the vast majority of cases, they are completely invisible to the eye. From my research, it seems likely that almost every human unknowingly carries at least several of these spirits within them, but displaces their draining effects under different names. Curiously enough, the act of becoming overly conscious of this foreign presence seems to attract further Arafel to the host. There appears to be no limit to the amount that can infect a body. Indeed, the more spirits are drawn to them in a slow, steady loop. However, there have been several strange cases of the complete opposite occurring. A pure vessel, hitherto untouched by the spirit's invasions, can suddenly become highly susceptible to them within a very short time period. Extreme stress and powerful emotion may act like a magnet for the Arafel, drawing them in, if present, from the surrounding individuals and environment like an immense cork vortex. This may also occur with those already possessed, though it is even less common for these spirits rarely congregate in large numbers. But the most interesting facet of these spirits is their potential connection to a common, incurable disease, that which is known as the pale Cachexia. If the Arafel do in fact exist, their possible relation to the pale is one that cannot be ignored. Indeed, if one connected earlier writings on the god spirits with the instances of those who have recovered from the pale, one could glean the true nature of a possible cure. With that said, the only potential cures one could surmise are disheartening to say the least. One is virtually impossible and the other impossibly cruel. I will discuss these methods in an attempt to learn how they might be potentially achieved, but attempting either of them with our current knowledge of the Arafel would be thoroughly foolish. The crueler method is the more feasible of the two, but it would ultimately require Esther quickly turned the paper over, her heart skipping a beat. It was empty. No continuation at all. But in his preface to the top, Isaiah had mentioned multiple pages. The others were close by then, surely. Scattering her pile of books across the desk, he searched through them with intense, increasingly anxious focus. It had to be here somewhere. It had to be. But even after she combed through every book, went through every pile, and even ran back over to the bookshelf to search for it, she found nothing. I can't believe it. She muttered to herself, so stunned and crestfallen that the words came from her without that thought. So, I think whatever pages are in the mausoleum, and this Jeremiah was the guy that was supposed to find Senna. Anyways. She muttered to herself, so stunned and crestfallen that the words came from her without thought. The Arafel. Esther still found it nearly impossible to believe they existed, but if they did, then Isaiah had to be on the right track. Even if he sounded skeptical of the potential cures, they might hint at something she could pursue further. It was, without a doubt, the very best lead she had found so far. Why, then, did her luck have to suddenly run out like this? Damn it! It's here, I know it is! Clenching her jaw, she began to comb her way through the entire row of shelves, pulling out every stray piece of paper she had laid eyes on. It felt like fate was taunting Esther, dangling the key to her condition in front of her face before hiding it away again. The missing pages were simply too much of a cruel coincidence. Why, oh why, were these papers the only ones she couldn't find? Eventually, after what seemed like hours of fruitless searching, Esther fell back in the dusty bed in defeat. The frustration from such valuable information slipping through her fingers was all but soul-crushing. There was a chance it could still be here or somewhere else in the house, but a fresh wave of exhaustion crashed down upon her, sapping away any remaining strength she had to go hunting for it. Curling up into a little ball, she closed her eyes, listening to the drone of rainfall as the storm carried steadily on. An endless storm so heavy it seemed like it might wash everything away. She wished it would. She wished she could wake up to a new morning, to Senna's happy greeting, to a productive day in the garden and research in the study. If only sleep could bring something new, something different, something better, something beyond the brief reprieve from the everyday burdens, the problems that were always still there whenever she woke up. But it never could. Smiling grimly at her own foolish thoughts, she sank into the arms of a long and restless slumber. A quiet, steady knocking stirred Esther awake. Hours must have passed. A much heavier darkness had replaced the overcast gloom from earlier. She slowly swung her legs over the side of the bed, rubbing her bleary eyes with a hand. If anything, the uneasy rest had only made her more tired. Esther, are you in there? Yes, you can come in, Senna. After a moment, the door slowly creaked open. Senna stepped into view with obvious hesitation, as if she were afraid of what she might find inside. Esther, are you all right? She nodded. Have you eaten anything since this morning? No. I haven't been hungry. Ah. Well, there's some dinner left over in the kitchen if you'd like it later. Thank you. Her reply faded into a long and comfortable pause that seemed to stretch on and on. In reality, the silence only lasted a few seconds, but it was crushing enough to drive Esther past her typical avoidance of confrontation. Have I upset you somehow? You've been acting differently today. Is it the anniversary of Isaiah's disappearance, maybe? No, you haven't done anything. I'm sorry if I made you feel like that. I've just been thinking about a lot today. The initial relief she felt from Senna's reassurance soon faded into uncertainty. Even if she had done Even if she had done something wrong, Senna might be too afraid of hurting her feelings to tell her directly. Esther, do you mind if we take a walk outside? It feels like a long time since I've really seen the moon and stars. Of course, let's go. Senna smiled at her faintly, but it seemed just as strained as it did that morning, if not more so. So, you're not tired enough to go for a walk? A stronger sense of anxiety began to gnaw at her stomach. Even as she followed the smaller girl outside, trying to reassure herself that she really hadn't done anything wrong, Esther couldn't escape the uneasy thoughts seeping into her head. It's the same thing as like, oh, by the way, we have to talk, and then not saying anything. Absolute dread. With the cold night air settling on their skin, they slowly made their way across the manor grounds. The silence had a deafening quality to it, far different from even the quiet shyness of their first meeting. It was as if Senna no longer knew what to say to her. A vast distance had opened up between them, so inexplicable and one-sided that it left Esther horribly confused. Was she in another dream? Or had her earlier dream crossed over into reality? Or more likely, perhaps her dream only reflected the reality that had been there all along. Or maybe, just maybe, communicate. In the midst of their quiet walk, they wandered into the cemetery through the maze of scattered graves. Senna seemed to be heading towards the pond by the mausoleum, her slow footsteps forming a path through the long, sinister shadows cast by the headstones. Being here at night unnerved Esther by itself, but with Senna remaining so eerily silent, it made her heart start to race even faster. As impossible and nonsensical as it was, it felt like a third presence was right behind them, or all around them. Unable to contain her reflexes, she threw a swift glance over her shoulder. There was nothing her eyes could see. Noticing her anxious behavior, Senna gave Esther a look of confusion. In response, Esther quickly lowered her gaze. It almost felt like she was going insane. Blurring dreams and reality, sensing odd presences, falling into pieces at the first hint of Senna's displeasure. Fears that she couldn't even share with her friend because Esther was afraid of her judgment too. Even more than it frightened her, the thought filled her with deep sadness. Sorry, I'm just checking on my bird. But as they approached the pond beside it, Senna slowed to a halt. I think I missed the line because I was checking my bird. I'm sorry. Esther paused beside her, wondering why they had stopped. Could we stay here for a little while? Or at least, I think I'll stay. If it's too... Oh my god, stop, hand. I'm fine. Ah, that's good. I wish I'd brought a blanket for the grass now. Sighing softly, she lowered herself down onto the ground, the hem of her dress spilling over to slightly touch the pond's surface. After a brief pause, Esther followed suit, pulling her own skirt in close to her legs. Another long stretch of silence clouded over them. Esther felt acutely aware of the cold, wet grass beneath her, bringing a sharp chill to her bones as her skirt absorbed it. Unable to bring her gaze over towards Senna, she watched the stray leaves drifting aimlessly across the water, graced by only faint traces of moonlight. I've been thinking about Papa a lot lately, the way he was in the weeks before he died. Alas, Senna's quiet voice rolled through the darkness. Devoid of their usual energy, her words were barely above a whisper, slow and monotone. Even though he'd always had the pail, he fought against it so hard all the time. He worked all day long in the gardens, forcing himself to eat when he grew too thin, and he always rose at dawn, even when his constant nightmares kept him awake. And he took care of me all the while, always doing so many things for me. A pained, resigned longing filled her voice, devoid of any trace of hope. When Esther finally turned to face her, Senna was gazing far off in the distance, past the pond and into the thick, unending darkness that lay beyond. The first instinct was to try and comfort the other girl, but at the same time, she had the sense that Senna wanted to keep speaking. This was the first time she'd ever addressed her father's death with someone, and perhaps the first time she had processed it fully. Those last few weeks, when he suddenly started changing, they were so awful, I don't even want to remember them. Papa's face had this horrible, hollow look, like there wasn't even a soul inside his body anymore. He wouldn't talk to me. He wouldn't even come out of his locked room, no matter how much I cried and begged him to. Curling her knees up to her chest, she rocked slowly back and forth, still staring blankly into the darkness. The only time I saw Papa come out was late at night. He thought I'd gone to sleep, but I was waiting in the hallway, like every night, for any chance to see him again. But now, I almost wish I hadn't seen him. Though her gaze finally drifted over to Esther, Senna almost seemed to be looking right through her. She was somewhere else far, far away, deep inside the recesses of her own memory. I watched him run downstairs, desperately checking the locks on all the doors, barricading them, covering up the windows. He was mumbling under his breath, wild things about being hunted by shadows, things that were going to kill him. It felt like I was watching him go mad. If they truly did exist, could it have been the Arafel that drove Isaiah into madness? It seemed possible, and yet something struck Esther about it as odd. Isaiah described the increase of spirits in the host as slow and steady, not something so sudden. But why? Why do you think he changed so quickly? An expression Esther had never witnessed on Senna before suddenly crossed her features, darkening them. Just before his health started to get worse, we had an argument. It was the only time I ever shouted Papa. I was so angry back then. But after I calmed down and realized what I'd done, I really just wanted to die. I felt like he was so disappointed in me, his troublesome and grateful daughter. I didn't respect his wishes. I didn't understand that he was only trying to protect me. All I did was make him feel alone again, right until the moment he died. No tears formed in her eyes. Perhaps she had already wept too many times over it, or else her grief went beyond any outward expression. She simply kept hugging her knees against her chest, staring into Esther without seeing her. She wanted so very, very desperately to comfort her friend, to reach out and pull Senna into a hug, giving her the reassurance that she had never had since Isaiah's death. But Esther felt frozen in place. There was a depth to Senna's sorrow that she would never understand. Perhaps that was why the other girl had suddenly grown so cold towards her. All the words that came to Esther's mind were too shallow, unable to reach the pain that Senna had buried away in order to continue living. She understood that terrible thought, and yet the silence of Senna's pain was too agonizing for her to stand any longer. It's not your fault, Senna. You can't blame yourself for this illness. It had nothing to do with you. When Esther blurted out her first instinctive response, Senna showed no reaction. Senna, you were only a child. I know you never meant to hurt Isaiah. Please don't blame yourself. You didn't do anything wrong. Again, her words were met with only a numb silence. She couldn't tell if Senna even heard her or was ignoring her, or if she was making the other girl feel worse by even saying anything. And yet, despite herself, Esther couldn't bite back the question tugging at her mind. The reason why Senna felt so guilty, she had to find a way to understand it somehow. That was quick. The argument you had with your father. Can I ask what it was about? Finally, her words triggered a response. Senna's eyes suddenly refocused on her face, holding a strange mixture of fright and revulsion. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. I really don't want to talk about it after all. Swiftly turning away from Esther, she shook her head vehemently. It was impossible not to feel stung by the rejection, even though she knew she had stepped too far. The reflective atmosphere grew tense and uncomfortable again, each second grating by like a loud discordant note. Esther, is it alright if I have some time alone? When Senna quietly spoke again, Esther's body abruptly froze up. It was like an icy knife had just driven inside her chest, carving straight through her heart. The back of her eyes started to burn, and a lump formed the back of her throat. But with a deep breath, Esther managed to numb herself to the reaction. Wordlessly, she rose to her feet. Unlike her earlier desire to stay close to Senna, she now felt the urgent need to put distance between them. Without giving Esther another glance, the smaller girl buried her face against her arms. It was clear that trying to speak with her wound achieved nothing. It was clear that trying to speak with her would achieve nothing. There was an almost tangible outer shell around Senna, defining her from the rest of the world. Turning away, Esther began to trudge back towards the manor. She couldn't fully process things at first. The world seemed unreal, as if she had entered a completely different universe from the one she had been living in the past few weeks. When she tried to analyze it all, to imagine how things would play out from here, it felt like her mind was too clouded to contemplate more than a few moments ahead. Before she knew it, she was standing back in the manor, staring blankly at the stairs. For a moment, she considered sleeping on the sofa. Senna clearly didn't want to see her, and return to the living room was a good reminder that Esther was only a temporary guest. But the more she reflected on the idea, the more it seemed like a childish, pathetic ploy for sympathy. Not at all. Because sleeping is something... sleeping with a person, and I don't mean sexually, but just sleeping, like sharing a bed, sharing a room, is intimate. And you can't fully have alone time in a shared room while another person is there, even if it's just to sleep. So, no, I really don't agree with her. A subconscious attempt to guilt Senna to gain her pity. It was better to just rest in the bedroom, even if she did risk making the other girl angry at her instead. Sleep, however, soon proved impossible. Despite the fatigue that still hung over her, strings of bitter thoughts kept warming into Esther's mind, infesting it with further doubts and uncertainties. All the things she could have said to comfort Senna better, to give her the support she was clearly longing for. An endless well of missed opportunities and imagined outcomes, ones where they had reconciled, not gone their separate ways. She hadn't done anything wrong. The rational, level-headed part of her realized that perfectly well. But another, louder part of her said it was all her fault. She should have worked harder, she acted more lively, learned how to understand Senna better. Esther wasn't the one who deserved pity, she wasn't the one who'd lost her father, and had been living in isolation since the beginning. She was so privileged in comparison, and yet she still had the nerve to feel sorry for herself. Those thoughts clouded in her head like screaming voices, drowning out every rational plea to absolve herself of guilt. Senna deserves better. She'd be better off alone than with someone like you. Stupid, self-centered girl, never making progress, always falling back into the same patterns of thought. And no matter how much she reassured you, it meant nothing. You're hopelessly lost in your own head, so very, very selfish. She tossed and turned, desperately praying for sleep to finally come and relieve her again. until at some point the bedroom door finally opened. After a long pause, Esther heard the light padding of Senna's footsteps approaching the bed with clear reluctance. A drawer opening, closed shuffling as she changed to her nightgown. Then a small weight pressed down the mattress beside her, and the covers shifted upward. She was lying facing away from Senna, and she could sense the other girl was facing away from her too. It felt so strange. Good night, Esther. The soft, nearly inaudible whisper completely caught her off guard. It was so quiet she almost missed it. Senna must have been unsure whether she was still awake or not. She wanted to say something in return, anything, in the vain hope that it would finally break the awful tension between them. But she couldn't. A mortified guilt kept her petrified, too ashamed and afraid to even acknowledge the other girl. So she laid in silence, pretending she was fast asleep. Eventually, Senna's breathing fell into a slow, steady rhythm. And upset and hurt as she was, listening to the quiet sound helped soothe Esther, if only a little bit. It proved enough to help her slowly drift off, somewhat comforted that Senna had come to rest beside her instead of downstairs. The circling thoughts in her head disintegrated little by little, falling into incoherent images and pieces, until at last, her consciousness finally faded away. Man, this fucking novel is long as shit. The disease is now reaching its final stages. A steady degeneration of the patient's physical and mental state, with brief episodes of elevated energy and intense panic. These symptoms are occasionally seen in those who suffer from the pale for an extended period. There is still no documented case of recovery from such an advanced progression of the disease. I do not fully understand the cause of my sudden decline, but I suspect it was invoked by a powerful fear. The hallucinations I suffered inside the crypt caused me significant stress, which likely increased the pale's aggressiveness. When I awoke on the ground outside the mausoleum, it was already nearly morning. I suspect I must have entered a delusional panic as I fled from what I witnessed. Whether they were apparitions of the Arfel or simply a reflection of my unstable mental condition, it no longer feels relevant in my last term of illness. Senna, of course, had never entered the catacombs. After our conflict, she ran to my study to wait for me. The twist of fate, the one place I never thought to search. In the weeks since then, my previously abated symptoms have not only returned, but triggered a rapid deterioration of my health. There is little I can do to continue to study and write, making use of my remaining time in the hopes I may. The pen fell from Isaiah's fingertips, shattering onto the desk. Blinking, he studied his own trembling hand with morbid interest. His pale, skeletal fingers were mottled with ink, like a disease had discolored his pallid flesh. Between a loss of motor control and energy, it was becoming increasingly difficult to write. It served as a constant, painful reminder for the impending reality he was forced to accept. He was withering away. Both his body and his mind were breaking down. Soon he would no longer be recognizable to himself or to Senna. He couldn't bring himself to speak of it to her. The thought of making her cry again, leaving that as one of the last memories they would share with each other, was too painful to even consider. The almanacs, directions to the city. The rest of my damn gold. Oh, where is it? Shuffling through and stacking up his papers, Isaiah attempted to work himself into a flurry of impatient, productive activity. It was the usual method of distancing himself from things he didn't want to think about, but this time, the effort only met with abject failure. Tears blurred his vision, burning behind his eyes no matter how hard he glared. They spilled over and dragged down his sharp cheekbones, falling onto the layers of parchment in a soft, muffled platter. Or pattern, I don't know what I read. How would she think of him when he was gone? Would she hate him? It would be fully deserved, with how much he had failed her as a father. He had come so close to abandoning her at the orphanage, even if that would have led her to a better family. A life in the city, a childhood surrounded by friends, a world beyond the boundaries of this forest. A world that perhaps she could still find happiness in, even if it meant leaving him behind. No, it's too late. Far too late for me to ever give her that. He mumbled under his breath, clenching his jaw tightly. Far too late. The best he could do was help Cata provide for herself to live freely and happily when he was gone. That was all. He repeated those words inside his mind, trying desperately to believe them. He was hopeless, powerless. There was nothing more he could do. Nothing more. A nauseating, guilty weight gnawed at his stomach. slowly began to reach for the fallen quill, his fingers frail and trembling as they brushed his feather. If he could only just explain himself to her, if he could go back and remake everything, patch over all his choices and falsehoods, all of his misguided words. But she only had one childhood, and when he died, it would be over. There was no time left for forgiveness. As he clutched his head with both hands, Or's sobs began to leak from his throat, a pathetic noise that he loathed to hear. Grief and anger, fear and self-hatred, guilt and final resignation. Blankly staring at the wall, a stream of wretched tears swallowing his words, all remaining thoughts dissolving into empty regret. He wept. A beautiful sunny morning. She stood before the window, gazing up into the clear sky as she carefully buttoned her blouse. Senna was already gone. Just like the previous day, her side of the bed was neatly remade, the sheets tucked in beneath her pillows and smoothed to perfection. As Ether ascended the stairs, she could hear the birds keeping up with their cheerful chorus outside. It felt warmer today. Summer was steadily approaching, and soon everything would be bright, beautiful, and flowering. Nearly a year ago, she had set out during this same warm weather, full of determination, putting all of her faith into the poem she had carefully mapped out. And now, after all this time, her closest lead was crumbling into dust. Perhaps they had been foolish to expect anything more. In the empty parlor, Esther saw a small note left out on the desk. She hesitated to pick it up. Somehow she felt like she already knew what he would say. Dear Esther, when we first made our arrangement, I was being too selfish. So I've changed my mind. You don't have to worry about helping me with chores anymore. I can handle things by myself. I think you should focus on finishing with Papa's research instead. I doubt there's too much left to check, is there? If you spend the next few days just going through the bookshelves, it will be much faster and more practical than what we're doing now. Wouldn't you agree? I set some food out for you in the kitchen. Please eat something so you can stay healthy. I'll see you tonight. The nauseated, anxious feeling in her stomach made eating seem beyond unthinkable. But Senna was right. If she wanted to finish going through Isaiah's research, she had to keep up the semblance of strength. Esther didn't want to burden her any longer. After forcing herself to gulp down a small amount of food, Esther made her way back to the study. Being here so early in the morning, especially on such a beautiful day, felt strangely wrong. On mornings like this, they often went out to the stream or had breakfast in the garden. Senna had promised to show Esther more of her favorite picnic spots soon. Attempting to force away her intrusive thoughts, Esther resumed her search for the missing pages. But the dull, unrewarding nature of the task left her mind far too free to wander, and naturally, it kept returning to her situation with Senna. Slowly, she was beginning to piece together what had likely happened. Yesterday, the study door was closed, even though she left it open. It was possible Senna had shut it while passing by, but more likely, she had been inside and found the journal entry Esther had pulled out. With a sinking feeling, she checked to confirm her suspicions. And sure enough, the page was missing. Not only was it an indirect warning left behind by Isaiah, but Esther had also kept completely silent about what she had seen. Senna must have realized that she read it, and yet Esther was still in no hurry to leave, even though Isaiah clearly wouldn't have wanted her there. Wait, what? She read it, and yet... Oh, okay, so... Esther thinks that Senna isn't feeling betrayed over the omissions regarding Isaiah's writings. Esther thinks Senna is unhappy because her father is against strangers in her house. Is that it? How could she ever expect Senna to prioritize a stranger over the wishes of her deceased father? A father who she obviously adored, and who adored her in turn despite his bitter ways. Even if she felt it was wrong to keep Senna isolated, it wasn't her decision to make. In the end, if Senna decided to follow Isaiah's wishes, Esther had no right to hold it against her. She was only honoring her father's memory, living how he had always wanted her to do. Yeah, but there's this thing called, how do I say this? It's Senna's life to live. So, even if it's someone else's dying wishes, ultimately it's your own decision. She knew that. She knew that, and yet Esther took a long, deep breath to try and refocus. A heavy lump had formed in her throat. She had to concentrate to swallow it down, to force away the emotion rising in her chest. And the thing is, one of Isaiah's wishes was to not have Senna read his shit. But she still went ahead and do it. So how come some Isaiah's wishes are good to respect and others not? Anyways, it was time for her to accept things and move on. She would learn a lesson from all this and continue her life with greater wisdom to fall back on if it happened again. It would be alright. In the end, everything would be alright. Like Bob Marley. Cause every little thing gonna be alright. After a few minutes, Esther managed to calm herself down. When she had managed to regain a grip on her composure, she began to search for Isaiah's treatise with even more focused intensity, pushing away any encroaching thoughts or feelings as they came to her. She deliberately ignored every journal page about his daily life, especially anything that mentioned Senna, and concentrated solely on finding something about the Arafel. Oh, as if she could ignore. But as the hours passed, the morning turned into an afternoon. Her efforts still met with no success. It was so difficult not to let herself get exasperated. She could feel her focus waning again, and the heavy weight of the pail only worsened the sensation clouding her head. Realizing that it made more sense to take a short break than to keep pushing, Esther picked up a random stray paper and sat down at the desk with a quiet sigh. The writing was even messier than his previous entries, scribbled in such obvious haste that it nearly became incomprehensible. But as her eyes roamed across the page, Esther found herself getting sadly more absorbed in the disturbing writing. As if her mind was falling into step with Isaiah's own, she could decipher everything, understand it, feel it, as if she were there beside him. I have boarded up the windows and barricaded the doors. I'm too terrified to light a candle, for its glow will surely betray me in the dark. I understand now that I have witnessed what was no hallucination. No, I am not mad after all. The Arafel have not forgotten me. I fled into the darkness and I stirred those living fears from their deep sleep. Some of them took hold of me, seeped into my mind and body to hasten my decay, to ruin me with a vengeance. But from others, I managed to escape. And now, they are coming from me. They are waiting in the shadows, listening for my breath. I can feel the same rejection of life rising in my stomach like before, the spiral of hatred for my own existence. It is their punishment. It is a premonition of what they will have me do. They will drive me to kill myself. By writing this, I am only bringing them closer to me. They are so close now. Nothing will keep them out. Nothing will save me. All I can do is run. A quill snapped between his trembling fingers. A chilling draft had leaked through the window, boarded up and secure as he thought it was. His stomach began to slowly knot itself in pure dread. Not safe. He wasn't safe. They were almost here. Morning. Just until morning. He pushed himself up to his feet in a sudden clumsy movement, sending his paper scattering off the desk. A small beaker of fluid fell to one side, spilling its contents onto the floor, but the man failed to notice. Morning. That was it. If he could just run, flee, escape them until morning, he could still live. Racing over to his door, he froze his fingers, brushed the doorknob. Careful. He had to be careful. He pressed his ear to the door, held his breath, and listened. Silence, silence. It was safe. With a shuddering exhale of relief, he crept through the hallway and down the stairs. 2 large bookshelves and a chair were barricading the front door, but only needed to remove one of the shelves to slip outside. Quickly, quietly. Before long, he had stumbled outside into the swirling mist that surrounded the manor. The frigid wind drained the color and feeling from his face, but it was a welcome numbness. Where? Where can I go? Where? No, it doesn't matter. Anywhere. Far away, but not here. Slurred words rasped from his lips, clouded with the confusion of a man half asleep. He began to fall forward, but instead of spilling into the ground, the momentum sent his body stumbling through the grass. A lurching walk, then a jog. Faster, faster. Soon he had broken into a steady run. He had to get away. He had to get away from it all. But his footfalls were loud, so loud. The faster he ran, the more they heard him. They were close now, getting closer. No, he was safe. He'd be safe, stayed safe, as long as he kept running. He thought he was safe, knew he was safe, had to be safe, and he was safe until he looked behind him. Fear slid through his skull. For a moment, everything went black. When his eyes reopened, he was running. Why? Why? He had left, he was gone, they couldn't catch him here, they couldn't follow him. No, he didn't want to die, he didn't want to suffer, he didn't deserve to suffer, he hadn't done anything wrong, they knew it. In that moment, the world warped and shifted. Audible screams pierced his ears, familiar screams calling out his name. Shouting, hating, weeping, screaming. The cries of all those he had hurt in his selfishness. No! No! They were in front of him, running from him as he ran now, fleeing from those who had come to collect him. Their voices warped and twisted into shrieks, cutting through his brain like knives of penance. Please, please, stop it, no, please. He grabbed his head with both hands, covering his ears, but the sound only echoed louder. There is no monster here. There is no monster out there. It's only you. No, we can't be. Suddenly he staggered forward. All the strength in his body was gone. In an instant he crumbled to the ground, twitching and convulsing. Move. His body would no longer respond. Every function gone. His brain was trapped in a husk, a casket. They had buried him alive. He would lie here and rot, watch himself rot. Hours and hours, helpless insects and animals eating him, every scream silent. He deserved it, his punishment. The punishment they gave him. No, the punishment he had given to himself. Okay, but how can he bury himself, though? Anyways. Esther suddenly gasped for air. Her lungs burned, her legs ached. Had she been running? How? How was that possible? Just a moment ago, she had been reading Isaiah's journal. How had she gotten here? All of a sudden, hazy memories flooded back to her. A few minutes ago, no, hours ago, she had left Isaiah's study. Something had called out to her, a sudden intense, overwhelming urge that she couldn't resist. A call to follow Isaiah, wasn't it? She needed to get away, to get out of the manor, away from her own thoughts. And so she tore down the stairs in a panic, nearly tripping over herself in her frantic need to flee. There was no sign of Senna as she ran across the manor grounds. She must have been in the cemetery. But Esther ran the opposite way, into the forest, the same deep woods she had come from, throwing herself carelessly forward. Had she been fleeing all this time? Impossible. When she glanced up the sky, the sun was just past its highest point. If that many hours had truly passed, then she had fled a distance away from the manor. Getting back would be a difficult task, especially since she had initially found the place by sheer luck. She had no map, no compass. All she could do was try and strain her memory back several weeks prior and seek out any features she had passed by. A ridiculous plan, certainly. There were hardly any other options. Trying her best to keep her spirits up, Esther began wandering through the trees. She still felt slightly dazed, both from her lapse in consciousness and the events of the past 2 days. Earlier that morning, she thought she was fine. Not in the best of spirits, of course, but still prepared to make peace with it all and move on. And yet, somehow, her subconscious mind had grown so unsettled that she'd run away in a fugue state, something that had never happened before. Were her real feelings truly that disturbed, deep down? Had she been so upset by Senna's rejection that she fled the manor in an attack of anxiety? It was frustrating and embarrassing, to say the least, and she wanted to think of herself as far more resilient than that. But in the end, perhaps it was much more than just a friend throwing her away. Perhaps it was a confirmation of what she had feared all along, that she was never meant to find what she would truly long for. What exactly was it she longed for, Esther couldn't say for certain. Hasn't it been a goddamn cure, though? All she knew was that Senna embodied it, somehow. The more Esther dwelled on an idea, the more afraid she grew at the thought of seeing the other girl again. Maybe it was better if she didn't go back. After all, the sooner she could distance herself and start to recover, the better. And of course, she didn't want to hurt Senna or make things any more difficult for her. She'd already done so much for Esther, and the thought of straining her further, especially after last night, seemed unbearable. Leaving then would surely be the best choice, for both of them. Suddenly, Esther froze. A horrible thought struck her out of nowhere, making her blood run cold. The watch. She didn't have the watch, her medicine. With no way to tell where she was, she'd never be able to return to the road in time to call for help. But if she had only gone a few hours from the manor, at least Esther knew she had a chance to make it back. There was no other choice. If she didn't retrieve it, she'd fall into a catatonic state as soon as her dose ran out. She had to find the manor again, and before nightfall. Otherwise, everything would be utterly for naught. I think that it will be Senna finding Esther and giving her the medicine just in the nick of time. When Esther began to walk again, her steps grew much more hurried. Nothing looked familiar, and yet somehow she still wondered if she hadn't seen it all before. She thought she remembered finding the manor in the east, in the opposite direction of the setting sun, but in the back of her mind she was starting to doubt if her own memory could truly be trusted any longer. Once more, Esther found herself completely lost in these vast, lonely woods. This time, she didn't even have her meager supplies with her, nor the comfort of knowing she could survive the night. In a way, she felt like she was trapped in a loop, reliving a twisted, more fateful version of her earlier journey. Afraid of finding the manor, even more terrified of not finding it, doing her best to believe that everything would be alright. As evening steadily crept closer, Esther encountered a little stream running along her path. At first, her heart leapt. But then, a flash of fear overtook her brief hope. Was it really the same stream she played in with Senna, or could it be a different one altogether? She didn't remember anything familiar about the spot, but maybe if she followed it along, she'd encounter something else. The stream had flowed to the right of where they stood on its bank, or headed. With a sense of growing, empty dread slowly building in her chest, Esther realized just how shapeless her memories and thoughts had become. Perhaps it was why everything seemed the same, and yet completely different, with no solid reality she could tether herself to. At any moment, a dream could become a nightmare. Night had fallen. It arrived far, far too quickly, cloaking the forest in a thick darkness that made it even more deeply confusing. She had been running for a while now. Her eyes darted around, trying to desperately glean any memories of points of interest that stirred her mind, but nothing ever happened. The stillness that surrounded her suddenly felt eerie beyond compare. She could hear the rustling of leaves, the crickets, the nocturnal creatures that skittered after prey or fled from predators. But she never saw them. Nothing moved. Everything looked the same, like a painting, an image frozen in time, never changing. And if she kept going down the same path over and over again. Senna. As Esther dashed into another cluster of dark trees, a horrible, petrifying realization flashed before her. Isaiah's key. She had given it to Senna. With the warding charm that protected the manor, that meant... No. No, please no. She wouldn't be able to go back. There was nothing. She had nothing of Isaiah's. No way to regain entry after leaving the protected space. How far did the ward's perimeter even reach? Was she only a few minutes away from the manor? Or miles? It didn't matter. She had no hope of reaching the road, even if she had known where it was. No way of returning to the manor, except if she countered Senna. But Esther had been gone all day. Surely Senna would have noticed her disappearance by now. If she had been searching for Esther, they would have encountered each other after so many hours. Esther hadn't even strayed that far. Had she? No, she hadn't. She turned around and gone back to the way she came. But what if she had been running back towards the manor when she awoke? Desperately, frantically trying to get back, trying to find a way back in. And all this time, she'd only be walking in hopeless circles, never getting closer or further away. Only the trees shifting while she remained in place. As she tried to curl her arms around herself for warmth, they seemed heavier than before, like they were being steadily filled with lead. Her flesh was still sensitive, but her muscles no longer responded like they usually did. A feeling as if she was trying to move a puppet with fraying strings. It was past the time for a dose. She broke into a sprint. Each step grew more impossible than the last, and her body threatened to collapse from the strain at any moment. It was as horrifying as the doctor's warnings. No, worse, for nothing could describe the sense of all control slipping away. Ah! Stumbling forward, she barely managed to catch her balance, holding onto a tree for support as her legs seemed on the verge of giving away. No! I won't let it! Her fingernails dug desperately into the crumbling bark. She couldn't let go. If she did, there would be no getting back up again. She had to keep going. She had to keep looking. To fail like this... A loud thought occurred to her. It blared through her ears, growing, deafening her, drowning out everything else. Who was she really holding on for? Ah! At last, her body could no longer support itself. She collapsed to the ground, whimpering, trying to push herself up again. But after one last desperate strain of her arms and legs, she fell still. Sorry. Coffee. Even her eyes refused to move. Her gaze remained frozen, staring in terror up at the sky, no longer being able to see what was going on around her. Panic flooded her entire system, making the world spin and turning her thoughts into fragments of fear. Suddenly, she understood. She would die like Isaiah. Alone, frozen in horror, feeling the cold grip of death squeezing her lungs. Rotting while still breathing. Forced to remain conscious as every faculty in her body broke down. Praying for it all to end. Please, end. Please make it stop. Please, please, please. See, this is how I feel about visual novels. Like, hurry up, you know? A distant cry echoed through her head. Something far away in the dark, shifting among those unmoving trees. Maybe it was coming for her. Maybe it had been waiting for her to fall helpless. It's Senna. Again, the sound cried out, closer this time. It was familiar somehow, like a dream. Like awakening from a dream. Come on, Senna, save the day. Esther. Esther? Esther! Esther! Esther, please! That voice, it belonged to Senna. She could hear her footsteps in the distance, running, getting neither closer nor farther away. If only she could call out to her, but she couldn't. She was completely, totally helpless. Senna would pass her by and forever believe that Esther had abandoned her. Had Isaiah endured this too? Had he heard his daughter calling for him, running past just out of sight? Unable to cry, unable to scream, unable to reach out for help, unable to do anything but wait. Esther! Esther, are you out there? She was so close. Soon she would pass by. Esther? Esther, please answer me. But instead of fading into the distance, the voice grew even closer. 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 Until... Esther, oh no! A figure crashed to the ground beside her. Warm hands grasped her shoulders, then frantically pressed over her heart. Oh, Esther, you're still breathing. I'm so glad. I'm so glad, too. Oh, no. You can't move. Oh, no. Your medicine, you don't have it. But there's no time. I can't risk running back for the watch. She heard Senna inhale a trembling breath, desperately trying to calm herself. Then, thin, wiry arms began to cradle her body, lifting her slowly upward. I can do it! I can. At first, Senna staggered to her feet, as if her small figure couldn't handle Esther's weight. But then, as soon as she caught her balance, stumbling forward a few steps, she slowly began to run. Like, you'll be amazed at the power of adrenaline. One time, I was camping out in the woods with friends, and we only had, like, basically we had all our meals counted for, and we couldn't afford to, well, waste. And we were on our last meal of rice, and the pot, which was like scalding hot, was falling to the ground. And my reaction was to put my hand underneath the pot and kind of like push it into the fire. And the pot was made of metal, so yeah, like, I was expecting, everyone was expecting for my hand to be badly burned. It was unscathed. And it's just adrenaline. I felt the heat, but I didn't feel any pain, which is insane. So yeah, adrenaline is magic, honestly. I'll bring you back. Hold on, Esther. I promise you'll be alright. And also, there's a video of a woman with 2 children, like one of which in each hand. And there's only so much a parent can do in those situations, like with 2 kids, 2 small kids. And one of the kids fell into a hole, because kids have no survival skills. And the hole, it was like, it was a sewer hole, like a manhole, that wasn't fully sealed. So the opening was small enough for the child, but not small enough for the adult. So in her adrenaline, she just rushed over and single-handedly lifted that fucking lid up. Do you know how much those weigh? Absolutely insanity. And again, this is on video. The way she lifted, it seemed so light, like as if she didn't struggle at all. Again, adrenaline. And she managed to pull the kid back up, safe and sound. And the kid probably got a scolding, like, watch where you're going, like, you scared me to death, blah, 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 which deserved. But I'm just glad, it was a happy ending. But still, adrenaline is a beast. I promise you'll be alright. Her head rested against Senna's shoulder. It felt so warm, so comforting. Senna had come to save her. That was the only thing Esther could bring herself to care about. Whether or not they made it back to the manor in time, it didn't really matter anymore. The smaller girl gasped and panted with effort, but her pace never slowed. Her footsteps raced through the forest, so strong and so determined, never straying from their goal. She saw things Esther couldn't see. The hidden paths, the different trees, the stars that mapped the true direction. And for her, Isaiah's words relented. There were no circles, only a straight and unwavering line. Through the final trees, towards the clearing, into the mist that had once warned her away. Into the manor she had tried to escape from. Ah, finally! After dashing up the stairs with Esther still in her arms, Senna ran into the bedroom. As soon as she set the taller girl onto the bed sheets, she grabbed Esther's watch from the nightstand, frantically grasping for its switch. Here! Your arm! The medicine! She pushed up Esther's sleeve though her hands were shaking so much that she could barely hold the watch. With a deep breath, Senna steadied herself, and pushed the needle into Esther's arm. The usual moment of relief never arrived, only the sudden wave of nausea. Slowly, steadily, a trace of energy began returning to her muscles. She squeezed her eyes shut and reopened them, blinking to try and relieve the raw, burning sensation. Death had grazed her so closely that she could feel it, an icy cloud still hovering across her skin. Esther? Is it working? Esther, please. Yes. Forcing out the word in a choked, hoarse voice, she voiced to offer Senna a faint smile. Thank you. Esther, you're all right. You're all right. The tears that she had been barely holding back suddenly began overflowing. Sobbing, Senna threw her arms around Esther, burying her face against the other girl's neck. As more of her strength gradually returned, she was able to drape her own arms around Senna. The intense shock made it difficult, if not impossible, for her to truly form any thoughts. All she could feel was an immense, overwhelming relief, a deep gratitude for every breath she took. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I don't want you to go. I never wanted you to go. Senna's tearful whimpers were soft and muffled. Esther could feel warm tears falling against her shoulder, the trembling exhales that followed each sob. I was just so sad thinking of Papa, but I don't want you to leave, Esther. Please don't. Please don't leave me. I won't. I promise I won't. Murmuring gently, she gave a tight squeeze of her arms around Senna, hoping to reassure her. There's still so much we have to do together, isn't there? Games, picnics, recipes, reading, exploring. I couldn't leave you before all that. She embraced her, wiped her tears, and hushed her gently, cradling her smaller friend against her chest. But nothing she said or did seemed to comfort Senna. Her whole body kept shaking like a leaf, suddenly fragile and on the cusp of breaking. Esther was almost afraid to touch her. Still, she gingerly stroked her fingers through that soft blonde hair, holding her as she left out everything that had built up inside. Not just from that night, but ever since her father disappeared. No one had held her, no one had comforted her, no one had told her that everything would be alright, no matter how much it hurt at that moment. Esther desperately wished she could do more, that she could travel back in time to be there for Senna when nobody else was. At the very least, she could be here now. She could promise not to hurt her friend ever again. At last, Senna's trembling sobs and uneven breathing began to subside. From the way her chest rhythmically rose and fell, and her body limply rested against Esther's, she knew Senna had fallen asleep. Running all the way home while carrying Esther must have left her exhausted. If not for a surge of fear and determination, there was no way she should have been able to lift a girl Esther's size for so long. And yet, somehow, Senna still managed to save her. A crushing sense of guilt sank down in her stomach. If only she had been more careful with her medicine, if she hadn't let herself if she hadn't let herself get so distraught and irrational, she never would have caused Senna this kind of pain and worry. Esther had forced her to relive the night Isaiah disappeared, struck by the same fear and despair of being abandoned. And she too had been so close to meeting Isaiah's same fate, if Senna hadn't found her at the last moment. Swallowing hard to hold back her tears, Esther gently detached from Senna to pull herself up. She was too exhausted to change into her night clothes, but at least she could put both of them under the covers. Pulling the fluffy comforter up to the smaller girl's shoulders, she tucked her in tightly, which seemed to lessen Senna's trembling somewhat. In a way, she almost felt too guilty to hold her again. After hurting so badly, did she really deserve to comfort Senna, to share her presence? No. Senna wanted her there. She still had to remind herself of that, even after everything that had happened. Guilt, doubt, shame, none of it mattered anymore. Senna already made it clear how much she cared about Esther, and doubting her would be the same as rejecting her. Back in the forest, lying there in the darkness, she had given in to her fear of abandonment. But that was a mistake she refused to ever repeat. From now on, no matter what happened, she would trust Senna. Her kind, dear, selfless companion. She would never let her down again, and somehow she'd find a way to repay her. Good night, Senna. Sweet dreams. Whispering softly, she pressed a small kiss against the top of Senna's head. In response, the other girl made a soft sound in between a whimper and a sigh, curling up to Esther's side. When she closed her eyes, Esther felt a powerful exhaustion sweep over her, greater than perhaps any night before. Endless thoughts kept circling in her head, dreadful memories and ghosts of the fears she had while paralyzed, facing her death. But the warm presence nestled up against her, fragile and vulnerable, and yet so strong and incredibly willful, soothed Esther's frayed nerves. Before long, she was slipping into a deep and dreamless sleep, completely removed from all the cares in the world. Yet, still holding on to her dearest companion, who held her tightly in return. Oh my god! Stray leaves floated down the stream, slowly disappearing into darkness. He watched them pass by with a certain strange melancholy. The idea of leaving behind his research, those countless hours of experiments and writings, no longer bothered him. But moments like these, now that he was faced with losing them forever, the simplest pleasures of life suddenly seemed invaluable. Every morning in the garden, every thunderstorm on a spring day, every cup of tea and conversation at the table, every night clear enough to admire the constellations. He wished he had appreciated them more. Up until now, he hadn't realized how much they meant to him, how much little joys he had never bothered savoring. If only he could have recognized it all earlier. So many things never show their value until they were gone. Were you not dead, though? His thin, trembling fingers brushed across the top of Senna's head. She was fast asleep, lying contentedly in his lap. He had given her an astronomical lecture that night, but despite her best efforts to stay awake, she had finally dozed off halfway through. You certainly worked hard today, didn't you? I suppose you didn't hurt my ways after all, he murmured affectionately, unable to contain a smile, painful as it was. This was the last time they'd ever spent time together. He had realized it earlier, but he forced himself to act as normal and as effective as possible during their walk, despite the anguish he felt whenever he remembered how quickly all these years had gone by. He had never imagined it would end like this. Since his escape from the mausoleum that fateful night, dark, irrational feelings had begun creeping into the edges of his mind, growing stronger day by day. Fear and resentment with little substance behind them, stored images of both himself and Senna, twisting them both into reprehensible monsters. It was the same bitterness he had felt so long ago, back when they had first moved here together. Senna became the personification of all his misfortune and woe, a symbol of life's mockery instead of his beloved, irreplaceable daughter. He slipped into such thoughts without realizing it, and only in the middle of that bleak, hateful fog would he suddenly come to himself again. Suffocated by his growing paranoia and anxiety, these lucid moments were steadily withering away. Now he had to shut himself in his study most of the day, never knowing when a wave of delusions would seize him. No longer could he freely spend his days working with Senna, for he constantly feared what those venomous shadows would make him say to her. Their whispers had become so frequent that soon he knew they would overtake his mind completely. But tonight, summoning the last of his strength, he had offered to take her on a walk by the stream, determined to spend one last quiet evening together. How overjoyed she had been. She believed he was finally getting better again, and soon life would return to how it once was. Was it crueler to lie to her, or to tell her that he was dying? He kept agonizing over the decision, which seemed to have no right answer. I'll tell her tomorrow, he always thought. But whenever a new morning arrived, and she was so thrilled to see him outside of his room again, his will kept faltering. As a daughter, I would prefer to know. Although, obviously, I don't want that to ever happen. He wished he could have seen her grow up. She already resembled her mother so much. No doubt she'd be her spitting image as an adult. In the clear part of his mind, he no longer felt bitterly towards Amaranthe. Even if she rejected the life of a mother, and even if her disappearance had led him to such despair, she had still given him Senna. Somehow, somewhere, he hoped she could find happiness. She deserved a life better than whatever he could have offered, just like Senna did. Moving slowly to avoid disturbing her, Isaiah rose to his feet, holding Senna closely against his chest. In a way, he was relieved she had fallen asleep. He didn't think he could bear bidding good night to her, knowing it would be the final time. But goodbyes were for the benefit of the living, not the dead. The memory would soon be hers, and only hers. Even knowing that, he still couldn't bring himself to disturb her peaceful rest. Perhaps she would forgive him when this one last selfish act. Turning towards the manor, he began the journey home with slow, lingering steps. He could sense the storm gradually approaching. Heavy rain was on its way, the type that would blanket the manor for a long, gloomy day. But once the storm lifted, the fragile blooms of spring would flourish in its wake. Over and over again, year after year, no matter what befell them, they would always come back. Game, come on! Ah! A soft clatter, followed by an even softer gasp, stirred Esther from the edge of sleep. As her eyes slowly stirred open, she saw a blurry figure standing beside the bed, fiddling with something on the nightstand. After blinking a few times, she was able to make out Senna's face, a pair of bright eyes flicking towards her sheepishly, matched by an embarrassed smile. Ah, I woke you up after all, and after I tried so hard to be quiet. Oh well, can't be helped, I suppose. It's fine. I should get up anyway. But as she struggled to lift herself upright, Esther found she could barely move without immense, overwhelming effort. Oddly enough, it seemed different from her typical mornings of lethargy. Instead, she had the same feeling she had after her first day of work with Senna. A deep exhaustion from straining herself so much in ways she wasn't used to. It was a much stronger sensation, but not unpleasant. It felt almost cathartic instead, like satisfaction of pushing to one's limits. I don't think I can agree with you on that one, Esther. What you should do is rest, real rest, not work disguised as rest. Shouldn't you be the one resting? After everything you did last night? Ah, a faint blush rose to Senna's cheeks. Her gaze fell somberly to the floor, and she seemed unable to reply for several moments, clenching the hem of her dress between her fingers. I rested plenty. Don't worry about me, please. Something about her reassuring words sounded almost pleading, as if the last thing she wanted was for Esther to be concerned. Sitting down on the bedspread, Senna sighed quietly. The tension had broken between them, but it was impossible to ignore the difficult unspoken questions that were left behind. I'm sorry, Esther, for everything. What I said last night about not leaving me. I know you need to go home. If Papa was here, he'd probably be really happy about that idea too. And I know I can go with you because this is my world. Maybe one day I could travel somewhere else, but I can't. Not just yet. Why the fuck not, though? The manor, the grounds, the forest. Taking care of this place is the only way I have left to keep Papa's memory alive. Dude! You can... As long as you don't have amnesia or something, it's fine. If I abandoned it now, I'd never be able to forgive myself. I'd feel haunted forever. But I'm selfish. I don't want you to go because I'll miss you. I'll miss you so much, Esther. I can't even tell you how I felt when I thought you'd left me. She put on a small, self-deprecating smile as she spoke, each word sounding as heavy as lead. Senna's confession brought her more sadness than it did joy. The one-sided pain of separation was something she could deal with, but knowing that Senna would miss her just as much, that seemed far more unbearable. Turning her head slowly away from Senna, she gazed out through the window into the radiant sunlight that glimmered more brightly with each passing moment. This place, it feels like another home to me. Even if it's only been a few weeks, I would never forget the time I spent here. It's probably silly, and I don't really understand why, but working together, playing together, reading together, I think those moments were the happiest ones I've ever had. I could always be myself around you, Senna. You don't know how happy that made me. And when I think about going back to a world where I have to act like everyone else, I wish I could pretend it didn't exist. But you're right. I can't stay here forever. Why the fuck not, though? Are you fucking mental? Her eyes slowly drifted back towards Senna. My medicine will run out soon. You can just go buy more and come back, you idiot. Just make a trip. Like she never went to the city, Senna, I mean, so, what the fuck? If there's no real cure for the pale, then I have to return to the city, to my family. I promised them. As Senna studied her in silence, her posture drooped slightly, like a wilting flower deprived of water or light. The somber, lonely weight in her expression drew Esther's mind back to that night by the pond when Senna had spoken of her father's decline. Esther, when you leave, she lowered her head slightly, biting her lip. Would you ever come back? Come on. There you go. Of course I would. I don't know when, but then I'll wait for you. Senna's quiet reply interrupted her. She looked up to see the other girl gazing at her with fierce determination. No matter how long you're gone, I'll really, really, really wait for you. I promise. Even if we're apart for years and years, I'll always be here to welcome you back. I don't care how long it takes, or how different you might be, or if only walked by to wave at me before moving on. As long as I know I'll see you again someday. That's all that matters. She didn't understand why, but beyond any shadow of a doubt, she knew they would meet again. It's a promise, then. I'll come back. If you don't, I'll be really cross with you. Really, really. Leaning forward, Esther curled her arms around the smaller girl, pulling her into a gentle hug. Senna snuggled tightly against her, the faint warmth of her teardrops soaking into Esther's blouse. For a long, long time, they held each other in silence. It felt solemn and bittersweet, as if they were already saying farewell, even though it would surely be a while longer before Esther left. But in that moment, they finally understood each other. Their promise was sealed, forever set in stone by their shared determined belief in it. A belief that would never, ever waver, no matter what. Not until the very end of time. Finally, they pulled away slightly, sitting before one another, clasping each other's hands. Something seemed different about Senna. There was a deep resolve in her eyes, hidden behind the gentle way she gazed at Esther. I have a silly question for you, Esther. If you were cured of the Pale, what's the first thing you think you would do? Break my watch, I think. It stabbed me one too many times. After a short pause, Senna giggled softly, shaking her head. I can understand that. I know it's a funny thing to ask, I was just curious. For whatever reason, Esther's reply seemed to have made her happy. Well, I think you ought to eat a bit of breakfast, and then get some more sleep. I left your favorites on the nightstand. The tea's probably gotten cold by now, though. I think I'll survive. I hope so. You deserve better than to perish from cold tea, really. If you need me, I'll be out in the garden or downstairs, but I'll see you later, alright? She nodded. No matter how little time they had left together, it still brought her such relief to have things back to normal. Once Senna had hopped off the bed and left the room with a cheery wave, Esther pulled over her tray of breakfast. She hadn't realized it until now, but she was ravenously hungry, so much that her stomach actually hurt a little when she began to eat. Afterwards, a sense of drowsy contentment settled over her, drawing her towards the tempting arms of sleep. She yearned to go outside and work with Senna, not wanting to waste her remaining time in the forest. But her body still felt too weak. Without more rest, she likely wouldn't even be able to get downstairs. Reluctantly, she curled back beneath the bedsheets, turning away from the bright sunlight. Just a short rest, that was all she needed. Afterwards, she'd go back to the study and try to search through the remaining papers. Perhaps there was still something left. One last secret for her to uncover. I need to make a new recording, so just give me a second. When her eyelids slowly struggled open, it felt like her whole head was in a fog. She could glimpse a trace of moonlight from the window. Had she really slept through the whole day? Her body must have been even weaker than she thought it was. Slowly, Esther attempted to pull herself to her feet. Her legs were still a little unsteady, but she felt far better than she had before. Senna was probably waiting for her downstairs. Perhaps Esther could still make it in time to help her friend with dinner. Just as she was about to make her way towards the bedroom door, something strange suddenly caught Esther's eye. A pile of papers resting on the nightstand. They hadn't been there before. At first she thought it might have been something Senna wrote, but when she looked more closely at the scribbled handwriting, these pages, They were the missing part of Isaiah's treatise on the Arafel. When had Senna found them? Her confusion and shock were soon consumed by desperate curiosity. After hastily lighting a candle, she leaned over the nightstand and began to read. A new willing host. The environment must also be suitable. In this case, an area that attracts a large number of Arafel due to the concentrated essences of either the living or the dead. If the current sufferer and another, an afflicted human, are brought together in such a place, and the new host accepts the entirety of the sufferer's burden onto themselves, the pale will lift and all of the Arafel will be drawn to the emotional energy within the new host's body. The effects of the transfer are impossible to fully predict. In the majority of cases, the host will no longer be able to function. There is only one other cure that I can ascertain for this mysterious, relentless ailment, and will refer to as the ascension of the afflicted, the progress of their body into something that can live in harmony with the Arafel. This has occurred with breathtaking rarity, yet for those who did ascend, they were destined to become unforgettable and beloved figures in all ages to come. To the best of my knowledge, there is no singular way for ascension to occur. In fact, the ways are infinite. That is precisely why this method is nigh unachievable, for we cannot possibly say what defines it. If the ways are infinite, then you have all possibilities, but the thing is, you can't determine which ones. It doesn't mean that it's impossible. Quite contrary. For some, it was a sudden flash of clarity beyond the fabric of our universe. For others, it struck them after endless meditation, study, and pilgrimages of both mind and body. And for a select few, it came from only long, fathomless, inescapable solitude. We humans have not yet evolved to the stage of consciously achieving such a cure, and for now, it remains beyond our realm of comprehension. Indeed, perhaps the Arafel were never meant to be understood by us. If that is the case, then no amount of scientific research will ever obtain a true cure for the pale. However, I believe singularity lies at the end of the arcane, our primordial path. All who have learned to walk hand in hand with these spirits speak of a final destination, a last door, an end that leads into a new beginning. A place the Arafel would lead us all, but in our weakness we mistake their guidance for twisted malice. What lies at the end of the path, the languages of speech, art, mathematics will never reveal, for ultimately it spans beyond what thoughts and knowledge our limited minds may yet contain. All we can surmise is that there, and only there, at the threshold of this mortal world and all the unseen dimensions beyond it, the pale Cachexia becomes a gateway of transformation for the very soul itself. Transferring the pale or ascending. Both seemed virtually impossible, albeit for different reasons. Was that really all he had written, the only possible cures? If so, then... To her surprise, there was another piece of paper attached to Isaiah's writings. The ink still looked fresh, a note from Senna. An ominous pressure welled in her chest. Esther tried to force it back, but as she held up Senna's note to the candlelight, her hands began to shake slightly. I think she's gonna volunteer. Dear Esther, I hope you can forgive me. A few days ago, I found these papers, and I've been hiding them in my wardrobe ever since. I was afraid you'd leave as soon as you found them, but even more than that, I felt so guilty. Guilty for being too afraid to help you. Guilty for knowing what Papa would think too. Until last night. I never realized how important you were to me until you left. When I found you lying in the forest and I thought you were dead, you looked like a corpse even though you were still breathing. So hold on. You hid the papers because you didn't want her to leave. But then you say, I never realized how important you were to me until you left. Like, this is a contradiction, girlie. I don't want to see you like that ever again. I think I'd go insane if I did. So I've made up my mind. I promised I would help you no matter what. And if Papa was right, if the Arafel truly are real, then I can help you after all. You deserve happiness, Esther. You have people back in the city waiting for you, and once you're cured, you'll be able to live a normal life again. And I'm not afraid anymore. If there's a chance I could cure you forever, I'll do anything. Anything at all. When you're ready, come meet me in the place we promised to go together. I don't know what will happen, or if it will even work, but I want to try. Please don't be too angry with me. I only want to make you happy. The note fell from her fingers. For a moment, she stood there completely stunned, at a loss for how to process everything and respond. Did Senna... Did she want to transfer the illness to herself? Impossible. Essa would never agree to such a thing. But what if she was already in the mausoleum? The Arafel. They were down there. From Isaiah's writings and her own dream, she knew they were there. If they latched onto Senna in the same way they had to her father, was she already lying down there, alone in the dark, paralyzed? There was no other choice. She had to go down there, down into the mausoleum. She had to stop her friend's attempt to cure her. Senna's life was a trade she would never, ever accept. Esther dashed down the stairs so quickly her feet barely touched the floor. Within a few moments, she was outside, racing across the manor grounds in a frantic spirit. She didn't even feel the sting of exertion in her lungs, nor the impact on her legs. She couldn't feel anything at all, only a sinking, helpless fear. Why? Why was Senna doing this? She must have known that Esther never would have willingly agreed to it. And why would she risk her own life and happiness? Didn't she realize how devastated Esther would be if anything happened to her? It was so rash, so naive, such a horribly reckless thing to do. And what would happen if it actually worked? A few minutes later, she dashed into the graveyard, pushing through the underbrush in desperate panic. There, facing her from across the cemetery, the mausoleum door stood open, waiting. But instead of calling out to her with the same golden glow from her dream, she felt a primal sense of revulsion and fear, as if every bone in her body was begging for her to turn away. As she approached the gaping stone maw, dread crept through her with a sickening chill. It took the entirety of her willpower to force her body forwards, each step more difficult than the last. When she finally crossed the threshold, and her uneven paces echoed coldly around her, she wondered if she would ever make it back again. At the bottom of those long, winding stairs, the crypt opened up before her. It looked identical to the one Esther had seen in her dream, only colder and more oppressive, lacking any of the strange sense of comfort she had felt. Senna, she sounded so frail. But she was terrified. Terrified of what might hear her. Terrified of what she might be waiting around in the corner. What? Should it be of what might be waiting for her in the corner? Summoning all her courage, Esther began to walk down the long, dark corridor, past rows and rows of tombs, open and unopened, separated by the tall statues that watched over them. She paid no attention to her path, where she had come from, or how she'd make her way out again. All she could think about was how Senna would be when she found her. Alive? Dead? Infected? In the note, she had said Esther had looked like a corpse. Would she have to see Senna like that too? As she rounded the next corner, her foot suddenly hit something. When she hesitantly bent down to pick it up, her fingers brushed against a dusty, soft material. A stuffed, white toy. A cat? What was it doing here? Surely it must have been Senna's. Perhaps it was a sign that she was getting close. Clinging desperately to that hope, she broke into a sprint. Jump scare? One last chance. Turn back. When those unbidden words rose in her head, Esther forced them away. She wouldn't turn back. No matter what, she would never turn back. If they were truly in her head, then they would understand why. At last, she came to a sudden halt. There, curled up on the ground beside the casket, she fell to her knees. Esther? You finally came. Her eyes slowly opened, and she gave Esther a small, gentle smile. As she reached out for Senna with a trembling hand, Esther felt something right behind her. Suddenly, it felt like she was floating, as if an indescribable weight had lifted from her shoulders, leaving her body as light as a feather. The constant strain on her muscles was gone. The burden on her voice, the heaviness in her chest vanished altogether. She remembered this feeling. She had been so young then, always so happy. Slowly the dark, cold walls and floors around her dissolved into nothingness. Senna. Senna, please. As she shook the other girl in her arms, staring at her face in slowly dawning terror, she realized that Senna wasn't truly unconscious. She had simply gone limp, resting in Esther's arms with eerie stillness like a rag doll. Her features were composed in a calm, nearly blank expression like a funeral mask, beautiful and reserved. But the faintest trace of a smile still lingered on her lips. Underneath her eyelids not fully closed, Esther could see a glimmer of gray. No, no, this wasn't supposed to happen. You can't have it. I won't let you have it. I won't, Senna. Senna! Her anguish, frustrated scream echoed all around them. But Senna showed no response. Please, please take me instead. I'll give you all of it, everything I have. Just let Senna go. Don't make her suffer. I won't let her suffer. I won't. I won't. I won't let you, Senna. I won't. She repeated those words over and over again, begging and pleading in between soft, hoarse sobs. She didn't want to be cured like this. She would rather live with the pill forever. She would live with it forever. If only they would bring Senna back. And then, an enormous darkness crashed down over her. Powerful, suffocating, pushing her down, 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 far past the depths of consciousness. She could feel herself sinking, detaching from her body, from her very soul, becoming nothing more than a thought, a tiny fragment of existence, floating away from the world, from any sense of herself. At first, it terrified her. Was she dying, or already dead? Would she be trapped forever in the sense of nothingness? But slowly her fears began to wane. In a moment, or perhaps an eternity, she realized she wasn't being destroyed at all. She was being separated, taken apart like a broken watch, hoping to be put together again someday, dissolved into her essential parts, the indivisible atoms of consciousness, so that she could be remade. Perhaps it was the Arafel who were unraveling her, disconstructing her, as a reward for her complete surrender. Strangely enough, she trusted them. She knew somehow that they were taking her somewhere very, very important. It brought her such relief that she wished she could cry. Though, without a body, she had nothing to shed her tears with. What the fuck is going on? At last, just before her awareness of everything vanished completely, she felt happy. Happy, and yet lonely. Strangely lonely. Alone for a very, very, very long time. But perhaps that was all right. Okay. There was so much to do today. Planting, weeding, cleaning, researching, cooking. List of chores always seemed to grow more daunting around this time of year. It made sense. After all, spring was the season where everything had to be set in motion for the upcoming months. But despite the daunting prospect of such preparations, something about the cool, light breeze felt so reinvigorating. It seemed to promise a fresh start, a chance for something new and exciting right around the next corner. Leaving all the hills and mistakes of the past behind, taking the knowledge from old failures to create something new, something that would flourish in the fertile soil left behind. No matter how jaded and cynical one grew, it was impossible not to look on with just a little hope, clinging to the tiniest chance that this time things would be different. And something beautiful would finally bear fruit. She's young. Papa, stirred from his thoughts, he glanced down to the small figure walking beside him. She had been tugging his arm gently to get his attention, but he hadn't noticed up until now. Can I ask you something, Papa, please? Yes, unless it's about your biology lessons. I won't allow you to weasel your way out of completing that last chapter like you managed to yesterday. No, I'll finish today, I promise. But I want to ask about something else. Go ahead, then. Senna felt unusually silent, her gaze drifting down to the forest floor. Such behavior from her was so rare that Isaiah's brows arched in a certain anticipation. Papa, will I ever have a friend someday? A friend? She nodded shyly, hesitating for a few moments before continuing. I love you, Papa. You know I really, really do, but I wish I had a friend, someone else like me. All the storybook people have such lovely friends. They go on adventures and have long talks and cheer each other up when they're sad. It makes me so lonely when I read about them. This was not a discussion he particularly wanted to have. He had talked about this with her many, many times already. Oh my god. Strangers would never bring anything good or fruitful into her life. The temporary excitement would always fade, and eventually only troubles and turmoil would remain in its wake. He was about to certainly remind Senna of such a thing before she got any more fanciful ideas about adventures and shallow conversations. When he looked out at her face and saw a soft, familiar wistfulness gazing back at him in her eyes, something fractured in his heart. Finally, with a long sigh of defeat, he halted mid-stride and turned to face her. Senna eagerly peered back at him, hugging her stuffed cat against her chest while she waited for his reply. If you should ever have a friend, you ought to love them like your life depends on it. Friendship is not something to be taken lightly. You cannot befriend anyone just because they treat you nicely or perform a few paltry favors for you here and there. How many of his own friendships had been built on such things? Most of them, surely. That was why they had all eventually frayed and fallen apart, except for Jeremiah. Sometimes a man could listen so quietly and patiently Isaiah wondered if he wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Friendship, love, means trusting someone fully, treasuring them, trying to understand them, caring for their happiness like you care for your own, if not more so. You must believe in them, believe the best of them, always, and they must offer you the same support, as far as you both can carry each other. It is a hard, heavy responsibility to bear on one's shoulders, Senna. If two people do not share it equally, one will be crushed beneath its weight. She somberly nodded. It seemed like she was intently absorbing his every word, committing it deeply in her memory. With a true friend, you share each other's sorrow and delight, and when one of you falls, the other is there to help them back to their feet. No sacrifice is too great. A friend's pain, a friend's life, becomes an extension of one's own. And only when the depth of the selfless loyalty is returned, when it is truly mutual to the bottom of the soul, then and only then are two people joined in a way that can never be broken. Do you understand, Senna? I do, Papa. Senna nodded again, her features clouded by an unusually sober expression. She had been asking about the subject quite frequently as of late. He'd need to have a proper serious conversation with her soon, a lecture about how the isolation was for her own good, and how any relationship in the real world would never match the perfect bond seen in fiction. But, right now, he couldn't bring himself to say anything more. He knew that pressing it further would hurt her feelings at the very least, and most likely result in some kind of quarrel. Certainly not the type of thing he wanted to ruin a peaceful spring morning with. That is all I will say on the subject for the moment. You'd be wise to ruminate on my words before we speak of it again. Reaching out, he grasped her tiny hand firmly in his own. She stayed contemplatively silent, but still offered him a small, affectionate smile. The fact that he has a Jeremiah that he clearly treasures, but wouldn't want someone, but wouldn't the same, but wouldn't want the, doesn't want the same. Goddammit, for Senna speaks volumes. Together, they set out once more, their footsteps lightly crunching in the grass. For some reason, a strange sadness now weighed down Isaiah's heart. Despite himself, he couldn't help but envision Senna running through a vibrant patch of flowers, followed by another girl, one calm and patient enough to balance out his daughter's endless energy. Perhaps they would laugh and talk and cry and share their deepest thoughts with one another, an honest, gentle bond that could never be strained by judgment or betrayal or selfish misdeeds. But something so pure and loving, something that might remain untainted by all the sorrows and cares of the declining world it resided in, surely could never, ever truly exist. In my opinion, they completely lost the plot. The fuzzy cloud of her daydream slowly disappeared. She had gotten lost in her memories again. It happened quite often these days, although she didn't mind. There were so many good memories stored away, like beautiful books in a library, It would be a shame not to pull them out and admire them now and then. After all, it would be so very lonely without them. Drawing back from the window, she slowly turned towards the old canopy bed, lying there so perfectly serene and peaceful, the ever-sleeping figure of her beautiful friend. Her chest slowly rose and fell with the same unchanging breaths, a constant rhythm. But she never once had she opened her eyes. That didn't make sense. Six years had passed since that night. There were no words for how Senna felt once she realized what she had done. In trying to cure Esther, she had pushed her into a deep coma, one from which there seemed to be no awakening. At first, Senna was beyond terrified. She didn't know how she could possibly care for Esther while she was in such a state. Wait. The one who's in a coma is Esther, not Senna? After she had carried her friend back to the manor and stayed by her side for many painful days and nights, she realized something impossible had happened. Esther's body had got into a strange, incredible stasis, requiring no food or drink. The very fundamentals of her biology had changed. And yet, for some unknowable reason, she continued to grow and age normally. It was as if the spirits themselves were sustaining her somehow. Or perhaps as if she was living in a different world altogether, even though her body remained mirrored in this one. After she had cried all the tears she possibly could, and finally managed to control the guilt and anguish that plagued her, Senna slowly began to adapt again. She decided she would go on living and caring for Esther, waiting for her eventual awakening. The other girl's deep slumber was a constant reminder of her mistake, even though she didn't think Esther would ever have blamed her. Senna dreamed she would wake up with that wry, playful smile of hers and disarm every apology with a calm shake of her head. After such a long sleep, though, hopefully she would still remember all the time they'd spent together and wouldn't look upon Senna as a stranger once more. But the more she studied her friend's peaceful face, the more Senna began to wonder something. She didn't really know if Esther was fully asleep. Perhaps part of her was still conscious. If that was the case, then it would be terribly lonely and quiet in the darkness. More likely she was far away in a dream, or in another place entirely, but just in case, Senna decided to always keep her company. After a few days of tinkering with a chair and an old wheelbarrow, she managed to create a sturdy wheelchair that could easily handle the forest floor. Now, while she worked in the garden and the graveyard, Senna could take Esther along with her. As strange as it felt at first, she eventually began to chatter away just like before, describing the birds, the trees, the colors of the changing seasons. She would tell Esther how much she missed her, how excited she was to play and work together again, reminding her of their promise and how cross she would be if Esther never came back. Sometimes, a part of her wondered if she wasn't just going mad and all of her efforts were utterly for naught. But if there was only the tiniest, faintest chance that Esther could hear her, that one day she'd open her eyes and smile again, sharing the same memories of these long, quiet years, then she would keep tending to her friend until the very end of their days. Settling down on the bed, she delicately cupped her palm against Esther's cheek, warm, just like always, and her eyes so lightly closed as if they might flutter open at any moment. "It's another beautiful day, Esther. I'll pick some flowers for your hair today, I think." A tiny gentle smile traced over Senna's lips. If Esther could really hear her, Senna thought she might like that idea. Even if she wouldn't be able to see the flowers, she might feel their gentle weight on her head, or breathe in their French scent. And most importantly, she would know Senna was still with her, waiting for her to wake up. If you were cured of the pale, what's the first thing you think you would do? Break my watch, I think. It stabbed me one too many times. With her friend's words always echoing in her mind, Senna kept Esther's watch with her wherever she went. So many times she dreamed of seeing Esther suddenly open her eyes before hurling her much despised medicine onto the ground. Even if the crash that startled Senna awake was an imaginary one, it sounded so vivid, so real and clear, that it almost felt like a premonition instead of a dream. What? Let's go then, shall we? The sun's getting bright and warm again, so I'll make sure to keep you in the shade. Maybe we'll stop by the stream, too. I'll remember not to lose my ribbon, this time. She murmured softly to Esther, pausing a few moments. A reply never came, but that didn't dishearten her, or make her doubt what she knew to be true. She would keep her promise. She would wait for Esther to return. Perhaps it would be today, or tomorrow, or 20 years in the future. Perhaps it would be in another life altogether. No matter how long it took, Senna would always be there, waiting to welcome Esther back. As long as she always believed in it and never lost faith in their eternal promise. Then one day, they would be together again. Is it over? Must be. Okay, review time, I guess. It's no secret, I don't like visual novels. But I think it's only fair that to give them a shot if I already own them. And like I said in the beginning, I have this because it was included in a charity bundle. So it won't hurt to try, and I don't know, maybe I'll find a story or characters or, one that I'll truly enjoy. This, unfortunately, was not the case. I really hated how many times characters just say ... Like, that's just absolutely redundant. Like, skip over. Like, let's get on with it. And some transitions also took too damn long to happen. And sometimes you press and it's an entire different line. Other times you press and the line continues, leaving me confused. Wait, I already read the first part. What the hell? Like, that, again, I really hated that. So, technical parts aside, I think there's a lack of sound effects. Like, sometimes they exist, other times they don't, and I wish there was more consistency with that. Characters. My favorite character is Senna, by far. I really hate Isaiah with a passion. I think it was incredibly cruel to Senna. And Senna's life is just tragic. Like, even though, like, Esther has an incurable terminal disease. Debilitating disease. Or illness. And Senna is healthy. But out of the two, Senna clearly has the most tragic life. And my interpretation of the ending is that Esther will not wake up. Because the Arafel, or whatever it was, she said, they are taking the soul apart. Esther is no longer there. It's just organs without a conscience. It's just a body without, I guess, a soul. And you have this girl Senna, who has to endure a life of imprisonment in this manner, who lost her only human figure she ever known, and she was emotionally abused without being conscious about it, but it's still abuse. And when she finally, after 6 years of being alone, someone finds her, and after all the ordeals of the girls kind of like being fully honest and being able to communicate with each other without any reservations, because again, they were complete strangers when they met. And it was really, really cool to see them like fully bonded. Like really, that was my favorite part of the experience. Like them, once they became fully bonded, I was like, fuck yeah, this is awesome. And now you have Senna, 6 more years of caring for a brain dead person, a brain dead body. Just because it's breathing and developing, like there's no soul, like it's not going to wake up. It's not. Based on what was written. And the thing is, Senna only wanted to help. Senna wanted to trade her health for Esther's, and ultimately it didn't work, meaning that Isaiah's theory was wrong, it seems. So what else could he be wrong about? Or did it fail because Esther was unwilling to give her illness away to Senna? Is that why it failed? Anyways, I just feel terribly for Senna, and she's just gonna keep wasting her life and her years in this stupid motherfucking manner. Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm pissed for the character, honestly. Like, she deserved so much more. So much more. Anyways, to play through this felt more of a chore, if I'm honest. But again, it's just because I'm really not a visual novel enthusiast. But like I said, they managed to get me excited. When I mean they, I mean the developer, the developers, sorry, people that worked on this. On the moments that Senna and Esther really bonded, like I said, those were my favorite parts, and I really appreciate them for it. But everything else, I couldn't give a fuck. Art style is good. Soundtrack is good. But yeah, I really don't think the story is worth it, if I'm honest. Takes too goddamn long to really start, like in terms of the plot, and then the ending is just, in my opinion, absolute a pile of shit. But yeah, and the thing is, I didn't even need a happy ending. I would be absolutely content with, dude, there's no cure. I would be content with that. But the outcome is even worse. That's the thing. Both girls are in a worse position than when the story started. And that is what I have an issue with. That is just fucked up. Anyways, thank you for watching. I hope this was a little bit entertaining for you, way more than it was for me. Like I said at some point, this game is available on Steam. I will leave a link in the description if this is something that you enjoyed, if this is something that you would like to enjoy in your own time, and if it's something that you, and if you'd like to support the devs, which I always think is a great thing. So yeah. By the way, on Steam, everyone loves this, so clearly I'm in the wrong. So yeah. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you soon.